Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Mastered All 4 Elements? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I don't know Naruto. October 10th was just another quiet night in the Hidden Leaf Village. Civilians and ninjas alike strolled through the streets, enjoying the cool evening air. However, all good things must come to an end. A voice echoed from a private room in the hospital, filled with urgency and pain. Kiyomi was in labor, expressing her frustration. Minato, the fourth Hokage and known as the Yellow Flash, reassured her to hang in there, as they were close to welcoming their child. Their relationship had been kept secret due to the Uchiha clan's disapproval of unions between Uchiha and non-Uchiha members. Minato and Kiyomi had been seeing each other privately since their days as genin. As the doctor encouraged Kiyomi to push one last time, Minato offered his support, urging her on. With a final cry of effort, Kiyomi brought their baby into the world, the sound of the newborn's cries filling the room. Tears of joy streamed down Kiyomi's face as the doctor handed her the baby. The doctor congratulated them, announcing the arrival of a healthy baby boy. Kiyomi gazed at her son, marveling at his handsome features, while Minato wiped away his own tears, overwhelmed by the reality of fatherhood. He noticed the baby had Kiyomi's black hair but his own bright blue eyes. Minato expressed concern about the potential stir their child might cause within the Uchiha clan. He hoped to avoid conflict with Kiyomi's family to protect their son. Kiyomi reassured him, explaining that she came from a branch family, and the elders and clan head often overlooked them. The only one who usually interacted with them was Mikoto. Minato inquired about Mikoto, recalling past tensions related to Kushina. Kiyomi clarified that Mikoto had moved past her anger after Kiyomi explained everything. In a flashback, Minato recalled a night when he had been training and discovered a trail of red hair belonging to Kushina. Following the trail, he found her tied up and surrounded by 3 Kumo shinobi. Realizing stealth was his best option, he concealed his chakra and prepared to attack. Minato swiftly took down the tallest shinobi before the others realized what was happening. When they heard the thud of their leader hitting the ground, panic set in. They quickly positioned themselves back to back, ready to defend against an unseen threat. Minato, however, was already one step ahead. With a well-aimed kunai, he struck one shinobi, leaving only one remaining. Minato devised a plan, using a thin branch to distract the last shinobi before delivering a decisive blow. The shinobi was sent crashing into a tree, and Minato approached Kushina, who was still dazed from her ordeal. Calling her name, Minato caught her as she stumbled, quickly freeing her from her restraints. He lifted her into his arms, assuring her he was there to rescue her. Kushina, surprised by his kindness, questioned why he was helping her, recalling how he had never stood up for her during their academy days. Minato explained that they were all part of the Leaf Village and had a duty to protect one another. His words resonated with her, and in that moment, a bond began to form between them. Minato had never stood up for Kushina at the academy, knowing she could handle herself against the bullies. He often admired her from afar, hoping they could become friends one day. However, she looked at him as if she wanted to hurt him too, so he never approached her. He found her by following the trail of her vibrant red hair, instantly recognizing it as hers. As he spoke, Kushina gazed up at him, a slight blush on her cheeks that he didn't notice while he leaped through the trees. When she called out to him, he turned to acknowledge her, but before he could finish his sentence, she unexpectedly kissed him. His eyes widened in surprise, while her face turned bright red. After a moment of silence, as Minato processed what had just happened, he finally spoke. He apologized to Kushina, explaining that he couldn't be with her if that was what she hoped for. This revelation sent her into a furious outburst, expressing her disbelief that he would reject her after being her first kiss and confessing her love for him. Minato explained that he was already in a relationship with someone else since they became genin, and while he wished things were different, he could only offer her friendship for now. Still upset, Kushina demanded he take her to the hospital. After he helped her there, he headed home but paused at a training ground where he spotted his girlfriend, Kiyomi, practicing her shuriken techniques. She noticed the sadness and guilt on his face and asked what was wrong. Minato broke down, sharing the weight of his first 3 kills. Although Kiyomi was initially upset about the kiss, she realized it wasn't his fault and couldn't blame Kushina for her feelings. After comforting him, Minato thanked her with a gentle kiss before heading home. The next day, while waiting for team assignments at the academy, an enraged Mikoto confronted him, accusing him of using Kushina to get closer to her. She called him a loser and a horrible person before storming away, leaving Minato stunned in front of a crowd. In a different setting, the civilian council was in an uproar after Hiruzen Sarutobi announced that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. The chaos included calls for extreme measures against the boy. Tired of the bickering, Hiruzen released a powerful aura, silencing the room and instilling fear in the civilians. The shinobi side of the council, however, found amusement in the situation, except for Fugaku Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga, who remained stoic. Hiruzen firmly declared that Naruto would not be harmed, warning that killing him would only release the Kyuubi again. A man with a lazy demeanor, Shikaku, reminded everyone that Jiraiya was still a seal master, but Hiruzen clarified that Jiraiya was not as skilled in sealing as Minato and Kushina had been. Danzo, a man with bandages over his right eye, suggested he could safeguard the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scrolls, but Hiruzen refused, stating that only Kushina knew their whereabouts. Danzo, frustrated by this, proposed taking Naruto for training, but Hiruzen cut him off, asserting that Naruto would not be turned into a weapon. Hiruzen announced that Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki would be an S-class secret, with severe consequences for anyone who revealed it. While the council nodded in agreement, he sensed that the civilian members were already plotting against Naruto. 4 years later, a woman in her mid-30s yelled at Naruto to stay away, calling him a demon. This was the label he had been given since he learned to talk, and he didn't understand why no one would explain it to him. Naruto had no friends in the orphanage except for a girl with 2 buns in her hair, but she had been adopted a little over a year ago, leaving him alone. He knew his name only because of an old man he liked to call Gigi, who always reminded him of it and showed him kindness. This man was the 3rd Hokage, the only other person in the village who treated Naruto with respect and love. One night, feeling hungry and tired, Naruto wandered through the village when he caught a whiff of something delicious. Following the scent, he discovered a small restaurant called Hiruf. However, having been mistreated by the adults he encountered, he hesitated and turned to leave, only to bump into an older man wearing a chef's hat. The man looked down at Naruto with a sad smile, recognizing him and knowing who his parents were, as they had been close friends. He introduced himself as Tuchi and asked if Naruto was hungry, noting how frail he looked. Tuchi felt anger rise within him at the thought of how Naruto was treated at the orphanage. Naruto replied shyly that he would like to eat but had no money, assuring Tuchi that he could manage without food for a few days. Tuchi's frustration grew at the thought of the orphanage's neglect. He insisted that it was nonsense and offered Naruto a meal on the house, taking him by the hand and leading him into the restaurant. Once seated, Naruto was greeted by a girl who appeared to be 5 or 6 years older than him. She introduced herself as I am and extended her hand. Naruto took it tentatively, and Tuchi smiled, wishing he could adopt Naruto himself, but the council had forbidden anyone from doing so. As Tuchi began to prepare ramen, Naruto's stomach growled loudly, prompting laughter from Tuchi. He encouraged Naruto to sit tight while he cooked. Ayam engaged Naruto in conversation, and he quickly warmed up to her, laughing at the jokes they shared. When Ayam asked about his dreams for the future, Naruto expressed his desire to become Hokage and start a family with someone he loved, emphasizing that he didn't want to marry anyone he didn't love. Ayam was curious about how he knew about love and marriage. Naruto explained that he had found an orange book at the orphanage, which he had read despite not fully understanding it. He mentioned a scene that had made him lose interest, leaving Ayam blushing at his innocent misunderstanding. Tuchi finished preparing 3 large bowls of ramen and brought them out, thinking that it might not be enough to satisfy Naruto, who reminded him of his parents. He felt a mix of emotions as he listened to Naruto's dreams, recalling the same aspirations expressed by Minato when he became a genin. Tuchi placed the bowls in front of Naruto, who was captivated by the aroma. After devouring the ramen in record time, he requested more, causing Tucci to chuckle as he returned to the kitchen. After several more bowls, Naruto reluctantly prepared to leave, but Tucci placed a hand on his shoulder, suggesting he stay the night and visit the Hokage in the morning to discuss his living arrangements. Surprised by such kindness, Naruto hugged Tucci tightly, thanking him repeatedly. They closed up the shop, and Naruto helped out before heading upstairs to their apartment. Ayam showed him to the extra room where he would sleep and handed him one of her father's shirts to wear while she washed his clothes. The shirt was so large that it engulfed him, leaving only his head visible. That night, Naruto fell asleep with a smile, experiencing the best sleep he had ever had. The next morning, Naruto woke up and went to the kitchen, where Ayam was making breakfast. She greeted him and offered him food, explaining that they would be visiting the Hokage later, so the shop would open late. After breakfast, they prepared to leave, but when they opened the door, they found the Hokage waiting outside with two ANBU guards, one with gravity-defying hair in a dog mask and the other taller with brown hair. Naruto sensed a negative aura from one of the ANBU in a monkey mask, a feeling he was all too familiar with. Tucci bowed respectfully to the Hokage, stating that they were just about to come see him regarding something important about Naruto. The Hokage acknowledged this and led them to his office, where they began to discuss the situation. He asked Tucci why Naruto was living with them, though he didn't truly care about the council's opinions. He was staying there for the night since he had nowhere else to go. Tucci explained that they were on their way to speak to the Hokage, but he believed it would be best for Naruto to share what had happened. The old lady, Koho, one of the elder advisors, interrupted, insisting that Naruto had nothing to contribute to the meeting. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Naruto, blaming him for the loss of her family during the Kyuubi attack. She had opposed Hiruzen becoming Hokage because she knew he would protect the boy she wanted to harm. Hamura, the other elder advisor, defended Naruto, asserting that he had a right to speak since the meeting was about him. He had lost family to the beast as well, but he suspected that the attack was not as straightforward as it seemed. He recalled that Minato had checked the seal just the day before and had noticed signs of a struggle with Kushina. Unlike Koho, he felt sympathy for Naruto, understanding the burden he carried. Although he had voted against Hiruzen, he was genuinely concerned for his friend's well-being. Naruto nodded and shared his experiences, detailing how he had been treated in the orphanage and how he had been kicked out. What he said next left everyone in shock. He spoke of the law that prevented anyone from adopting him because of the stigma attached to being a demon. The caretaker at the orphanage had made sure to remind him of this every time someone else was adopted, especially when his only friend was taken away. He chose not to reveal her name, wanting to protect her from the same mistreatment he faced. He asked if it would be possible for him to have his own place, explaining that he had learned to clean while helping at the orphanage. Hiruzen responded that he would find Naruto a place to stay after visiting the orphanage but wanted him to stay with Tucci and Ayam until then. He assured Tucci that he would cover the earnings for the day, asking how much they typically made on Fridays. Tucci, still in shock, calculated their usual earnings, explaining that they made about 1,500,000 ryo due to the influx of hungry ninjas returning from missions. Hiruzen, though surprised by the amount, wrote a check for Tucci to deposit. Afterward, Hiruzen made his way to the orphanage, where he encountered Kurinai Yuhi, a young chunin who had been helping out there since her days as a genin. She greeted him and inquired about his visit. Hiruzen mentioned he was there to see Naruto, but he was aware of the deeper implications of his visit, knowing Kurinai had lost her family during the Kyuubi attack. When he mentioned Naruto's name, Kurinai's expression turned somber, and she shared her concerns about Naruto's treatment at the orphanage. She recounted witnessing the matriarch beating him with a broken pipe, blaming him for things beyond his control. Despite the Kyuubi's healing abilities, she worried about the mental scars he bore. Kurinai revealed that she hadn't seen Naruto all day, and when she checked in the night before, his room had been empty. Hiruzen reassured her that Naruto was safe with Tucci and Ayam and explained that he was working on finding him an apartment due to the adoption laws. However, he needed the funds he had sent to the orphanage to ensure Naruto's care. Kurinai expressed her regret, explaining that Naruto's account had been empty for years. She had assumed the funds were being used for him, but the state of his clothing suggested otherwise. Hiruzen was furious to learn that the orphanage had been misusing the money meant for Naruto. He informed Kurinai that he would need her to oversee the orphanage for 2 weeks while he searched for new caretakers, offering to double her pay for the duration. As he left to confront the matriarch and her helpers, he was appalled by the sight of the children throwing food around, particularly at the walls, which only fueled his anger further. On the wall was a picture of Naruto, seemingly taken right after he had been mistreated, with the word demon scrawled across it. Behind him, someone had drawn 9 tails, likely one of the adults sitting in a chair, laughing about getting rid of the demon child, while counting money. He approached them slowly, a fake smile on his face, which unnerved them. He greeted them with a cheerful tone, asking how they were doing that day. The woman, visibly shaken, stammered a response, realizing why he was there as she glanced at the clock. He explained that he was there for Naruto, mentioning it was time for their daily walk and that he wanted to take him for lunch, hoping to escape his paperwork. While this was true, he was also setting a trap. The woman, still laughing nervously, agreed that paperwork was indeed troublesome, unaware that she had fallen into his scheme. He then asked if he could go up and get Naruto, to which she quickly agreed, rushing with the other helpers to retrieve him. In the meantime, a woman at the front desk expressed concern about their plan, noting that they had sent Naruto away the night before. After a moment, another helper proposed an idea. If they let the Hokage take the child, they could keep their jobs. They all grinned at the thought. Eventually, they returned with someone claiming to be Naruto and proceeded with their plan. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until Hiruzen asked a question about lunch at a ramen stand that he thought Naruto would love. The response came in a tone that was too cheerful, leading Hiruzen to realize the deception. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly, 4ANBU appeared, revealing the disguised orphanage worker, who was a former ninja. Hiruzen confronted them, stating he was aware that Naruto was not there and that they had been stealing the money meant for his care. He ordered the ANBU to take them to the interrogation department to uncover everything they had done to Naruto and how much money they had taken. Turning to Kurinai, he smiled and mentioned that he would be sending help for her over the next 2 weeks until he could replace the workers and head of the orphanage. He also hinted at a request that had come into his office that he thought she would find interesting. Kurinai thanked him with a bow. Meanwhile, Naruto was at Ichiraku's, learning to cook from Ayam and Tuchi, ensuring he knew the basics since he would be living on his own. A knock on the door interrupted their lesson, and Tuchi opened it to find Hiruzen smiling. Hiruzen thanked Tuchi and explained that he had come to show Naruto his new apartment. Tuchi smirked, knowing which one Hiruzen meant. Although located in the red light district, the building had been renovated by Minato, who had been working to clean up the slums of Konoha before his passing. The people there respected Minato, as he had created jobs by adding stores, though some things remained unchanged, including the presence of BRTS and crime. Tuchi had seen the apartment Minato had set up for Naruto. He wouldn't have to pay rent since he technically owned the building, but he couldn't collect rent from others until he could publicly claim his inheritance. The apartment featured 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, one connected to the master bedroom, a kitchen with all the essentials, and a living room furnished with couches and a coffee table. Hiruzen called for Naruto, who nodded and hugged Tuchi and Ayam before heading to his new apartment with his Gigi. 2 years later, Naruto had settled into his apartment. He still visited the Ikarakus almost every day and often spent time with the Hokage, whom he affectionately called Gigi. However, one day, Naruto found himself running for his life from an angry mob. He didn't understand why this was happening. He always kept to himself, yet the crowd pursued him, ready to harm him whenever they could. Despite being as fast as a high-ranking genin at just 6 years old, he struggled to outrun the mob, which included some chunin and jonin throwing kunai and shuriken, while civilians hurled bottles and rocks. While running, he mistakenly turned into an alley, thinking he was near his apartment. The mob closed in, shouting accusations and threats, calling him a demon and blaming him for past tragedies. Naruto, confused and frightened, wondered why they were calling him the Kyuubi and claiming he had harmed anyone. He was just a child, after all. As Naruto was lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice the weapons, rocks, and bottles being hurled at him. To the astonishment of those in the crowd, began to dodge them effortlessly. For a brief moment, his eyes flashed silver before returning to their usual blue, leading many to believe that the Kyuubi was regaining its power. A Jonin in the group, frustrated, threw more projectiles at Naruto. He stopped dodging and felt a kunai pierce his shoulder. Despite seeing more weapons approaching, he couldn't evade them all and was struck by 3 additional kunai, 1 in his chest and 2 in his stomach. He noticed a shinobi performing hand signs and realized what was coming next. The shinobi unleashed a technique that transformed 1 kunai into 12, all aimed at Naruto. As they approached, they slowed down, allowing him to evade them. The crowd gasped as they witnessed his eyes shift to red, 1 tomo in his right eye and 2 in his left. The atmosphere grew tense. Some in the mob whispered among themselves, questioning whether he was an Uchiha. Others speculated that he had killed an Uchiha and stolen their eyes, leading them to decide he must be eliminated. They charged at him, throwing punches, kicks, and stabbing with the kunai they had found. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence of ki filled the air, accompanied by the sound of chirping birds. The crowd turned to see the Hokage, flanked by an ANBU captain and 2 others, all with their Sharingan activated. The Hokage commanded the ANBU to take action, and in an instant, chaos erupted as civilians and shinobi alike were swiftly subdued. Once the commotion settled, the Hokage turned to the ANBU captain, Dog, and inquired about the guards assigned to Naruto that night. Dog informed him that it was Boar and Mouse who were supposed to be on duty. The Hokage ordered them to be found and brought to the torture and interrogation department for questioning before facing severe consequences. Meanwhile, Weasel and Raven had finished disposing of the bodies and turned their attention to Naruto, who was being helped up by a blonde girl named Samui. He smiled at her and she blushed, introducing herself. She explained that she had to leave because her parents were looking for her. When they found her, they bowed to the Hokage and the ANBU, sneering at Naruto, which made him flinch and look away. Before she departed, Samui invited him to meet her in a clearing in the forest in 2 days if he wanted to play. He smiled and thanked her as she left. Naruto looked up at the ANBU, who gasped at the sight of his eyes, turning to the Hokage for an explanation. The Hokage muttered a single word, expressing his concern, and instructed them to take Naruto back to his office. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage addressed the gathered individuals, acknowledging that they likely had questions. He began with Weasel and Raven but made it clear to Naruto that what he was about to reveal must remain confidential. Naruto nodded seriously in understanding. The Hokage sighed and instructed Weasel and Raven to remove their masks. They complied, revealing 2 young men, one with long marks on his face and the other with short spiky hair and a warm smile. The first was Itachi Uchiha, the current heir of the Uchiha clan, while the other was Shisui Uchiha, Itachi's best friend and cousin of Kagami Uchiha. The Hokage assured Naruto that he would answer his questions. Naruto wasted no time, asking why he had been able to dodge the kunai and shuriken, why the villagers treated him poorly, why they referred to him as the Kyuubi, and where his ANBU guard had been. The Hokage explained that Naruto had unlocked a dojutsu belonging to the Uchiha clan through his mother, eliciting gasps from everyone present. He continued, clarifying that 6 years ago, on Naruto's birthday, the Kyuubi attacked the village. The 4th Hokage, Minato, had no choice but to seal the beast within Naruto, making him a Jinchuriki, a vessel for the creature. This did not mean he was the Kyuubi itself, only its container. The Hokage revealed that the Uchiha clan had intended to manipulate Naruto for their own purposes, which was why he had not been raised by them. Minato had wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero and live a normal life, but the Hokage admitted he had made a mistake by revealing Naruto's status to the council, which had led to the current situation. Naruto processed this information, still grappling with the reality of the Kyuubi being sealed within him. He then pointed out that the Hokage had not answered his question about how he had dodged the kunai and shuriken. Before the Hokage could respond, Shisui interjected, explaining that Naruto's Sharingan allowed him to perceive movements in slow motion, enabling him to anticipate and evade attacks. Itachi added that while most people only unlocked 1 tomo in each eye, Naruto had 1 in his right eye and 2 in his left, making him a special case. Naruto acknowledged this but pressed further, asking about his abilities before the Sharingan had awakened. Naruto stood still, waiting for the kunai and shuriken to strike him, but he felt a surge of warmth, and his body began to move on its own, as if he had lost control over his actions. Hiruzen explained that they could not account for such an occurrence, a sentiment echoed by Itachi and Shisui. Curious about his mother, Naruto inquired about her identity, having only learned that she was an Uchiha. It had been 6 months since Naruto began training with Shisui, focusing on chakra control and Fuinjutsu. He had mastered leaf balancing, sunban balancing, tree walking, and water walking. Now, he was attempting to combine the leaf and tree walking exercises. Shisui believed that by the time Naruto graduated, he could possess as much chakra as an elite Jonin or Umbu, given his constantly growing reserves. As Naruto struggled to keep the leaves attached to his body while climbing the tree, he muttered in frustration. Shisui chuckled softly, recognizing Naruto's determination. He thought about how most Chunin wouldn't even attempt such a feat, yet here was Naruto, destined to become a remarkable ninja. Shisui clapped his hands to get Naruto's attention and praised his progress. He noted that Naruto had achieved low Chunin control over his chakra, which was impressive considering his mid-Chunin reserves. Due to the seal, Naruto's reserves would grow even faster with rigorous training. Shisui then expressed his interest in Naruto's progress in Fuinjutsu. Naruto proudly declared that he had reached level 3, capable of creating storage scrolls, explosive tags, security tags, and even a playful tag that released paint and feathers on activation. Shisui raised an eyebrow at the prank seal, realizing that Naruto had a knack for creating fun despite the seriousness of their training. Shisui decided to shift their focus to taijutsu, emphasizing the importance of training both with and without the Sharingan to avoid becoming overly reliant on it. With a mischievous grin, he initiated their sparring session, prompting Naruto to dodge a punch. Shisui noted Naruto's impressive reflexes and instructed him to retrieve the taijutsu scroll left by his mother. The scroll contained the Kame style, which emphasized endurance and strength. Naruto would need to make some adjustments to integrate his speed with the style's principles, but it was a perfect fit for him. 3 months later, the training could be described as grueling for Naruto, while Shisui found it exhilarating. The rigorous regimen left Naruto battered but had propelled his taijutsu skills to academy level, surpassing most of his peers. During this time, he formed friendships with several clan heirs, including Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto enjoyed playing shogi with Shikamaru and found relaxation in cloud watching after training. Choji, on the other hand, frequently challenged Naruto to ramen eating contests, which Naruto led by a narrow margin. Naruto also met Hinata Hyuga, who struggled with shyness and confidence, and Kiba Inuzuka, whose brash demeanor initially rubbed Naruto the wrong way, though he soon recognized Kiba's good nature. He encountered Shino, who seemed odd at first but revealed the unique traits of the Aburame clan and their relationship with insects, which fascinated Naruto. Ino Yamanaka, however, was less appealing to him, as her bossy nature reminded him of past experiences he preferred to forget. Lastly, he had a brief encounter with Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother, who was practicing a jutsu that Naruto had struggled with himself. As training continued, Shisui urged Naruto to speed up and focus during their sparring sessions. Shisui, moving at a high genin speed, refrained from allowing Naruto to use his Sharingan, wanting him to hone his natural reflexes. Naruto performed admirably until Shisui increased his speed to mid-Chunin level, making the training more challenging. Shisui's relentless assault began to break through Naruto's defenses, but he noticed something unusual. Naruto's body radiated heat and pressure, akin to a calm but powerful energy. Suddenly, Naruto began dodging Shisui's attacks effortlessly, his silver eyes reflecting a newfound clarity. After a final strike aimed at his face, Naruto merely tilted his head, and in a surprising turn, he countered with a swift motion that caught Shisui off guard, causing him to cough. When he regained his composure, he saw Naruto passed out on the ground. His breathing was heavy, but he was alive. Shisui picked Naruto up and used a teleportation technique to reach the Hokage's office. Upon arriving, Shisui found the Hokage finishing some paperwork. The sight of Naruto caused him to panic momentarily, but Shisui quickly raised his hands to reassure him that Naruto was fine. The Hokage, with a serious expression, asked for a report on what had happened. Shisui sighed, admitting he had no clear explanation. He proceeded to describe the events during training with Naruto. The Hokage sat in thought, processing the information. Shisui, I want you to take it easy on Naruto for now. Only train him using high genin to low chunin speed and strength. Clearly, whatever happens to him isn't normal and causes stress to his body, as we can see. How is his training progressing? A smile spread across Shisui's face as he responded. He explained that for the first 6 months, he focused on chakra control, noting that Naruto already had mid-chunin reserves. The Hokage's eyes widened in surprise as Shisui detailed the skills he had taught Naruto: leaf balancing, sunban balancing, tree walking, and water walking. Currently, Naruto was attempting to combine tree walking with leaf balancing, though it was proving challenging. Shisui expressed his admiration for Naruto's fuinjutsu skills, as he was already at level 3 and capable of creating his own storage scrolls, explosive tags, and security tags. He even crafted a prank seal that exploded in paint and feathers, which made both of them laugh. Shisui continued, explaining that Naruto's taijutsu had improved significantly over the past 3 months. He credited Naruto's mother for leaving him a taijutsu style, as Naruto had a natural talent for it. Shisui estimated that Naruto was currently at academy level, bordering on low genin, and predicted he would reach high genin status by the end of their training. The Hokage nodded, acknowledging that Shisui had not yet taught Naruto any ninjutsu, as he was focusing on conditioning his body and chakra control. The conversation shifted to other matters, and the Hokage inquired about any progress on the S-ranked mission. Shisui sighed, explaining that he and Itachi had only observed that the individuals involved seemed on edge, ready to lash out at anything. This was why he kept Naruto away from them. He feared they would take their anger out on him. Continue training, Naruto. You have just over a year left. Make your sister proud, Shisui. Dismissed. Shisui picked up Naruto and took him home before leaving. In Naruto's mindscape, he woke up in the same sewer as before. This time, he followed the pipes filled with red chakra, emanating hate and malice. He walked until he reached a giant cage with a piece of paper marked "Seal" on it, behind which lay a large fox with 9 tails. As he approached the cage, he had to jump back to avoid a claw that lashed out at him. He stumbled, landing on his face, only to notice that the fox was asleep, drool pooling beneath it. Taking a deep breath, he called out to the fox, urging it to wake up. The fox stirred, looking around before finally noticing Naruto. It greeted him with a casual tone, leaving Naruto surprised. He expected a grand monologue about the fox's power or threats of violence, but instead, the fox seemed indifferent. Naruto explained that he had been training and passed out from exhaustion, prompting him to ask several questions. The fox nodded, granting him permission to proceed. Naruto inquired why the fox had attacked the Leaf Village, why his mindscape resembled a sewer, if there were more like it, and what its name was. The fox, taken aback that anyone cared to learn its name, began to explain. It stated that it hadn't attacked the Leaf Village of its own accord. It had been forcibly extracted from its previous host, Kushina Uzumaki, by a man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. The fox revealed that it recognized this man was not truly Madara, as it had experienced his genjutsu before. After being sealed into its first host, Mito Uzumaki, the fox explained how the first Hokage captured its fellow tailed beasts and distributed them to other villages, ultimately leading to their use as weapons in war. The fox continued, explaining that the appearance of Naruto's mindscape reflected his childhood experiences before he met his uncle and found a place to live. However, it noted that the mindscape wasn't as bleak as it could be, thanks to the fond memories Naruto had of his time with his grandfather, the Ichiraku ramen shop, and his friends. The fox concluded that it had a name but would not share it until Naruto proved himself worthy. Naruto remarked that the fox was different from the typical Uchiha, who often acted arrogantly. The fox acknowledged this, mentioning that the only Uchiha it knew who didn't behave that way was Shisui. It also noted a growing tension within the Uchiha clan, sensing negative emotions emanating from them. The The fox revealed that it had enhanced Naruto's sensory abilities, allowing him to perceive these negative emotions more acutely, similar to Mito Uzumaki's skills, provided he trained diligently. Now it was time for Naruto to wake up, but he was given one more question to ponder. He wondered if there was a way to release the fox spirit without sacrificing himself. The spirit explained that the fourth Hokage had used a powerful sealing technique, but there was a more effective method he could have employed. The fox revealed that summoning Kami was the only way to counter the seal, but it required a high level of sealing mastery. Fortunately, the fox could lend Naruto some of its chakra, which would help him reach a sufficient level. After 9 months of training, he was already at a level 4. If he continued at this pace, he might reach level 10 by his second year at the Ninja Academy. With that, the fox encouraged Naruto to wake up and start training. Naruto opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was nearly 7 a.m. The fox had been right. He needed to meet Shisui at the Hokage's office for breakfast before training. After getting ready, he grabbed his storage seal containing his training equipment and headed out. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he was greeted by the secretary, Mina, who smiled warmly at him. She was always kind and sometimes gave him candy, which he appreciated. As he entered the office, he saw the Hokage, Itachi, Shisui, and the 3 elders, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. He greeted them in his usual manner, which elicited various reactions. Hamura, Shisui, and Hiruzen struggled to suppress their laughter, while Itachi maintained his stoic demeanor, though his mouth twitched slightly. Koharu was visibly irritated and attempted to confront him, but an Umbu in a dog mask intervened. Danzo, known for his ability to hide his emotions, was noticeably upset by Naruto's comment. Hiruzen reminded Naruto to show more respect to the elders, but Naruto seemed unfazed, engrossed in the Hokage's orange book. When he finally looked up and noticed everyone staring at him, he feigned innocence, asking if someone had spoken. This caused Hiruzen to drop his head onto his desk in exasperation, while Shisui burst into laughter. The 3 elders exchanged annoyed glances, and a dog-masked Umbu sneezed, drawing everyone's attention. Hiruzen dismissed everyone, stating they could continue the meeting later. However, Shisui returned to have breakfast and start training. As Naruto sensed someone else entering the room, he quietly asked Hiruzen how many guards were present. Hiruzen was surprised by the serious tone of Naruto's question. After Naruto wrote a note indicating that there was an intruder hiding near the bookshelf, Hiruzen signaled the Umbu to apprehend the intruder. They discovered a masked Umbu who was quickly subdued. Hiruzen ordered him to be taken to the interrogation facility, but Naruto pointed out that it would be a waste of time since the intruder had a seal on his tongue that prevented him from speaking. Hiruzen sighed and decided to eliminate the threat. Shisui asked Naruto how he had known about the intruder, to which Naruto replied that he was a censor. He then shared that he had spoken with the 9-tailed fox, who had given him insight into its negative emotions and the reasons behind its past attacks on the village. Hiruzen demanded an explanation, and Naruto recounted everything except for the part about releasing the fox. The room fell silent, as everyone processed the shocking information. Naruto expressed his agreement with the fox's assessment of Hashirama, stating that he had been naive and had made poor decisions that contributed to the ongoing conflicts. The blame for the wars and animosity between the villages could be traced back to Hashirama's actions. After a moment of silence, Shisui suggested they begin training, leaving Hiruzen deep in thought. At the training field, Shisui informed Naruto that they had a year and 3 months before he would start the academy, and they would begin training at a low to mid-chunin level. He handed Naruto a set of weights, each weighing about 15 pounds, explaining that they would help with his body conditioning and speed. Shisui mentioned that he had acquired them from a taijutsu specialist in Konoha, hoping Naruto would never have to meet him. They continued to work on Naruto's taijutsu and chakra control, focusing on maturing his Sharingan. With 1 tomo in his right eye and 2 in his left, the training had been designed to encourage him not to rely on them. However, Shisui sensed that Naruto was close to achieving 2 tomo in each eye, which could happen by the end of their training session. They would also work on Naruto's ninjutsu, and if his Sharingan matured in time, Shisui planned to teach him some Sharingan genjutsu. He then presented a slip of chakra paper, explaining its purpose in determining Naruto's natural element for ninjutsu. If the paper cut, it indicated wind, if it burned, it was fire, if it became soggy, it was water, if it crumbled, it was earth, and if it crinkled, it was lightning. Naruto channeled chakra through the paper, and both were astonished when it tore into 4 pieces. One was shredded into tiny bits, another crinkled into a small ball with visible currents, the third turned to water, and the last burned with a blue flame. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, both amazed by the results. After recovering from the shock, Shirsue's expression shifted to one of intense focus. He informed Naruto that the real training was about to begin. The first lessons would cover the substitution jutsu, henge, and clone jutsu. Due to the density of Naruto's chakra from the Kyuubi, they would use shadow clones instead of regular ones. Shirsue demonstrated the hand signs and instructed Naruto to practice them for 3 hours. To Shirsue's surprise, Naruto mastered them in just 1 hour, using the remaining time to enhance his speed, reaching a low genin level. Once the hand signs were perfected, Shirsue moved on to the jutsus. After 2 hours of practice, Naruto successfully executed the henge and substitution jutsu. His henge was impressively solid, and he even came up with creative ideas for its use, which startled Shirsue. However, Naruto assured him he wouldn't use those ideas on him. They then began working on the shadow clone jutsu. Shirsue demonstrated the hand signs, and Naruto astounded him by mastering the jutsu in just 30 minutes. After 5 hours of training, Shirsue told Naruto to take a lunch break and return by 2 o'clock. Eagerly, Naruto rushed to his favorite ramen stand, where he found Choji and Shikamaru enjoying their meals. They exchanged greetings, and Shikamaru expressed his contentment at being able to eat and nap without his mother's nagging. Choji confirmed he was just hanging out with Shikamaru, and Naruto teased them about hiding from Ino, who was spending time with Sakura and her mother. Naruto ordered 5 bowls of miso ramen with extra toppings, and Ayam, the waitress, greeted him warmly. She noticed he hadn't been around as much lately, and he explained he had been spending time reading and cloud watching. Suddenly, Ayam playfully hit him on the head with a ladle, and he nervously assured her he was reading about the previous Hokages and relevant academy material, not the orange books she suspected. After a moment of scrutiny, she accepted his explanation. Tuchi, the ramen shop owner, brought out Naruto's order, and Ayam noticed he wasn't wearing his necklace. He explained he had taken it off for training, as it was a precious reminder of Samui. After finishing his meal, Naruto realized he had only 15 minutes to get back to the training ground. He paid and hugged Ayam goodbye before leaving. On his way, he sensed someone following him and skillfully navigated through alleys to lose his pursuer, remaining alert to any presence within a 200-foot radius. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found Shirsue waiting for him. Shirsue informed Naruto that they had 6 hours left for training and instructed him to run 30 laps around the training area while keeping his weights on. Afterward, they would spar using only taijutsu, with Shirsue moving at mid-chunin speed to help advance Naruto's Sharingan. Naruto took off running without a word, completing his laps in an hour. He noticed Shirsue approaching him at a swift pace, prompting him to activate his Sharingan in preparation for their spar. Shirsue threw a punch, which Naruto managed to block, countering with a kick that Shirsue also defended against. They broke apart and assumed their fighting stances, Shirsue in his interpreter stance and Naruto in his Kame stance. What followed was an intense taijutsu battle that would impress even the most seasoned shinobi. Although Naruto was not accustomed to moving at chunin speeds, his Sharingan allowed him to track Shirsue's movements. He blocked and dodged Shirsue's attacks while attempting to exploit openings, which Shirsue had intentionally left to test Naruto's awareness. To Shirsue's surprise, Naruto recognized the openings and seized them, all while maintaining his guard. As the fight progressed, Naruto gained a second tomo in his right eye, becoming increasingly focused on the spar. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan had turned silver while retaining the tomo, enhancing his dodging skills. Recognizing that Naruto was pushing himself too hard, Shirsue decided to end the match. He swiftly moved behind Naruto and delivered a gentle chop to his neck, knocking him out. Afterward, He placed Naruto under a tree to rest, noting that they still had about 2 hours left in their training session. He hoped Naruto would awaken in time for an important lesson. To Shirsue's delight, Naruto woke up an hour later, surprised to find his bruises had vanished. He attributed this to the fox's healing ability. Shirsue called him over, ready to teach him a crucial jutsu that every Uchiha must know. They made their way to a large pond deeper within the training ground. Curious, Naruto asked what jutsu Shirsue would be teaching him. Shirsue instructed him to activate his Sharingan and watch closely. As Naruto complied, Shirsue performed the necessary hand signs and announced the fire style, Fireball Jutsu. He exhaled a massive fireball, and Naruto felt the heat radiating from it. Shirsue explained that while he could create a larger fireball, the size he demonstrated was sufficient for Naruto to pass the test and be recognized as a true Uchiha. He informed Naruto that he had 45 minutes to practice the jutsu on his own before training would conclude. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the Hokage's secret training ground. If one looked closely, they would see Shirsue and Naruto engaged in a taijutsu match, utilizing kunai and shuriken. 3 months had passed since Naruto mastered the fireball jutsu, and he had since begun manipulating fire and water, although he had yet to learn any water ninjutsu. Shirsue had taught him several fire techniques, including the fireball jutsu, fire dragon jutsu, and phoenix flower jutsu. Originally, Shirsue aimed for Naruto to be a mid to high genin by the time he entered the academy. However, Naruto's rapid growth suggested he would likely reach high chunin status by then. His taijutsu was already at a low to mid chunin level with the Sharingan and high genin to low chunin without it. Naruto's Sharingan had finally matured after he encountered 3 rogue chunin during a morning run in the forest. Exhausted from running 49 laps, he sensed their approach and activated his Sharingan just in time. Although he was fatigued, he managed to hold his own until Shirsue arrived and swiftly dealt with the attackers. Another significant development for Naruto was his progress in Fuinjutsu, advancing from level 4 to level he could now create barriers, blood seals, and chakra suppression seals. Although he had not spoken to the Kyuubi, he understood the fox's desire to wait until Naruto proved himself worthy of knowing its name. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he was closer to that moment than he realized. His genjutsu skills were limited without the Sharingan due to the dense chakra of the Kyuubi, but he could detect and break high B-rank genjutsu and high A-rank genjutsu with his Sharingan. His thoughts were interrupted when Shirsue landed a punch to his gut, knocking the wind out of him. Shirsue praised Naruto for the spar, reminding him that they had 1 year left to train. He planned to teach him Sharingan genjutsu and wind manipulation, though he lacked lightning or water jutsus. He suggested that Naruto's mother might have left him some water ninjutsu in a scroll. They would also work on Naruto's hand speed and reducing the number of hand signs needed for jutsu. Naruto had a question unrelated to training. He inquired about the tension within the Uchiha clan, noting their increasing isolation from the village and overhearing discussions of a plan set for the following year. Shirsue, recognizing Naruto's keen observation, sighed and decided to share the truth. After the Kyuubi attack, the Uchiha clan had been unjustly blamed for the incident, with some claiming to have seen the Sharingan during the chaos. They were tasked with securing civilians and ensuring their safety during the aftermath, which contributed to the growing distrust towards them. Shortly after the attack, 2 of the elders, who were easily identifiable, had the Uchiha clan relocated to the outskirts of the village, claiming it was for the village's security. However, they were the only clan moved. This decision was made before Hiruzen officially retook the Hokage position, leaving him powerless to intervene since it occurred privately while Minato was still alive. Minato would have been the only one able to cancel that order, but he was now gone. Years later, the village continued to ostracize the Uchiha clan, and they grew weary of it. Shirsue and Itachi had been working undercover to investigate the situation, but with the information Shirsue had just shared, he could only foresee one outcome: a coup d'état. However, such an action would likely lead to civil war and possibly ignite the Fourth Shinobi War, which the world could not afford. Naruto absorbed this shocking revelation, realizing that the Uchiha might resort to civil war to gain the respect they sought and clear their names. He suggested that Shisui inform the Hokage about their findings but requested to remain uninvolved. He was aware of the spies in the village, particularly those linked to the one-eyed figure and his emotionless Umbu. Shisui found it amusing that Naruto, at such a young age, was already aware of such matters. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the necessity of reporting to the Hokage. Shisui dismissed Naruto for the day, assuring him that their training would resume the following day. As Shisui used the body flicker technique to reach the Hokage's office, Naruto walked away, unaware that a group of foxes and a winged lizard-like creature had vanished in a puff of smoke behind him. In the Hokage's office, Shisui was surprised to find both Hiruzen and Itachi present. He quickly shared his breakthrough regarding their mission. As soon as he mentioned the Uchiha clan's potential coup, Hiruzen raised his hand to dismiss his Umbu and used a chakra pulse to scan for intruders from route, finding none. He then sealed the office for privacy, allowing Shisui to continue. Shisui explained that he believed the Uchiha clan was planning a coup d'état. This revelation shocked both Hiruzen and Itachi. Itachi questioned how such a small clan, outnumbered significantly, could possibly execute a coup. Shisui countered that the Uchiha had grown tired of their treatment by the village. A power-hungry individual might see a coup as a solution to their grievances, despite the overwhelming odds against them. He urged Itachi to recognize that the Uchiha clan was blinded by their frustrations, potentially leading to their downfall unless they had significant outside help. Hiruzen listened carefully, acknowledging Shisui's points but emphasizing the need for concrete proof before taking action. He expressed his desire to resolve the situation peacefully, as a civil war would be disastrous. He instructed both Itachi and Shisui to investigate further and report any findings. After dismissing them, Hiruzen turned to Shisui, inquiring about the progress of his A-rank mission. Shisui confirmed that Naruto had made significant strides, noting that training him before the academy had been beneficial. He mentioned that he had exaggerated Itachi's abilities, as Naruto was truly the most talented Uchiha. Shisui had sparred with Naruto, noting his impressive skills without his Sharingan and even more so with it. He suggested introducing Naruto to Anko, believing it would be beneficial for both, especially considering Anko's past connection with Kiyomi, Naruto's mother. Hiruzen was intrigued by Shisui's suggestion and the potential for Naruto to help Anko with her curse mark. Shisui explained that Naruto had insights into sealing techniques that could surpass even Jiraiya's abilities, provided Jiraiya had not focused on removing such marks specifically. Hiruzen was taken aback by this claim, pondering the implications of Naruto's potential. Which makes Shisui wonder what Naruto was doing while he was supposedly checking Anko's seal to see if he could remove it. He thinks about bringing her to meet Naruto the next day. Hiruzen agrees but instructs Shisui to inform her that what she discovers tomorrow is an S-ranked secret. Shisui nods and vanishes to the dango stand, where he sees Anko sitting with Kurinai, another kunoichi named Yugao, and Hana Inuzuka, the current heir to the Inuzuka clan. He greets the ladies, and while Kurinai, Yugao, and Hana respond normally, Anko greets him with enthusiasm. She playfully asks if he is still looking for a date with her, teasing that she is currently interested in someone else who can break down her barriers and excite her. Shisui shakes his head, and Kurinai, Yugao, and Hana blush at Anko's boldness. Shisui clarifies that he is not there for that. He needs her to meet him at the Hokage's training ground the next morning. Anko, irritated, expresses her disinterest, thinking he is just looking for a casual encounter. Shisui, speaking seriously for the first time, tells her to meet him at the training ground at 8 a.m. Surprised by his tone, she nods in agreement, and he vanishes. Yugao asks Anko what she thinks Shisui wants, while Kurinai wonders why he is suddenly serious. Hana suggests that Anko should go and not treat this like the other dates she has stood up. Anko insists she was going regardless, explaining that the men she had encountered only wanted one thing from her. She desires a man who genuinely wants to know her, build a future, and raise a family. Although she dresses provocatively to attract a certain man's attention, she reveals that if things work out, she would be willing to change her wardrobe. Her friends understand that Anko dresses this way for attention, but they also know she is pure at heart, having never kissed anyone due to her trust issues stemming from Orochimaru's betrayal. Unbeknownst to her, her crush is in the ANBU and hasn't realized she has returned to the village. As the night ends, Anko prepares to go home, noting that she needs to be up early the next day, even though it was supposed to be her day off. The next morning, Naruto arrives at the training ground at 5:30 a.m. to get in some early training. He begins with stretches, push-ups, sit-ups, and laps around the training ground, completing 30 laps with weights and 30 without. By 7 a.m., he decides to create a resistance seal for his body to make movement more challenging. He considers using gravity seals but is deterred by a note warning that they could stunt growth if one is not fully grown. Instead, he opts to use the seal to weigh down his opponents. After applying the seal to a shadow clone, he receives memories from the clone about how the resistance seal felt and decides to ask Shursui about it later. He creates another clone to draw the seal on his body, feeling as though he is wearing a 30-pound bodysuit. Checking the time, he sees it is 7:15 a.m. and continues jogging around the training ground until he senses Shursui entering the barrier, accompanied by the purple-haired woman he has seen before. Shursui introduces Anko to Naruto and tells her he brought her there to spar with him. Anko, frustrated, questions why she was brought to spar with a kid, insisting she doesn't have time for this on her day off. As she turns to leave, Shursui gently grabs her shoulder, urging her to trust him. Reluctantly, she agrees to spar, telling Naruto to get ready. As Anko assumes her taijutsu stance, Naruto drops into his kame stance, causing Anko to freeze, tears welling in her eyes. She whispers in disbelief, asking how he knows that stance. Before Naruto can answer, Shursui interjects, explaining that the stance belongs to Naruto's mother. This revelation causes Anko to break down emotionally. Shursui decides to leave them alone, encouraging Naruto to spend the day with Anko, hinting that he will understand why later. Naruto approaches Anko, who has stopped crying but still sniffs occasionally. He asks her if she knew his mother, and she nods. When he asks what she was like, Anko describes her as the nicest person she knew, who took her in after a tragic incident. She recounts her time as a prodigy in the academy, catching the attention of many trainers, including Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Anko shares how she was unaware of Orochimaru's dark experiments during their training trip, where he trained her in poisons and medicine. She reveals that he had a hidden section in his lab where he conducted inhumane experiments, ultimately strapping her down and marking her with a cursed seal in his quest for immortality. She pulls down her trench coat and the left side of her shirt, revealing the cursed seal on her shoulder. Naruto had been branded and left to die, but a week later, he was still alive when his captor returned. His captor was surprised but frustrated that Naruto refused to use the curse mark, so he altered it, causing Naruto immense pain. Fortunately, a squad of Umbu returning from a mission rescued him and brought him to the Hokage. The Hokage ordered him to be taken to the torture and interrogation department to extract information about the experiments he had endured. To their surprise, Naruto's memories of those experiments had been erased by an Umbu spy working for Orochimaru, who was also a member of the Yamanaka clan. Unfortunately, the spy did not cover his tracks and was executed. The village learned of Naruto's situation and treated him poorly because of the curse mark, branding him as the snake outcast. Feeling betrayed by his friends and the village, he contemplated ending his life. It was during this dark time that he met Anko, who took him in and placed him on her genin team alongside Kurinai and Yugao. Anko became like a mother to them, but she and Naruto grew particularly close. At one point, she even tried to adopt him, but the head of the Uchiha clan forbade it, resentful of Anko's refusal to marry his son. He also imposed restrictions on relationships outside the clan. This was Naruto's story. He had almost been raised as Anko's brother, a bond that was taken from him. He had no idea that Anko was pregnant with a child, likely because she wanted to keep it a secret, especially since Naruto suspected the father was not an Uchiha. As they shared their stories, Naruto opened up about his life in the orphanage, the beatings he endured, his first friend with the 2 buns in her hair, and his best friend Samui. He recounted his experiences at Ichiraku's and the beatings from the villagers, as well as meeting Shursui and some of his training. Anko, feeling a connection, expressed her desire to be friends or even sisters. She hugged him, and he felt a warmth in her embrace as she thanked him repeatedly. Once she composed herself, Anko mentioned that she could teach him a jutsu his mother had taught her, but first, she asked if he had learned the steps to fire manipulation and the fire dragon jutsu. When he nodded, she demonstrated the jutsu, going through 20 hand signs and calling out the name. A massive flame erupted into the air, forming large dragons that rained down and exploded upon contact with the ground. Naruto was left in awe, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Anko felt her heart flutter at being called Ankone and hugged him tightly, planting a kiss on his cheek. She assured him she would teach him the jutsu and another one that required a water affinity, which he confirmed he possessed. Anko was surprised to learn about his 4 affinities but quickly moved past it. She explained that she could only assist him with fire and water techniques, as those were her specialties. The next jutsu she demonstrated was the water style, Octo Shield Jutsu. A large body of water surrounded her, forming a protective barrier with 8 tentacle whips that she manipulated to knock over a small tree. Naruto was impressed but questioned why she still used all 20 hand signs. Anko explained that while she could perform the Dragon Rain Jutsu with 3 hand signs, the Octo Shield required 5, and she was working on reducing the Fire Jutsu to 1 sign. After their training session, they decided to eat before continuing. Naruto revealed he had 2 bento boxes and bottles of juice, one of which was meant for Shursui, who had left. Anko was amazed at how delicious the food was and complimented him. They shared their dreams for the future, and Anko couldn't help but smile at his aspirations. After finishing their meal, Anko stood up and stretched, playfully announcing that it was time for training. Naruto felt a mix of excitement and dread, realizing he might have gotten himself into something challenging. A year passed since Naruto met Anko, and the time had been tough. He returned home with bruises that even the Kyuubi struggled to heal at first. Anko trained him in dodging, poison, and various water ninjutsu, including techniques his mother had created. Their antics even led to Anko being banned from the dango shop after a prank they pulled, which had caused the shop to remain closed. Now, they often ate at the Akimichi barbecue shop or Ichiraku's, which had started selling dango and sake. The civilian council attempted to blame them for the prank, but once again, Naruto faced no punishment, and Anko openly laughed when he insulted Danzo and Koharu to their faces. Now, however, the 8-year-old was sitting at the training ground, working on his wind chakra nature by attempting to split a rock in half. He managed to get it halfway but struggled to complete the task. He wanted to use shadow clones but decided against it, reserving them for jutsu practice rather than chakra control or nature manipulation. Shursui had taught him 4 wind jutsus from scrolls he had collected: Wine Style, Gale Palm, Wind Style, Vacuum Blade, Wind Style, Wind Bullet, and Wind Style, Sonic Boom. The last was Naruto's favorite, as it involved clapping his hands to create a tunnel of wind, with crescent-shaped blades of wind swirling around inside, capable of cutting through opponents. It had been an interesting yet tumultuous year for Naruto. The last nurse alive who had helped deliver him revealed his mother's identity to the public, mistakenly believing the Hokage would protect her due to his age and kindness. Unfortunately, she suffered greatly at the hands of Anko, who tortured her for an extended PRD before ultimately taking her life. When the news broke that Naruto was the son of Kiyomi Uchiha, the village's treatment of him worsened, as she was one of the most despised Uchiha since Madara Uchiha, all because she had rejected a loveless marriage. The Uchiha clan began to feign concern for Naruto, but he saw through their facade. They were primarily interested in keeping the Sharingan within their clan and controlling the Kyuubi. However, the law prevented anyone from adopting Naruto or taking him in. He also encountered Sasuke, who tried to belittle him at every opportunity, but Naruto would simply look at him blankly and walk away. He met Kurinai, whom he recognized from the orphanage, and they became somewhat friends. However, their friendship was strained when he mentioned learning to read from the Aika Aika books, which Kurinai despised. He also met Yugao and Hana. He had no issues with Yugao, knowing she was the same cat-masked Umbu who had watched over him. Hana, on the other hand, attempted to tease him, unaware that he had already had the talk. After her teasing, he responded with a bold remark that left her shocked, resulting in her needing medical attention after a severe nosebleed. Following that incident, she refrained from teasing him again, though she did express a willingness to engage in a more NTMT relationship, which he declined, stating he was saving himself for the love of his life, a secret only Enko knew. After shaking off those thoughts, Naruto got up and headed home, knowing he would be starting the academy the next day, with Enko offering to walk him there. The next morning, Naruto woke up and prepared for his first day at the academy. He was confident in his abilities, having been taught extensively by Enko and Shursui. They had informed him that, without his Sharingan, he could take on most high Chunin, and with it, he could face a mid-Jonin opponent. His ninjutsu skills were rated at low Jonin, while his genjutsu was nearly non-existent without the Sharingan. However, thanks to training with Kurinai, he could now break free from A-rank genjutsu. His taijutsu was at a high Chunin level, and he was a level 9 seal master in Fuinjutsu, working slowly toward level 10, which included advanced techniques. He pondered how Jiraiya could be a seal master if he couldn't perform certain advanced techniques. His thoughts were interrupted by a smoke bomb that burst through his window, revealing a banner stuck to the ceiling that read, "The Great, CC, and Single Enko Mitarashi has arrived," complete with a chibi Enko holding up a peace sign. He shook his head, knowing he wouldn't trade Enko for anything in the world. Enko called out to him, reminding him that the academy entrance ceremony would start in 5 minutes. Realizing the time, he quickly put on his shoes, and they left using Shunshin Enko with a leaf Shunshin while Naruto disappeared, thanks to Shursui's teachings. He was working on adding elemental nature to his Shunshin to make it more impressive. They arrived just in time for the ceremony to begin. As the Hokage started speaking, Naruto tuned him out, scanning the room filled with clan heirs and many civilians. He thought to himself that he would bet 1,500 ryo that none of the civilians had bothered to train. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of a bell, signaling the start of something he didn't quite understand. He glanced at Enko, who sighed, knowing he had not been paying attention. "You are in room 103 with all the clan heirs and some civilians for the next 4 years, so get used to it," she said, kneeling down to hug him, much to the shock of those around them. She whispered about the rumors circulating, then stood up and addressed the room, demanding to know if anyone had a problem with her or Naruto. The room fell silent, and some kids began to cry. Hiruzen, witnessing this, could only sigh. "That's what I thought. Now have a good day, Naru," she said, leaning down to kiss him on the head before leaving, unaware of the look from a certain scar-faced Chunin. Inside the classroom, the teacher began roll call and spoke Naruto's name with noticeable disdain. Naruto had reluctantly changed his last name to Uchiha, feeling that Uzumaki sounded much better. He gave a casual 2-finger salute as he entered the classroom, but the teacher marked him down and began the lessons for the day. For some trivial reason, the teacher kicked Naruto out of class, but he didn't care and left without protest. A few months later, Naruto was sneaking around the Uchiha clan compound when he discovered the details of their planned coup. He hurried to Shursui's training field, finding him standing there. Naruto informed Shursui about his findings, speaking frantically about the impending attack. Shursui sighed, revealing that he was already aware, as Itachi had just informed him minutes earlier. He shared his plan to prevent the coup, activating his Sharingan and revealing his Manjikyu. He explained that he possessed a genjutsu called Kodo Amitsukami, which could implant suggestions into someone's mind without their knowledge. However, he could only use it once due to the limitations of his eyes. Shursui intended to consult the Hokage, believing that peaceful negotiations would no longer suffice. Naruto agreed that it was a solid plan, confident that the Hokage would support it to protect the village and prevent another war. After discussing further, they parted ways, with Naruto heading home. The next day, Naruto sat in class, anxiously watching the clock. After what felt like an eternity, the bell rang, and he rushed home to practice his Fuinjutsu. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation in Shursui's chakra and hurried to find him under attack by 10-masked Anbu. Shursui, with his Sharingan activated, was surrounded by a green ethereal warrior, struggling against the Anbu while coughing up blood and showing signs of severe injury. Without hesitation, Naruto activated his own Sharingan and leaped into battle. He quickly assessed the situation, realizing that the ANBU were only low Jonin-level ninjas. He jumped down, creating a shadow clone and performing two hand signs. As the clone held a sign, they unleashed a powerful combination of jutsu, wind style, sonic boom, fire style, fire dragon, and collaboration style, dragon cyclone. The resulting dragon of wind and fire overwhelmed 4 ANBU, catching them off guard. Seizing the moment, Shursui activated his Susanoo to eliminate the remaining 6 ANBU. However, one managed to escape, only to be intercepted by Naruto, who ensnared him in a Sharingan Genjutsu. Before Naruto could act further, the ANBU took a pill and collapsed, lifeless. Frustrated, Naruto turned to see Shursui barely standing. Shursui urged him to follow him to a cliff and instructed him to stay hidden in the trees. Naruto complied, and moments later, Itachi arrived, visibly concerned for his friend. Shursui explained everything, including his plan to use his Manjikyu Sharingan to stop the coup and the threat posed by Danzo, who had attempted to steal his eyes with the backing of 25 root ANBU. After discussing the situation, Shursui summoned a raven that produced a scroll. He created a clone to remove his eyes and place them in a container before handing it to the raven, which disappeared in a puff of smoke. Shursui stepped back to the edge of the cliff, expressing his regret for failing to stop the coup and entrusting Itachi with the responsibility to do so. As he looked in Naruto's direction, he gave one last smile before taking the fatal leap. Itachi shouted in despair, trying to reach his friend but failing. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, and opened them to reveal his 3-pinwheel Sharingan. He left the scene, unaware of Naruto, who was hidden in the trees, crying. A week later, the news of Shursui's death spread, and the village mourned. Many found it hard to believe that he had taken his own life, but some within the Uchiha clan accused Itachi, even after discovering Shursui's suicide note. This led to Itachi lashing out at 3 members of the police force until his father intervened. Meanwhile, those who knew Naruto's bond with Shursui searched for him but found no trace, believing he was safe since it was impossible to sneak up on him without sensing his chakra. In reality, Naruto sat in the same tree where he had witnessed Shursui's tragic end, staring at a kunai. He activated and deactivated his Manjikyu, still uncertain about its potential. His thoughts were interrupted when the raven Shursui had summoned appeared before him, dropping a scroll into his lap before vanishing. Opening the scroll, Naruto channeled chakra into it, causing a vial containing Shursui's eyes to fall out. The message read, "Naruto, I know this will be hard for you to cope with. My death was necessary for the village. Even if I had succeeded in stopping the coup, I would have likely died within the year due to multiple tumors that required the world's best medic to remove. Unfortunately, she is no longer in the village. I'm referring to Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Please do not blame her for not being here to save me. I only discovered my condition a week before we uncovered the Uchiha clan's plan. I am grateful, Naruto, for the time we spent together. I cherished every moment." Despite being his nephew, Naruto was seen by Shursui as the little brother he had always wanted. Shursui had entrusted his eyes to Naruto, believing that he would need to gain eternal light. Although the Kyuubi was sealed within him, it could not prevent Naruto's eyes from losing their light, it could only slow the process. Shursui urged Naruto to practice with his Manjikyu Sharingan and master its abilities. He advised Naruto to prepare for a transplant when his vision began to blur, suggesting that someone he trusted should perform the procedure. Shursui emphasized the importance of keeping his eyes safe from those who might misuse them, like Danzo, who had the dangerous ability to manipulate minds. He recommended placing a discreet blood seal on his body to protect them until needed. Shursui explained the abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan. The first was Kotoamitsukami, a genjutsu that allowed him to enter someone's mind to offer suggestions or extract information without their knowledge. The second was Tsukuyami, a powerful genjutsu that could trap an opponent in a world controlled by the caster for 3 days, though only 3 seconds would pass in the real world. The third ability, Amaterasu, produced black flames that burned for 7 days and nights, only extinguishable by the caster. There was also Kagutsuchi, which allowed control over the shape of the Amaterasu flames. Kamui was another ability, enabling the user to absorb anything, including themselves, into a pocket dimension. The left eye was for long-range use, while the right was for short-range. The Susanoo, an ethereal warrior made of chakra, served as the ultimate defense of the Mangekyo Sharingan, useful for both offense and defense. Finally, there were Izanagi and Izanami. Izanagi allowed the user to alter reality and cheat death at the cost of blindness in the eye used, while Izanami affected the opponent through physical contact, determining their fate. Shisui concluded by instructing Naruto to burn the note after reading it, warning him not to let the Uchiha clan discover its contents. He expressed his sorrow at saying goodbye and urged Naruto not to succumb to darkness or seek revenge. Shisui sensed that Danzo might come after him for his eyes and advised Naruto to be cautious. He hoped for Naruto's bright future and imagined his mother would be proud of the man he would become. Shisui encouraged Naruto to stay strong, work hard, and remember who he was. After reading the note one last time, Naruto burned it, committing its contents to memory with his Sharingan. He felt a surge of determination as he placed a small blood seal on the inside of his bicep to store Shisui's eyes. Rising to his feet, he began practicing his Mangekyo abilities. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi, observing Naruto's resolve, noticed the darkness within him dissipate. At that moment, the fox deemed Naruto worthy and decided to leave him some parting gifts for when he would eventually be freed from his prison. After hours of practice, Naruto discovered he could use Kamui, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi, which meant he would eventually be able to wield Kagutsuchi and Susanoo as well. However, he chose to focus on mastering his current abilities before pushing further. Returning to the village, he entered his apartment to find Anko peacefully asleep on the couch. He gently covered her with a blanket, causing her to wake up. She hugged him and asked if he was okay. Naruto shared the contents of Shisui's letter, omitting the details about Danzo and the Uchiha. Although she was startled to learn about the risk of blindness, she felt relieved to hear there was a way around it and resolved to learn medical ninjutsu to assist him during the transplant. It was past midnight when Naruto finally went to sleep, knowing he had the academy to attend the next day. He awoke feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Deciding to walk to school, he could already sense the hateful stares directed at him but chose to ignore them. He also felt the presence of Anbu following him, one being Cat, known as Yugao, while another exuded a palpable disdain. However, he also sensed another presence lingering far back, emotionless, and he recognized that it belonged to Root. He thought to himself that Danzo was already trying to manipulate him, but he had no interest in that path. Turning down an alley, he used a technique to vanish from sight, evading both the regular and Root Anbu who were tailing him. He arrived at the classroom just as the teacher called his name. The teacher remarked that Naruto Uchiha was absent yet again, preparing to mark him down. However, Naruto interrupted, making his presence known, which drew everyone's attention. He casually greeted the class, but the students began hurling insults at him. He ignored them, lost in thoughts of Samui, wishing she were there with him. Unbeknownst to him, she was in Kumo, thinking the same thing. Since moving there, she had adopted a serious demeanor, rarely speaking. She was second in her class, only behind the two-tails Jinchuriki, who had prior training. Samui kept her blonde hair styled the same way and wore a necklace that she only removed during training. She had distanced herself from her parents, who seemed indifferent to her. It was ironic how Naruto faced hatred while the Jinchuriki in Kumo received affection. She had confided in Naruto about her childhood fears of monsters, and he had shared his own secret about the Kyuubi. She eagerly anticipated the day she could embark on a ninja mission to find him, still believing he was alive. Back in the classroom, Naruto snapped out of his daydream as the insults continued. In typical Naruto fashion, he responded with a playful remark, causing everyone, including the teacher, to stumble in surprise. He shrugged and took his seat, remaining unfazed by the ongoing mockery. When lunchtime arrived, he pulled out a bento and began to eat. Suddenly, he noticed Sasuke standing over him, flanked by his fan club and Kiba, who seemed out of place. Kiba taunted him, calling him a loser from the Uchiha clan's lesser branch, which drew laughter from the crowd. Sasuke added that Naruto should bow to his superiors, being part of the main family. Naruto chose to ignore them, but Kiba's next comment struck a nerve. Kiba insulted Naruto's mother, claiming she had disrespected the clan and insinuating that she would have been promiscuous if she were alive. In an instant, Naruto reacted, delivering a powerful punch to Kiba's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. The teacher, noticing the commotion, rushed over, demanding to know what had happened. When he saw the cold look in Naruto's eyes, he fell silent. Naruto simply walked away, leaving Kiba to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Later that day, Naruto found himself in the Hokage's office alongside Kiba, the scarred teacher, and they awaited Kiba's mother. When she arrived, Hiruzen explained the situation, noting that Kiba had been injured in an incident at school. Tsum, Kiba's mother, wanted to know the details, suspecting that Kiba must have provoked Naruto. Kiba remained silent, prompting Naruto to recount the events, which Kiba denied. Tsum suggested bringing in Inoichi to search Kiba's memories. Within 20 minutes, Inoichi arrived and confirmed Naruto's account, revealing Kiba's true actions. Kiba's expression shifted as he faced the disapproval of his mother and sister. Frustrated, Kiba began hurling insults at Naruto, who remained absorbed in a book about sealing techniques. When Kiba pointed at him, waiting for a response, Naruto simply looked up and asked what Kiba had said, further infuriating him. Hiruzen hoped Naruto wouldn't develop a habit of arriving late to everything. As the meeting concluded, Tsum posed a question to Naruto about Hana's reaction when she saw him. Naruto leaned in and whispered something in her ear, then said it loud enough for everyone to hear, causing Tsum to blush and nearly faint from embarrassment. Hana, overwhelmed, also fainted. As everyone departed, Naruto lingered to chat with Hiruzen. Later that night, he sensed a strong presence nearby and followed the scent of blood, detecting 2 chakra signatures. One fluctuated like his own when he used a specific technique. Activating his own ability, he entered his dimension and traveled through the Uchiha clan district, witnessing Itachi confronting his own clan. He reflected on Itachi's choices, questioning whether Shisui would have approved of his actions. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a masked figure approach Itachi, speaking to him before departing. Naruto recognized the figure as someone claiming to be Madara Uchiha, but he noted that the man did not match the descriptions he had seen and seemed to be using a technique to alter his voice. Something wasn't right, he thought as he moved toward his house, preparing to exit his pocket dimension. He needed to practice the Kamui technique more. It took him 4 seconds to activate, which felt too long. He wanted it to be instinctive so he could start working on Kagetsuchi and Susen. He also needed to learn more of his mother's ninjutsu. He had heard she possessed a lightning jutsu that she couldn't master due to her insufficient lightning affinity, despite her diligent training. With those thoughts in mind, he fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up and walked through the village, overhearing conversations about the Uchiha massacre. He remained calm, as it didn't personally affect him. When asked why he seemed unfazed, he revealed that the only Uchiha he cared about had died before the massacre, though he kept the identity a secret. Arriving at the classroom, the teacher announced that all Uchiha students would have the week off to cope with the tragedy. Naruto packed a week's worth of clothes and spent the time training at the Hokage training grounds, focusing on his manjikyu techniques and lightning manipulation. When the following week came, he was late to class after helping an elderly woman carry her bags home, which took him 3 hours. The teacher, noticing his tardiness, asked why he was late. To everyone's surprise, Naruto quickly explained that he had helped an old lady but had to take a longer route due to a black cat crossing his path. Silence fell over the room, with only the teacher and Sasuke, who was brooding, sharing the same skeptical thought about Naruto's excuse. 5 years later, Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, excited for his graduation from the academy and the chance to become a genin. The Sandaime had decided to add an extra year to ensure that children were not sent on dangerous missions at just 12 years old. Although he had the skills of a low-mid jounin without his Sharingan, he could match a high jounin when it was activated. With his Manjikyu, he could take on a mid-umbu level opponent. He had mastered the Amaterasu flames almost instantly, and his Tsukuyomi lasted the full 3 seconds in the real world. He had reduced the Kamui activation time to 1 second, but it still felt slow compared to the instant use he had witnessed during the Uchiha massacre. He had unlocked Kagutsuchi and was natural at it, though he had yet to unlock Susanoo and didn't want to strain his eyes. His relationship with Anko had deepened, feeling as if they had been together for a lifetime. She had even taken over his second bedroom, and he didn't mind. Kurinai had finally overcome her initial reservations about Naruto, and they had grown close. Hana had tried to convince him to let her take his virginity upon becoming a genin, but he had turned her down, instead introducing her to Genma, whom he had met during one of his pranks on a merchant he disliked. They had been together for 3 years. He had met Hayate through Yugao and learned about his lung disease, vowing to find a cure for him. Kurinai was secretly dating Asuma, whom Naruto had met a few years after returning from his position with the Guardian 12, and he decided to keep their relationship under wraps. Now, at 13, he finally reached the academy, ready to take the exam. Irika, the teacher who had taken over after Naruto's second year, greeted him with barely contained frustration, noting that he was 3 hours late. Irika had retired from Umbu after seeing Anko back in the village, but their attempts to speak had ended in awkwardness. Naruto found it amusing and planned to help them get together after his graduation. Irika's assistant, Mizuki, was displeased that Irika had waited for Naruto, determined to see the young ninja fail. When asked about his tardiness, Naruto explained that he must have taken a wrong turn, which was true, though no one believed him. Irika dismissed him and announced that they could begin the first test, a written exam lasting 45 minutes. The sound of Naruto's head hitting the table echoed in the room. He hated written tests, finding them pointless despite always passing. After the 45 minutes, the tests were completed. Irika instructed everyone to go outside for the next portion of the exam, which involved kunai and shuriken throwing, followed by a taijutsu spar against Mizuki, where they had to last at least 2 minutes. The clan heirs performed well, except for Ino Yamanaka, who scored a 4 on kunai throwing and a 5 on shuriken throwing. The only student who performed worse was Sakura Haruno, who received a 3 on kunai and a 2 on shuriken. Naruto wondered how she was considered the best kunoichi in the class when her skills felt so lacking. It was now Sasuke's turn, and the high-pitched squeals from his fan club filled the air. Irika encouraged Sasuke to proceed. Sasuke remained silent, throwing a kunai that landed a perfect 9 out of 10, prompting his fangirls to erupt in cheers. He followed up with a shuriken that also scored. The fangirls shouted their admiration for Sasuke, each vying for his attention. Irika then called for Naruto to take his turn. As Naruto stepped up, he threw a kunai, but a pulse of chakra from Mizuki caused it to veer off course, resulting in a complete miss. Laughter erupted, but Naruto released his killing intent, silencing them. He requested to restart, explaining that Mizuki's chakra had interfered with his test. Mizuki, sensing the chakra pulse, agreed. This time, Naruto threw both the kunai and shuriken, hitting all targets perfectly. Accusations of cheating filled the air, with Sasuke's fangirls arguing over who he belonged to. Irika, frustrated, used his big head jutsu to quiet them down. He announced the next phase of the test, which involved breaking out of a D-rank genjutsu. Mizuki would administer the genjutsu while Irika graded the students. Everyone managed to break free until it was Naruto's turn. Mizuki performed hand signs for a B-rank genjutsu, but Naruto broke out faster than most had with the D-rank. Irika, unaware of the genjutsu's true rank, passed Naruto, missing the smug look he directed at Mizuki. Irika instructed the class to wait while he called names for the ninjutsu portion. After a while, all students had completed their tests except for Naruto, who was puzzled by how Ino had gone before him. Finally, it was his turn. Irika asked Naruto to perform the substitution jutsu, henge, and create at least 3 clones. Naruto surprised everyone by executing the first 2 without hand signs, substituting himself with Mizuki's chair, causing Mizuki to stumble. He then transformed into Shursui, even activating the Sharingan. Irika noticed the sadness in Naruto's eyes, realizing Shursui was someone Naruto deeply cared for. Irika then requested Naruto to create 3 clones. Naruto nodded and performed the shadow clone jutsu, producing 3 perfect copies. Iruka was astonished, but Mizuki smirked, claiming they couldn't pass him since he hadn't made a regular clone. Iruka quickly countered, explaining that the test only required 3 clones and did not specify the type. He congratulated Naruto and handed him his headband with a smile, thinking that Shursui would be proud of him. Meanwhile, Mizuki was plotting another scheme to obtain the forbidden scroll for his master. Naruto tucked the headband into his pocket and slipped a note into Iruka's pocket before leaving, instructing him to meet at the Hokage monument at 8 p.m. and to dress nicely. Iruka glanced at the note before burning it, unsure of why he should go but trusting Naruto as he returned to the classroom. Upon entering, Kiba couldn't resist taunting Naruto, claiming he had failed the exam, which drew laughter from the others, except for Shikamaru and Choji, who noticed the headband in Naruto's pocket, and a certain pale lavender-eyed Hyuga who observed from a distance. Iruka entered and silenced the room with his big head jutsu, congratulating everyone who passed and announcing team assignments for the following morning. Naruto had 3 hours to prepare for the evening. He arrived at Anko's house with a black dress she had left at his place, one that accentuated her figure beautifully. He hung the dress on her bedroom door with the same note and vanished just as he sensed her chakra approaching. Anko entered, saw the note, and felt curious about what Naruto was planning, but decided to go along with it. At 8 p.m., Iruka arrived in a stylish black suit with a red shirt, the top button undone, and expensive red dress shoes. Anko arrived shortly after, wearing the black dress and matching heels, her makeup perfectly done. She blushed at Iruka's handsome appearance, while he stood in awe of her beauty, noticing how she had styled her hair with Kurinai's help. Anko shyly greeted Iruka, who complimented her dress, stammering slightly. She returned the compliment, feeling flustered. They stood in an awkward silence until someone clearing their throat drew their attention. It was Naruto, his usual spiky black hair slicked back thanks to numerous jars of hair grease, dressed in a waiter's outfit with a white towel draped over his left arm. He stood next to a table adorned with candles, sake, and wine glasses. He welcomed Iruka and Anko to the Hokage Monument's private restaurant, introducing himself as their server for the evening. He invited them to follow him to their table, promising to fetch their meals while they enjoyed the sunset. As they approached the table, Iruka pulled out a chair for Anko, and Naruto poured them some sake before departing to prepare their food. Anko gazed out at the breathtaking sunset, marveling at the view. Unbeknownst to her, Iruka was watching her with a loving smile. He expressed that the sunset was not as beautiful as she was, causing her to blush and look away. He took her hands in his, urging her to meet his gaze. He confessed that she was the most beautiful girl he had ever met and that he had wanted to tell her since their time at the academy, but his shyness had held him back. He shared his mixed feelings when she left with Orochimaru, feeling both happy for her dreams and sad for their separation. He recounted how he had begged the Hokage to let him search for her after learning of Orochimaru's criminal activities, but was unable to go. Instead, they made a deal. If he passed the Chunin exams and impressed the judges, he would be promoted and placed in ANBU to find her. He had searched for her on every mission but had to give up 5 years ago when he couldn't locate her. After retiring from ANBU, he became an instructor at the academy. When he saw her again with Naruto, relief washed over him, but his nerves prevented him from expressing his feelings. He concluded by professing his love for Anko more than she could imagine, and gently wiped away her tears. Anko questioned why he chose to reveal his feelings now, expressing her hurt from believing he had hated her upon her return. She had felt betrayed and avoided, labeled unfairly by others. Despite meeting Kurinai and Yugao, she had struggled with her feelings and found it difficult to move on. She had longed to kiss him when they reunited but had been unable to do so, caught between anger and affection. Iruka admitted he did not know why he had waited so long, but he could no longer suppress his true feelings. Just then, Naruto returned with their food, revealing that he had placed a seal on their chairs to encourage them to express their true feelings. He had grown tired of watching them stumble over their words and had orchestrated this plan to bring them together. He expressed his desire for Anko to find happiness, noting the joy she had shown when trying on a dress, and he had seen the Affection in Irika's eyes whenever Anko was mentioned. As he removed the seals from their chairs, he shared one more surprise for Anko. He had mastered sealing techniques and had studied the curse seal on her neck while she had stayed over at his house. He explained that the seal had 3 layers. The first fed off nature energy mixed with sinister chakra, creating an addictive rush of power. The second layer was a mutation layer, suggesting she could temporarily transform into a beast if she harnessed enough power. The final layer contained a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, which he could destroy, causing him pain despite its small size. He also noted that there was supposed to be a tracker seal on her, but it appeared Orochimaru had rushed and failed to complete it properly. The seal only causes pain because Anko was resisting the power flowing through her. Naruto, having studied the seal in secret, revealed that he had learned more than Jiraiya, who only discovered the nature of chakra and Irika's abilities. Naruto was a seal master even greater than Jiraiya. He explained that after her date, he could remove the seal, but the process would be painful. The nature chakra and the chakra from the curse would be forcefully removed, leading to severe chakra exhaustion and potential malfunction of some organs without a medic present. He had a medical seal that would repair her body after the removal, but he would need to place a paralyzing seal on her to keep her completely still during the process. The pain would be excruciating, and he wanted to know if she was willing to endure it or if she preferred to have a suppression seal placed instead. They would need to go to the training ground for the removal, and Irika would have to wait outside since he wasn't keyed into the protective barrier surrounding it. Everything was set up for the removal, but if she chose the suppression seal, he could do it immediately. Anko took a moment to consider her options. She could either endure the intense pain and risk her life to have the seal removed or settle for a suppression seal that would still cause her some discomfort. She made her decision and asked Naruto what would happen to him during the seal removal, knowing that something would affect him. Naruto assured her that he would only experience chakra exhaustion but would be fine by morning, thanks to the Kyuubi. He had known about the Kyuubi for 7 years and cut Irika off as he was about to speak. He explained that he would just be sore the next day, but Anko would need to rest for about 3 days due to the strain on her body. Her chakra control would temporarily drop to Chunin level, but her reserves would expand during her recovery. Anko determinedly decided she wanted the seal removed that night and mentioned that Yugao would stay with her for the next 3 days. She felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, but she trusted Naruto completely. Naruto clapped his hands and shifted back into his waiter persona, revealing the plates of food he had prepared. For Anko, he served chicken katsu with white rice and tonkatsu sauce, accompanied by gyoza. Anko played along, thanking him in a playful, refined manner. For Irika, Naruto presented Goya shampoo with fried rice and kale kobachi. Irika joined in the fun, expressing his gratitude and promising to recommend the restaurant to important people, prompting laughter among them. For dessert, Naruto unveiled a triple chocolate cake served with ice cream. He noticed Anko's eyes light up at the sight of it, and she stood up to give him a heartfelt hug, which he returned. She whispered her thanks, and Irika smiled at the scene. They began to eat and chat about missions and other topics, enjoying each other's company. As the clock struck 10 p.m., they arrived at the training field, preparing for the seal removal. Naruto handed Anko a t-shirt and sweatpants, wanting to protect her dress after her wonderful date. She stepped into the woods to change, placing her dress in a storage scroll. When she returned, she felt nervous, but Irika reassured her with a gentle kiss on the cheek, telling her she would be fine. Blushing, Anko walked over to Naruto, sharing a determined look with him. She rushed to give Irika a quick kiss before turning back to Naruto, ready to begin the removal process. They reached the ceiling area, and Irika, unable to see inside, felt worried for Anko but trusted Naruto completely. Naruto asked Anko if she was ready, and she nodded in response. Naruto instructed her to remove her shirt and lie on her stomach to begin the process. As she complied, she quickly realized she was unable to move, recognizing the paralysis seal's effects. With a deep sigh, Naruto began to perform a series of hand signs, calling out the name of the technique. He focused a significant amount of chakra and placed his hand on her curse mark. She cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. The intense discomfort lasted for several minutes, but she lost consciousness after just 30 seconds. As he worked, the first 2 layers of the seal vanished, revealing a small white snake that attempted to escape. Activating his Manjikyu Sharingan, Naruto unleashed Amaterasu, engulfing the snake in flames before extinguishing the fire after ensuring it was completely gone. Meanwhile, in the hidden sound village, Orochimaru writhed on the ground, screaming in agony as if his body were burning from within. A silver-haired medic, wearing spectacles, struggled to alleviate his suffering but found no success. After completing the seal removal, Naruto ensured that the mark was no longer visible. He then lifted the paralysis seal, but Anko's body went into shock, causing her breathing to quicken. Acting swiftly, Naruto applied a medical seal, and after 10 minutes, her breathing stabilized, though she remained unconscious. He carefully dressed her and carried her to Iruka, who looked concerned. Naruto reassured him that the procedure had been successful and that she was merely asleep, asking Iruka to take her home while he tidied up, as he still had one more promise to fulfill. Once Iruka departed, Naruto re-entered the barrier, ensuring he infused some of the Kyuubi's chakra to avoid triggering any security alarms. He settled down and created a clone, which he sealed with paralysis before it nodded in understanding and dispersed. In Naruto's mindscape, he greeted the Kyuubi, asking if it was ready for freedom from its prison. The Kyuubi expressed eagerness, albeit with a hint of annoyance over the extra time it had spent sealed. Naruto explained that he had learned a quicker method of removal, which would be painful for him but much faster than the previous method. The Kyuubi acknowledged Naruto's growth and respect, explaining that he had deemed Naruto worthy since the death of his uncle. The darkness that had formed within Naruto upon awakening his Manjikyu Sharingan had dissipated when he resolved to honor his uncle's wishes instead of seeking revenge. The Kyuubi promised that it would share its name and more once it was free. With determination, Naruto prepared to release the Kyuubi. He exited his mindscape and began performing a rapid series of hand seals, executing the Uzumaki sealing technique for tailed beast removal. Lying on his back, he had the clone place the paralysis seal on him before it vanished. Pain surged through him as the Kyuubi was freed, and after 30 seconds, it stood before him in all its might. Grateful for the training grounds barrier, Naruto knew that otherwise, the chakra's presence would have drawn attention. As the paralysis seal wore off, Naruto felt pain throughout his body. The Kyuubi reveled in its newfound freedom and presented Naruto with 2 gifts. The first was a portion of its chakra, which Naruto was advised to handle carefully. He needed to separate the negative emotions within it before using it, which would grant him incredible speed and the ability to perform powerful techniques. The second gift was a healing ability that could be passed down to his future children. Finally, the Kyuubi revealed a scroll that appeared before Naruto, explaining that it was the fox summoning contract. The Kyuubi had been observing Naruto with the help of 3 foxes that emerged from the forest, one of which was entirely black with a red patch on its chest. The second fox had orange fur, but its paws were covered in white fur, and the tips of its 3 tails were also white. The final one, the one that always climbed into Naruto's lap to sleep, was still small enough to do so. It had red fur with a white patch on its chest, and its eyes were silver. The Kyuubi explained that these 3 summons had been watching Naruto and had deemed him worthy of knowing its name. It was now up to the foxes to decide if he was worthy of the fox contract. After 3 nods from the foxes, the scroll unrolled, and the Kyuubi instructed Naruto to prick his fingers and sign with blood, ensuring he had blood on all his fingertips for a handprint. Naruto followed the instructions, and the scroll then disappeared. Naruto asked what he should do next. The Kyuubi informed him that he needed to summon the boss of the foxes, assuring him that his chakra should be replenished by now. Naruto nodded, pricked his thumb, and performed the hand signs for the summoning jutsu. However, nothing happened. Frustration built within him, and he tried 3 more times. In a moment of exasperation, he yelled out his frustration, while the foxes, including the smallest one, laughed at him. The Kyuubi then revealed that it was already present, causing the laughter to intensify. Naruto's eyes twitched dangerously, reflecting his growing irritation. The Kyuubi continued, explaining that the foxes with him did not speak, but the smallest one would be able to talk as she grew. She would become his personal summon, but he needed to name her. The other two were messenger foxes, with the black fox preferring to work at night and the orange fox during the day. The Kyuubi, Kurama, welcomed Naruto Uchiha as the first person worthy of signing the fox contract and urged him to name his personal summon so she could return home. Naruto thought for a moment and finally decided on a name, looking at the fox Kit who was eagerly waiting for him to choose. He named her Scarlet, prompting a happy yip from the fox as she began to run around him joyfully. During this, Kurama noticed a small winged lizard creature that had been observing Naruto earlier. It made eye contact with Kurama, then looked back at Naruto, as if silently asking a question. Kurama nodded, and the creature vanished in a puff of smoke. Kurama mused that they wanted Naruto as a summoner as well and decided to grant them his blessing for the contract. Realizing he had limited time before he needed to be at the academy for team assignments and feeling sore from training, Naruto prepared to leave. Kurama chuckled and disappeared along with the other three foxes. Naruto gathered his belongings and used a technique to teleport home, too tired to move to his bed, so he slept on the couch. The next morning, he woke up at 7:30, took a shower, and dressed in his outfit. It resembled what Shisui wore, but Naruto's lacked the high collar and Uchiha clan symbol, which he refused to wear. He also didn't carry a sword on his back. His headband rested on his forehead, brushing his bangs aside, with two strands falling down the sides of his face. As he walked to the academy, he ignored the stares and glances directed at him. After 45 minutes, he arrived at the classroom, where Kiba immediately spoke up, calling him a loser and telling him to leave, prompting laughter from the other students. Sakura chimed in, reminding him that only one Uchiha had passed, and it was the best one at that. Ino added her taunts, suggesting that Naruto was following in his mother's footsteps. Before Irika could respond, Naruto calmly addressed the class, reminding them that they hadn't learned from the last time someone insulted his mother. He referenced Kiba's previous encounter that had landed him in the hospital. He then turned to Ino, suggesting that she might want to be the next example. He noted that Sakura and Ino were at the same skill level, barely qualifying as academy level. He clarified that he had passed yesterday but simply hadn't put on his headband yet. Turning to Irika, he apologized for being late, explaining that he had been training the night before and had overdone it. Irika nodded, but Ino and Sakura attempted to speak again, only to be interrupted by a kunai landing near their heads. Naruto coldly told them to shut up. Irika confirmed that Naruto had indeed passed, though he didn't know why he hadn't worn his headband. Before announcing the teams, he revealed the Rookie of the Year, which went to Sasuke Uchiha, eliciting cheers from his fangirls. Kunoichi of the Year was awarded to Sakura Haruno, who celebrated loudly. Naruto interjected, pointing out that Sakura only received the award due to academic favoritism, suggesting that Hinata deserved it instead. Sakura screamed at him to shut up, but Irika intervened, stating that Sakura was Kunoichi of the Year, regardless of the truth behind it. Finally, Irika announced that the dead last was Kiba Inuzuka, leaving Kiba bewildered at the title. That individual had slept through nearly every lesson, pointing at Naruto. Although Naruto had dozed off during class, his grades were still higher than those of his peers. In fact, it seemed he wasn't even trying. He excelled in all the physical tests, but his written test scores placed him in the middle of the class. As the instructor continued, he mentioned Team 1, but Teams 1 through 6 seemed irrelevant. When he reached Team 7, he listed Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uchiha. Sakura interrupted, exclaiming her excitement about true love prevailing over Ino. The instructor urged her to be quiet and continued, but Naruto's frustration was evident as he thought about being placed on a team with them. He felt a surge of energy, causing lightning to crackle behind him, which startled everyone nearby, except for Shikamaru and Choji, who were accustomed to his antics. Meanwhile, all the jonin waiting for the team assignments glanced at Hiruzen, who was visibly upset and repeatedly apologizing. Asuma Sarutobi, a bearded jonin, asked if he was alright, but Hiruzen expressed his distress and requested a stand-in for the following day, only to be met with shaking heads. After Naruto calmed down, Irika continued with the team assignments. Team 8 consisted of Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba. Team 9 was still in rotation, leading to Team 10, which included Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Ino complained about being paired with Choji and Shikamaru, while Choji protested that he wasn't fat. Shikamaru held him back with his shadow possession technique, as Ino's remarks about Choji's weight seemed particularly insensitive. Naruto, defending his friend, made a comment about Ino's lack of ninja skills and her choice of attire, which upset her. Irika intervened, reminding Naruto that his comments were uncalled for. Naruto retorted that Ino's insults were also unnecessary, insisting that he was merely standing up for Choji. He demanded to know who their Jonin sensei would be, expressing his need to check on Anko. Irika finally revealed that Team 7's Jonin sensei was Kakashi Hatake, Team 8's was Kurinai Yuhi, and Team 10's would be Asuma, who would arrive at noon. With that, Naruto quickly left the classroom, surprising everyone with his speed. Arriving at Anko's apartment, Naruto used the key she had given him for such occasions. He walked to her room and found her still asleep, sensing an umbu in the shadows. The umbu, known as Cat, seemed agitated. Naruto approached her cautiously, keeping his focus on Anko. Cat explained that some rogue umbu had attempted to harm Anko, but she had managed to eliminate 2 of them, while 1 had escaped. She handed Naruto a message from the Hokage, which he read with growing concern. It appeared to be a fake letter, as the Hokage had not assigned Cat any missions while she was supposed to be guarding Anko. Determined to get to the bottom of this, Naruto left to confront the Hokage, letter in hand. Upon arrival, he asked why Cat had been assigned a mission when she was meant to protect Anko. The Hokage confirmed that the letter was a forgery and that the mission it referenced had been completed the previous year. Naruto planned to inform Cat about the situation and requested that Hayate pack some clothes for him and Cat to stay at Anko's until she recovered. As he turned to leave, a mischievous grin spread across his face, causing the Hokage to sweat nervously. Naruto performed a hand sign and transformed into a striking woman, eliciting a dramatic reaction from the Hokage, who fainted from a nosebleed. After taking a few pictures, Naruto returned to his original form. The Hokage, recovering, warned him never to use that technique again. Naruto suggested that the Hokage might want to add his harem and reverse harem jutsu to the list of forbidden techniques, which left the Hokage momentarily speechless. When Naruto demonstrated the harem jutsu, the Hokage fainted again, overwhelmed by the sight of multiple figures surrounding him. Upon waking, he quickly classified these techniques as A and S rank kinjutsus. He then called for his secretary, Mina, who unexpectedly fell victim to the reverse harem jutsu, shocking Hiruzen, who had always known her to disapprove of such antics. This prompted him to label it as an SS rank kinjutsu. Finally, Naruto inquired about Mizuki's absence from the team assignments, learning that Mizuki had been caught attempting to steal the Forbidden Scroll and had faced consequences for his actions. It turned out that he was working for Hiruzen's former student, Orochimaru, who had given him the curse seal. He was supposed to deliver the Forbidden Scroll to join Orochimaru's ranks, but that plan was thwarted when he was executed. Hiruzen mentioned this before saying goodbye, reminding them not to forget about Hayate. The letter had been a fake, but Hiruzen had arranged for Hayate to come over later with some clothes for them to stay overnight until Anko woke up. He handed her about 100 medical seals that wouldn't cure Hayate's illness but would alleviate his pain and coughing. All Hayate had to do was place them on his chest, and the seals would activate, but he needed to change them monthly. After that, Hiruzen returned to the academy, where he found Kiba trying to impress Hinata, who was ignoring him. Shikamaru was asleep, Choji was munching on chips, and Shino sat quietly, nodding at Naruto, who returned the gesture. Sasuke was surrounded by his 2 most devoted fangirls, who were arguing about who would marry him. Naruto shook his head and joined Choji, who offered him some chips. Even after what he had said to her earlier, Sakura still fawned over Sasuke. Naruto thought it was unavoidable. They waited for about 10 more minutes until the Jonin senseis arrived. Asuma and Kurinai showed up simultaneously to pick up Teams 8, and Naruto noticed Kurinai had a slight limp and smirked knowingly, but she shot him a glare that warned him to be quiet. He simply smiled back as she left with her team, leaving him alone with Sasuke and Sakura, who was still pestering Sasuke about something. He eventually fell asleep and woke up 3 hours later when Kakashi finally arrived, prompting Sakura to shout that he was late. Kakashi introduced himself, stating that they were all idiots and instructed them to meet him on the roof in 5 minutes. When they arrived, he asked them to introduce themselves, sharing their likes, dislikes, and dreams. Sakura requested that Kakashi go first so they would know how it was done. Kakashi complied, sharing his name and a few likes and dislikes, but he kept his dreams to himself. Sakura thought it was disappointing that he had said so little. Kakashi then pointed at Sakura, urging her to go next. She introduced herself and blushed while mentioning her feelings for Sasuke, squealing about her dreams for the future. When asked about her dislikes, she exclaimed that she disliked Naruto and Ino. Kakashi moved on to Sasuke, who introduced himself with a serious demeanor, stating he had no likes or dislikes and that his goal was to restore his clan and confront a certain individual. Sakura thought he was incredibly cool, while Kakashi seemed impressed. Naruto, however, thought that Sasuke's ambition was reckless. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. He introduced himself, expressing his love for his precious people, his disdain for child abusers and other criminals, and his dream of finding someone taken from him as a child, becoming Hokage, and starting a family. Unfortunately, no one seemed to pay attention to him, but he didn't mind. Kakashi announced that they should meet at Training Ground 7 for their graduation exam at 7 a.m. Sakura was confused, thinking they were already genin, but Kakashi clarified that the previous test was just a hopeful exam and the real test would see 2/3 of the teams fail. He warned them not to eat breakfast, or they would throw up, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Sakura once again asked Sasuke out, but he refused, leading her to blame Naruto, who had already left. She decided to stalk Sasuke, or as she called it, watch over him from a distance. The next day, Naruto woke up late and quickly ate breakfast before leaving at 9:45 using Shunshin. When he arrived at Training Ground 7, Sakura yelled at him for being late, reminding him that Kakashi had asked them to be there by she swung her fist at him, but he leaned back, causing her to fall and complain about her dress getting ruined. 10 minutes later, Kakashi arrived, casually greeting them. Sakura scolded him for being late, to which Kakashi replied that he had to take a longer route because a black cat crossed his path. Sakura accused him of lying, while Naruto thought he recognized that cat. Kakashi then explained that they had until noon to collect 2 bells he produced, with the understanding that the one who failed to get a bell would be sent back to the academy. Sakura panicked, knowing she needed to secure a bell to stay on Sasuke's team, while Sasuke was determined to pass in order to confront his target. Naruto, lost in thought about someone he cared for, was jolted back to reality when Sakura yelled at him. Kakashi reminded them that whoever collected the bells could eat the bento boxes he had brought. As their stomachs growled, Naruto remained lost in his thoughts until Sakura yelled in his ear, causing him to react and backhand her to the ground. He told her to stop yelling, insisting it was unnecessary. Kakashi pointed out that Naruto had eaten breakfast, which led to a confrontation about whether he had followed Kakashi's suggestion not to eat. Naruto retorted, questioning if Kakashi would listen to a suggestion about making out with someone in green spandex. Kakashi thought about how he needed to get his ear checked, but the truth was he wanted to check on Anko and see how she was doing. He decided not to share that with the others. He told them they had 2 hours to complete the test, and then they vanished. As Kakashi scanned the area, he noticed Sakura hiding in the bushes to his left and Sasuke perched in a tree about 50 meters away. However, he couldn't sense or smell Naruto anywhere. Pulling out an orange book, he began walking through the forest. Sakura was busy setting up wires that would ensnare Naruto, allowing her to grab the bells and give one to Sasuke. She spoke aloud, unaware that Kakashi was right behind her. He called her name softly, and she turned around just as he placed her under a simple genjutsu, one she should easily break free from. Inside the genjutsu, Sakura found herself walking through the forest, looking around. Suddenly she saw Sasuke, but he appeared to be in distress, with multiple kunai embedded in his back. He called for her help before collapsing, causing Sakura to scream in panic. Back in the real world, Sakura's scream echoed as she fainted. Kakashi shook his head at her reaction and moved on to find Sasuke, curious about what he could do next. Sasuke, hearing Sakura's scream, assumed that Kakashi had already gotten to her. Kakashi reflected on the lesson about illusion skills that Sakura had learned in the academy, noting that she was supposed to be the best at breaking them. He thought to himself that this time she had failed. Sasuke, however, was determined to prove himself. He faced off against Kakashi, throwing shuriken that Kakashi deftly dodged. Sasuke then launched a kunai at a hidden rope, triggering a trap that sent more kunai flying toward Kakashi. Seizing the moment while Kakashi was distracted, Sasuke appeared behind him, attempting a heel kick to the side of his head. Kakashi blocked the kick and grabbed Sasuke's ankle, but Sasuke countered with a right hook that Kakashi also blocked. Sasuke took advantage of the opening and executed an overhead kick, forcing Kakashi to drop his guard just enough for Sasuke to touch one of the bells before Kakashi jumped back. Sasuke began forming hand signs, surprising Kakashi with his ability to use jutsu. He unleashed a fireball toward Kakashi, but after a few moments, Kakashi had vanished. Sasuke looked around, confused, until he was suddenly pulled into the ground by a hand that emerged from below, leaving only his head visible. Kakashi's voice echoed, reminding Sasuke that ninjutsu was a skill he had yet to master fully. He acknowledged that while Sasuke was different from the others, being different did not equate to being better. With that, Kakashi moved on, searching for Naruto. He found Naruto at the memorial stone, critiquing the food Kakashi had brought. Naruto complained about the dry, unappetizing meal, likening it to cardboard. When he noticed Kakashi behind him, he asked what Kakashi wanted. Kakashi informed him that he was in the middle of a test with only 10 minutes left and had yet to attempt to get a bell. Naruto shrugged, asking if he could have a bell, to which Kakashi simply replied no. Naruto claimed he had tried, dismissing the seriousness of the test. Kakashi insisted that Naruto needed to put in real effort. Naruto retorted that the test was a farce, pointing out the council's influence over Kakashi's decisions regarding training Sasuke. He claimed that even if they failed, the council would find a way to pass them. He also mentioned that he had freed Sakura from the genjutsu, believing the test was nearly over. A few minutes later, the three of them sat together, with Naruto tied to a post. Kakashi declared that they had all failed because they had not looked beneath the surface, revealing that the true goal of the test was teamwork. Sasuke attempted to attack Kakashi, but Kakashi moved with lightning speed, pinning him to the ground. He warned them that they were still inexperienced and would struggle in the shinobi world. He issued a chilling ultimatum, suggesting that Sakura would have to choose between Naruto and Sasuke's lives. After releasing Sasuke, Kakashi explained the significance of the memorial stone, which bore the names of shinobi who had died in battle or while protecting the village. He then offered Sasuke and Sakura a second chance, providing them with a bento box, but denying Naruto any food. Kakashi vanished, but Naruto sensed him lurking in the trees. Sasuke and Sakura debated whether to share their food with Naruto. Ultimately, Sasuke offered Naruto some of his meal, and Sakura, eager to impress Sasuke, did the same. Kakashi appeared, visibly displeased, reminding them that he had forbidden them from feeding Naruto. He demanded an explanation for their disobedience. Sasuke defended their actions, stating that they were a team and needed Naruto at full strength to face Kakashi. Sakura echoed his sentiment, emphasizing their unity. Naruto nodded, silently hoping for the test to conclude. Kakashi, considering their response, ultimately declared that they had passed. He reminded them that those who abandon their mission are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. With that, he left to report their success. Sasuke departed, followed closely by Sakura, while Naruto activated his manjikyu to escape the ropes and began his training. Kakashi arrived just as the Jonin for Team 6 reported their team's failure. He announced that Team 7 had passed, prompting everyone to look at him in surprise. Hiruzen simply asked for an explanation. Kakashi noted that Sakura had struggled with the genjutsu and was more concerned about Sasuke than her own performance. He assessed Sasuke as being at a high genin level, possibly low chunin, as he had managed to touch one of the bells. However, he remarked that Naruto had not even tried, having asked for a bell without making any effort. He spent most of the time criticizing the food, claiming it was as good as cardboard, which caused Kurenai to burst into laughter. She explained that Naruto's cooking skills were shaped by the Ichirakus, who took food preparation very seriously. She had tasted some of Naruto's dishes at Ichiraku's, and they were surprisingly good. Everyone nodded in agreement, well aware of the Ichiraku's reputation for food. Kurenai continued, noting that Team 8 had passed their evaluation. Shino had led the team with a clever plan involving his bugs to trap her, while Hinata sealed her chakra points, and Kiba delivered the final blow. Although Kiba initially protested with a nonsensical plan, he eventually agreed with Shino's strategy after Hinata supported it. Kurenai assessed Shino's skills, comparing him to Sasuke but noting his over-reliance on his bugs, which would leave him vulnerable in a taijutsu fight. She believed Hinata should be at mid-chunin level due to her training, but her lack of confidence kept her at mid-genin. Kiba, on the other hand, was a high-genin, low-chunin, but his antics with girls were something she felt needed addressing. Asuma chimed in, mentioning that Team 10 had also passed. He found it baffling that Ino, the heir to the Yamanaka clan, was so similar to Sakura, though Choji and Shikamaru were both at high-genin level. Hiruzen dismissed the Jonin, wishing them good luck as they left his office. He was soon left alone with his book until Mina entered, smiling and pushing a cart loaded with stacks of paperwork. The Hokage sighed, wishing he had never taken the position again. Meanwhile, Naruto stopped at Ichiraku's, chatting with them for about 20 minutes while enjoying some ramen. He ordered the Anko special to go, which included 20 sticks of dango, an extra-large bowl of red bean soup, and a bottle of sake. After paying and saying goodbye, he started toward Anko's apartment. However, he sensed a chakra signature following him. To shake off his pursuer, he ducked into an alley, suppressed his chakra, and leaped onto the roof. To his surprise, it was Hinata following him, looking confused when he vanished from her sight. He thought to himself about how he seemed to have a fangirl now, reminiscent of Sakura and Ino's antics with Sasuke. As he watched her leave, he used the Shunshin technique to reach Anko's apartment. Unlocking the door, he was shocked to find Kurenai, Hana, Irika, Hiruzen, and Yugao in casual clothes. Anko was awake on the couch, and upon seeing Naruto, she rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight hug and expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Hiruzen decided to break the silence, asking why everyone was gathered. Anko responded by asking why he was there, reminding him of his paperwork. The Hokage explained that he was just a shadow clone, with the original still at the office, ready to absorb the clone's memories once it dispersed. Naruto quipped about the Hokage's use of shadow clones for tasks, leading to laughter among the group. Moments later, the clone dispersed, and a loud exclamation from Hiruzen echoed throughout the village. Before Hiruzen could knock at Anko's apartment, Naruto opened the door with a smug smile, confirming that he had known about the clone. Hiruzen inquired why he hadn't been informed, to which Naruto replied that he hadn't been asked, prompting more laughter. Kurenai then asked Anko why everyone was present. Anko revealed that she had a boyfriend and kissed Irika, causing Kurenai, Yugao, and Hana to squeal in delight. She then pulled her hair into a high ponytail and lowered her shirt slightly, prompting curiosity from everyone except Irika and Naruto. When Hana questioned what was so special about her shoulder, Yugao noticed something and exclaimed in disbelief that Anko's cursed seal was gone. Anko explained what had happened 2 nights prior, detailing her meeting with Irika and the removal of the cursed seal. Noticing the takeout bag in Naruto's hand, Anko asked what he had brought. He revealed it was the Anko special from Ichiraku's, and she eagerly dug in. After spending a few more hours together, everyone prepared to leave. As Kurenai was about to exit, Naruto called out to her, asking if she could talk to Hinata about her behavior. He expressed that her following him around was becoming overwhelming, as he had already told her he wasn't interested. Kurenai promised to speak with Hinata, explaining that she had encouraged her to pursue Naruto, not realizing he had already expressed disinterest. She agreed to address the situation the next day. Naruto thanked her and playfully reminded her to tell Asuma to use protection before vanishing just as Kunai flew where his head had been. Everyone thought this would be just another genin getting a few scrapes, but to their shock, a field of flowers appeared, and they began running in slow motion until Tora leaped into Naruto's arms. He expressed his joy over Tora, reminiscing about the cat's playful antics, shedding anime-style tears while hugging her, which made Tora purr happily. However, the cheerful moment was interrupted by a loud shout of "youth" in the background, causing the sun to shine even brighter, leading to an entire block of people fainting along the street. This had happened 3 times already, and the genjutsu responsible was recorded in a forbidden scroll alongside Might Guy and Rock Lee's Sunset Genjutsu. The combination of these genjutsu was classified as SS rank in the scroll. What frustrated Naruto was the favoritism shown by his sensei over the past 2 months. Although he didn't need the help, he felt that the man could have at least tried to assist him or Sakura. After 2 months, Naruto stopped calling him sensei, especially after witnessing the private lessons given to Sasuke, whose development he found unimpressive. Naruto guessed that Sasuke would only begin copying jutsus with his Sharingan once he awakened it. Meanwhile, Naruto had yet to reveal any skills or his own Sharingan to them. Now, Team 7 was returning from another D-rank mission, Naruto's favorite, the Tora mission. He announced their return while petting Tora. Sakura, irritated, scolded him to show the Hokage some respect, but Tora hissed at her, causing Sakura to back off. Hiruzen chuckled at Naruto, explaining that he allowed Naruto to call him that because he considered him like a grandson. He then acknowledged the completion of the Tora rescue mission. Suddenly, a plump woman, recognized as the Fire Daimyo's wife, entered and grabbed Tora, squeezing her tightly. She exclaimed how much she missed Tora and urged her to stop running away. Sakura thought about how the woman was treating the cat, while the Sandaime considered the implications of this behavior on future Tora missions. Kakashi pondered why Sasuke hadn't unlocked his Sharingan yet, suspecting he might have during the massacre but was unable to reactivate it. Naruto interrupted their thoughts, demanding to know what the woman was doing. He took Tora from her grasp, asserting that respect is earned, not given, and warned her that she was hurting Tora. He expressed concern that Tora hadn't been taken to the vet for injuries and suggested that her squeezing might be the reason for the daimyo's reluctance in their relationship. He then decided to take Tora to the vet. At the Inazuka compound, he asked Hana for a checkup on Tora. After a brief examination, Hana reported that Tora had bruised ribs and a slightly misaligned spine, but minor surgery and a month of rest would help. Tora screeched at the mention of surgery, prompting Naruto to suggest placing an animal medical seal on her instead, which would heal her in about 10 minutes. Hana was surprised and asked if she could have some of those seals for their Nin-ken after missions. Naruto agreed but warned that they wouldn't work on broken bones. He explained how he had set up a system at his complex for injured animals to receive treatment without needing to climb stairs. As he unsealed a large scroll and applied a medical tag to Tora, she purred at the feeling of the healing chakra. He handed the scroll to Hana, containing about 200 medical tags and instructions for making them. He promised to return to build the compartment for the animals and headed back to the mission office to confront the daimyo's wife. Upon returning, Naruto glared at the woman and informed her about the injuries Tora had sustained. He made it clear that while he wouldn't take Tora away from her, she needed to treat the cat gently and stop dressing her in ridiculous outfits. He also suggested getting Tora a male cat since she only left the palace when in heat, and lamented that the village cats were not suitable. Naruto had just finished a conversation with the wife of the Fire Daimyo, who had been impressed by his courage. She promised to keep an eye on him and hinted that he might receive a recruitment letter if he performed well in the upcoming Chunin exams. As she left, she waved goodbye to him, and everyone except Sasuke looked at Naruto in shock, amazed that he had spoken so boldly to someone of such high status. The 2 Chunin present knelt before him, expressing their gratitude for his efforts and placing a makeshift crown on his head, dubbing him the king of the Tora missions. Even Sasuke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the spectacle. Once the commotion settled, Hiruzen asked Kakashi if he was taking on another mission that day. Kakashi nodded, and Hiruzen began listing some mundane tasks, but Sakura interrupted, demanding a higher-ranked mission. In response, Naruto discreetly placed a silencing seal on her neck, much to Hiruzen's relief. Naruto suggested they take a C-rank mission, arguing that it would be relatively safe. However, Hiruzen stood firm, stating that he couldn't allow them to embark on a C-rank mission just 2 months after graduating from the academy. Sasuke looked ready to protest, but Naruto gestured for him to remain quiet. Naruto then revealed some incriminating photos of Hiruzen, which prompted the Hokage to reconsider. With a reluctant agreement, Hiruzen allowed Team 7 to take on a C-rank mission, but just then, Team 8 entered the room. Kurenai, surprised, learned that her team would also be joining the mission. Hiruzen explained that he had been presented with compelling evidence, which made the decision easier. As Tazuna, the client, arrived, he expressed his doubts about the team's abilities, making disparaging comments about each member. He even made an inappropriate suggestion to Kurenai, which caused Naruto to intervene just in time to prevent a confrontation. Hiruzen quickly dismissed everyone, stating that the mission would start the next day. The following morning, everyone was punctual except for Naruto, who arrived an hour late, surrounded by a group of animals. He explained that he had been busy caring for them and had prepared everything they needed for the mission. Kurenai smiled at the sight, appreciating Naruto's kindness toward the strays. Kiba couldn't resist mocking Naruto, calling him a street rat for needing the animals. Sakura joined in, but Sasuke merely smirked, causing Sakura to fawn over him. Kurenai noticed Naruto preparing hand seals and quickly stopped him, shaking her head. He sighed and used a technique to leave the group, heading toward Wave Country. It took them an hour to catch up with him, only to find him tying up two rogue shinobi known as the Demon Brothers of the Mist. The shock on everyone's faces was evident, except for Kurenai, who remained calm, while Kakashi and Sasuke looked furious. Kakashi began to scold Naruto for acting recklessly, concerned for his safety. Kurenai considered the situation, contemplating whether to write Naruto up or have him suspended from the ninja program. Before she could voice her thoughts, Naruto interrupted, expressing his frustration with Kakashi. He pointed out that Kakashi's anger stemmed from not being able to see Sasuke in action, accusing him of only acting disciplinary because another Jonin was present. He suggested that Kakashi saw a younger version of himself in Sasuke and implied that Sakura's mother had some influence over Kakashi. When Kakashi remained silent, Naruto continued, criticizing the well-respected shinobi for being easily swayed. After Tazuna shared his story, the group decided to continue their journey and set up camp for the night. Naruto sat by a river, feeling Kurenai approach. He remained still, knowing she could enter the invisible barrier he had created. He sensed Hinata watching from the trees, unable to breach the barrier. Kurenai surprised him by sitting down next to him and wrapping her arm around him in a comforting hug, which Hinata observed with disappointment. Kurenai asked if he was okay, noting his earlier outburst. Naruto replied that he needed to vent to prevent darkness from taking root inside him as he worked to master the Kyuubi chakra. Kurenai inquired about the process, and Naruto explained that the Kyuubi's chakra was filled with hate and anger, requiring him to separate those feelings to gain control. He warned that any darkness within him could overpower him, leading to his demise. Confused, Kurenai requested more details. With a sigh, Naruto recounted his experience with the Kyuubi, the truth behind the attack, and how he had gained the fox contract. Kurenai listened in awe, feeling a sense of pride for her younger brother. She asked him to summon a fox as proof of the contract. Naruto complied, performing hand signs and summoning his personal fox, Scarlet, who was sleeping. Kurenai was delighted by the sight, and they spent another hour talking before Naruto dropped the barrier and they continued their journey. The next morning, Naruto warned Kurenai that Zabuza from the hidden mist would be waiting for them, accompanied by an apprentice. She informed Kakashi, and a few days later, Zabuza arrived. What should have been an easy 2-on-1 encounter turned chaotic when Kakashi inadvertently hindered Kurenai, resulting in both of them being trapped in a water prison. Kakashi urged the others to flee, but Kurenai remained focused on her breathing, devising an escape plan. As Zabuza created 10 water clones, Kiba and Sasuke rushed to engage them but were quickly overwhelmed. Seeing this, Naruto sighed and threw 2 kunai at the clones, while a third kunai with an explosive tag fell into the water. Kurenai braced herself as the 2 kunai multiplied into 50, destroying all the water clones. The explosion disrupted Zabuza's control over the water prison, freeing Kakashi and Kurenai. Kurenai leaped to shore as Kakashi and Zabuza mirrored each other in hand signs, unleashing their water dragon jutsu. The two dragons collided, and Kakashi executed another set of hand signs that Naruto mirrored, summoning a giant whirlpool that crashed into Zabuza, sending him crashing into a tree. Zabuza, recovering, questioned how Kakashi had used his jutsu before him, wondering if he could see the future. Kakashi replied that Zabuza's future was death, charging at him to finish the fight. However, he jumped back as two Senbon struck Zabuza in the neck, causing him to collapse. Kakashi checked for a pulse and confirmed Zabuza's demise, covering his Sharingan. Suddenly, a figure in a Hunter-nin mask appeared at Zabuza's side, thanking Kakashi for the distraction and claiming Zabuza's sword and body. With that, the ninja vanished, taking Zabuza with him. Naruto exchanged a knowing look with Kurinai, who shook her head in disbelief. Kakashi commended Sasuke and Kiba for their teamwork and praised Sakura, Hinata, and Shino for protecting the client. He then informed Naruto that he would face suspension upon their return to the village for disobeying orders again. Naruto dismissed Kakashi's words, suggesting that his former Jounin sensei would be disappointed in him. Kakashi charged at Naruto, but he dodged and struck a pressure point in Kakashi's back, temporarily paralyzing him. Sakura shouted at Naruto to apologize, but he retorted harshly, shocking Kurinai with his disrespectful words. She realized that Naruto, who usually respected women, had crossed a line. Concerned, she thought about the need to remove him from the team. With Kakashi incapacitated, Kurinai took charge, ready to lead the group forward. Tazuna asked how much further they had to go until they reached Wave. Kurinai replied that they should arrive in about 30 minutes if they stayed on their current path, as a small boat would take them the rest of the way. Kurinai then instructed Kiba to carry Kakashi while Tazuna led the way. As they walked, they reached Wave, and had they moved faster, they might have encountered a squad of Kumo shinobi, including a certain blonde who had just finished delivering. Client after the wreckage refused to assist the struggling country but had agreed to escort him back. Naruto gazed at the unfinished bridge, which appeared enormous. He estimated it would take another 2 to 3 weeks to complete. His thoughts were interrupted when Sakura shouted at him to stop daydreaming and get moving, calling him a fool. In response, Naruto yelled back, telling her to stop yelling in his ear, and walked away without caring. Kurinai stopped him, pointing out that he was heading the wrong way, as Tazuna had indicated his house was in the opposite direction. Naruto assured her he would meet them later, explaining that he could easily find them since he was a sensor type. He planned to gather information about Gato by exploring the village. Kurinai nodded and reminded him to return by 8 p.m., giving him 4 hours to gather as much information as possible. He then walked away as the others continued to the house. Meanwhile, Samui was leaping through the trees with her team when she suddenly stopped, thinking she heard a familiar name but dismissed it as her imagination. A red-haired girl on her team asked what was wrong, and Samui replied that she thought she heard something but suggested they keep going. A light blonde-haired boy teased Karui about worrying too much about Samui instead of her own development, prompting Karui to punch him in the stomach. Their Jounin sensei, with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, reminded them they needed to return to Kumo and praised Samui for her performance on missions. She noted that if they continued to excel, the Reikage might promote them to Chunin. The team agreed and took off, but Samui lingered a moment longer, pulling out her half of a yin-yang necklace and looking at Naruto's name on it. A tear fell from her eye, but she quickly wiped it away, putting on her stoic expression before catching up with her team. As Naruto walked through the Wave village, he was struck by the poverty surrounding him. The shops were barely standing and food was scarce. He continued until he noticed some of Gato's goons attempting to intimidate a woman and her daughter, who appeared to be around 14 or 15. Rushing over, he intervened just as they attempted to assault the two. He kicked the goons away, and they quickly stood up to charge at him. Naruto took them down effortlessly, tying them up and instructing the woman and her daughter to leave and go home. They nodded in gratitude before departing. Naruto then activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, using Tsukuyomi to extract the information he needed in mere seconds. Afterward, he used a small fireball jutsu to dispose of the thugs. He continued exploring the village, gathering a layout of the area. Before leaving, he created clones that visited every house, delivering bentos and blankets to keep the villagers warm at night. He stored the food in a large storage scroll on his wrists, ensuring it remained fresh with a special seal. In each house, he left a note that simply stated Gato would be no more in a week. The villagers were initially confused but held on to hope that the message was true as they consumed the bentos, each family receiving enough food for 2 weeks. Upon reaching Tazuna's house, Hinata opened the door for him, and he entered without saying a word. He sat down and shared his findings with Kurinai, who nodded in understanding. Looking around, he noticed Tazuna asleep in a chair, Shino sitting alone in a corner, and Kiba likely upstairs with Kakashi. He sensed their chakra and confirmed his suspicions. Sakura was, as usual, fawning over Sasuke, who had awakened his Sharingan again, though he only had one tomo in each eye. Naruto thought it was amusing. Hinata, surprised, was sneaking glances at him. Tsunami then emerged, greeting him, followed by her son Inari, who burst in, yelling at the ninjas about their lack of understanding regarding struggle and how Gato and his goons would harm them. Naruto stood up and told Inari to put on his shoes and come with him, adopting a no-nonsense tone. Inari, frightened, complied, while Tsunami attempted to intervene, but Kurinai assured her that Inari would be fine. Reluctantly, Tsunami returned to cooking dinner. As they walked, Naruto spoke with Inari about his life. Inari recounted how Kaiza had tried to stand up to Gato and had been killed in front of the village. Naruto took Inari around the village, showing him how others lived compared to his own situation. He explained that while Inari might feel he had it bad, there were always those worse off. He shared that he never complained about life and refused to let his past dictate his future. He assured Inari that Gato would no longer be a problem soon, emphasizing that Gato had attempted to harm villagers but had not succeeded yet. He added that the next time Gato showed his face, it would be the last. With a teasing smirk, he suggested that Inari might want to say hello to a girl he was staring at, causing Inari to blush deeply and rush home. Naruto laughed and informed the girl of Inari's home, encouraging her to visit him. Upon returning to the house, Inari ignored his mother and dashed up to his room. Naruto entered shortly after, holding a cookbook in his hand. Kurinai spoke to Naruto, but he decided to have a little fun with her. She asked him what he had said to Inari, wondering why the boy had run to his room so suddenly. Naruto feigned ignorance, prompting Kurinai to lightly punch him on the head, causing him to fall to the ground. She insisted that she knew he had hurt her. Reluctantly, he admitted that he had told Inari to say hi to a girl, which made the boy blush and rush home. He was about to elaborate further when Kurinai placed her hand over his mouth, anticipating his next words. Naruto then mentioned that he was going to take a shower and asked Kurinai if she could handle things while he was busy. He glanced at Hinata, who understood and waited for him to finish. A couple of minutes later, the shower was running, and Hinata activated her Byakugan, feeling frustrated that she couldn't see him in the shower for some reason. Kurinai noticed her expression and sighed. She invited Hinata outside to discuss something important. Once outside, Kurinai got straight to the point, telling Hinata that she needed to stop following Naruto around. She explained that Naruto had already told her he didn't have romantic feelings for her. Hinata protested, insisting that she was just looking out for him and that he must like her since he had saved her from bullies when they were younger. Kurinai took a step back, trying to maintain her distance. Kurinai clarified that Naruto actually liked someone else. She reassured Hinata that Naruto was a nice kid who handled situations calmly and didn't want to upset her father. When Hinata pressed for details about who Naruto liked, Kurinai admitted she didn't know, as Naruto had only confided in 2 people, Anko and another individual whose identity remained a mystery. With that, Kurinai returned to the house, leaving Hinata to ponder her words. Inside, Kurinai noticed that Shino was missing and inquired about his whereabouts. Tsunami informed her that Naruto had taken Shino to the dock at the back of the house. Kurinai looked out the window and spotted the 2 boys sitting on the dock, but she couldn't hear their conversation, knowing that Naruto had likely set up a privacy barrier. A few minutes earlier, Naruto had finished his shower and dressed in shorts and a shirt for bed. He sensed Kurinai outside with Hinata, likely still discussing matters. Sakura was still with Sasuke, who appeared to be drained of chakra after using his Sharingan. Naruto thought to himself that Sasuke had brought this on himself. Noticing Shino's uncertain chakra, Naruto approached him and asked if they could talk by the dock. Shino nodded, and they made their way there. Once seated, Naruto quickly established a privacy barrier to ensure their conversation remained private. He asked Shino what was bothering him, noting the turmoil in his chakra. Shino explained that his Kikaichi bugs were not syncing with his body type, which was a unique problem for his clan. He expressed his uncertainty about how to resolve it, as there was no established method to help him. Naruto considered this and proposed creating a seal that could hold the bugs inside his body while maintaining a suitable temperature for them. He suggested that Shino could channel chakra to release the seal during battles, allowing the bugs to emerge when needed. Shino appeared thoughtful, intrigued by the idea. After some discussion, Shino agreed to try it and asked how long it would take. Naruto estimated that he could complete the seal in about 3 days, provided Shino gathered the necessary plants to create an environment that resembled a small forest for the bugs. He also suggested adding another feature to control the climate within the seal. Shino was taken aback by the complexity of Naruto's plan but remained composed. He thanked Naruto for his help and promised to collect what he could. Naruto assured him it was no trouble, and they dropped the privacy barrier before heading back inside. As Naruto entered the house, he felt a wave of disgust wash over him when he saw Sasuke asleep with Sakura beside him. He quickly closed the door and went downstairs, where he found Kurinai sitting on the couch. He joined her, and she asked if he was having trouble sleeping. Naruto replied that he had just seen Sakura with Sasuke, and Kurinai's expression shifted to one of shock. She couldn't believe what he had just revealed. Naruto continued, explaining that it seemed Sakura had learned some things from her mother, which left Kurinai speechless. Naruto then mentioned that he thought Hinata might be struggling with some psychological issues, as her mood swings had become quite apparent during their conversation. Naruto informed Kurinai that he had told someone about his feelings for another girl, which caused her to react with curiosity. She pressed him for details, but he only revealed that Anko and one other person were aware of his feelings. He speculated about the possibility of the girl finding out who else knew, wondering if she might confront Anko. Kurinai reassured him that she wasn't worried about that, explaining that the girl in question was quite skilled in combat, comparable to a mid-level jonin, with exceptional accuracy and speed. She noted that this girl could hold her own against the gentle fist style, making her a formidable opponent. Naruto then revealed the name of the girl he loved, Samui. Kurinai was surprised but listened intently as he shared the story of their connection, feeling empathy for him. Just then, they noticed Sakura sneaking into the kitchen. She attempted to discreetly clean the sink but was caught by Naruto, who teased her about her actions. Embarrassed, she retreated to her room, leaving Kurinai and Naruto to share a quiet laugh before heading to bed. The next morning, Naruto joined everyone at the breakfast table, where an awkward silence hung in the air. He decided to break the ice by asking Sasuke about his sleep, to which Sasuke replied affirmatively. Naruto then turned to Sakura, inquiring about her night as well. Sasuke chimed in, claiming to feel a sense of relief after a good night's sleep, prompting Naruto to joke about her needing to express herself more openly. Kurinai struggled to contain her laughter until Inari entered, sharing a humorous complaint about a strange noise he heard the previous night. The room erupted in laughter, with Sakura blushing and trying to hide her face. After the laughter subsided, Kakashi arrived with news about Zabuza's condition, stating that he was still alive but would take time to recover. He informed them that Team 7 would be training in tree climbing, except for Naruto, who was assigned to guard the bridge. Naruto accepted this without protest. Later, during his guard duty, he completed the first part of a seal for Shino. Once home, he told Kurinai about his plan to train in the forest, where he focused on enhancing his lightning affinity. After hours of training, he managed to keep a light bulb lit for 7 minutes before falling asleep. The next morning, a hunter named Haku stumbled upon him while gathering herbs. As she approached, Naruto warned her against making any sudden moves. Haku feigned innocence, expressing concern for his health. They exchanged names, and Haku shared that she was collecting herbs for a sick friend. Naruto expressed his hope for her friend's recovery and explained that he was training and had chosen to sleep outside. Their conversation turned to their motivations for fighting, with Naruto stating he fought to protect his loved ones. Haku acknowledged this, believing that true strength comes from having someone precious to protect. She bid him farewell and hurried back to her hideout. A week later, the day of Zabuza's anticipated attack arrived. Naruto remained behind to protect the house, where he quickly dealt with some thugs sent by Gato. Leaving clones to guard the house, he made his way to the bridge, where he found Kurenai visibly frustrated. Kakashi was struggling against Zabuza, leaving Kurenai to protect the client alongside Shino, Hinata, and a distracted Sakura. Naruto handed Kurenai a silencing seal for Sakura, who continued to chatter about Sasuke. When Kurenai asked why he was there, Naruto explained his encounter with the thugs and his decision to come help. He then rushed to assist Kakashi, using his speed to catch Haku off guard as she prepared to attack Sasuke and Kiba. Seizing the moment, he struck her, breaking her mask and knocking the wind out of her. In a surprising move, he threw her through her own ice mirrors, leaving her defeated against the bridge. As Naruto prepared to finish the confrontation, he heard the sound of birds chirping and saw Zabuza pinned down by a pack of dogs, with Kakashi charging toward him. Haku, desperate to save Zabuza, used an ice mirror to intervene but tragically fell victim to Kakashi's Chidori. Zabuza was preparing to attack again when Gato suddenly appeared. He looked at his men with a smirk, mocking Zabuza for failing to complete his task. Gato's gaze shifted to the lifeless body of Haku, and he noticed Naruto standing protectively beside her. In a hushed tone, Gato whispered a name that sent a chill through the air. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Gato found himself restrained, unable to move. A voice echoed around him, declaring dominance over the illusion. The voice demanded the secrets to Gato's hidden treasures, but Gato defiantly refused to comply. The voice warned him that for the next 3 days, he would face the consequences of his actions, while only a few seconds would pass in the real world. As time passed in the illusion, Gato eventually broke under the pressure, revealing everything he knew. When the illusion ended, Naruto deactivated his Manjikyu Sharingan, and Gato collapsed in defeat. In a swift motion, Naruto ended Gato's life, but the chaos did not stop there. The remaining thugs and mercenaries launched their attack. Zabuza, unable to use his arms, called out to Naruto, who tossed him a kunai. With precision, Zabuza caught it in his mouth and fought valiantly, taking down his enemies despite the wounds he sustained. As he fell to the ground, he called out to Naruto, asking for help to remove the weapons embedded in his back. Naruto complied, carefully extracting the blades and carrying Zabuza to Haku's side. Tears streamed down Zabuza's face as he mourned Haku's loss. He expressed his deep regret for the life she had been forced into, wishing she could have experienced a normal childhood filled with love and happiness. He recounted their past, how he had tried to protect her from the horrors of their world, and how she had become like a daughter to him. With a heavy heart, he declared his love for her, knowing he would never see her again. In his final moments, Zabuza instructed Naruto to lift his sword, the Kubikure Bocho. Naruto did so effortlessly, earning Zabuza's approval. Zabuza passed away, content that he had fought bravely until the end. Hours later, Naruto stood at the graves of Haku and Zabuza, the sword resting on his shoulder as he vowed to honor Zabuza's legacy. Returning to the village, Naruto was met with cheers and celebrations. The villagers insisted on building a statue in his honor for defeating Gato, and Naruto negotiated for Zabuza to receive one as well. The villagers agreed, holding a moment of silence for the fallen warrior who had once been feared but was now remembered as a hero. As the festivities continued, Naruto had one more task to complete. He located Gato's mansion and discovered a safe filled with ill-gotten gains. After signing the necessary papers to take control of Gato's shipping company, he severed ties with the criminal underworld. Among the treasures, he found a journal containing information that needed to be reported to the Hokage. After freeing the women who had been held captive in the mansion, Naruto set an explosive tag on the building, ensuring it would be destroyed. As he walked away, the mansion erupted in flames, and the villagers celebrated the sight. In the days that followed, Naruto and his friends completed the bridge, and the statue of Zabuza and Naruto was unveiled. It depicted them standing back to back, a symbol of their strength and camaraderie. As they prepared to leave the village, Naruto received a heartfelt farewell, filled with hugs and affection from the villagers, much to the amusement of his friends. Hinata, however, was less than pleased with the attention he received. Kiba felt a twinge of jealousy, muttering about how the ladies should be pursuing a true alpha like him. Meanwhile, Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, who was once again activating and deactivating his one-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi, lost in thought, contemplated his own interests and how to retrieve the sword from Naruto. Tazuna then spoke up, expressing his gratitude. He mentioned that they couldn't thank the group enough for their assistance. Once they were back on their feet, he planned to establish an alliance between Wave and the Leaf, as they were the only ones willing to help. Other villages had turned them away, with only the Raikage sending a Genin team and a Jonin to escort their messenger back at no cost. Tazuna offered to help with anything they needed before their departure. Kakashi quickly responded that they needed to leave, as they had a long journey ahead. However, Naruto interjected, stating there were two things he needed. Kakashi insisted they didn't have time for distractions, emphasizing the importance of completing their mission and reporting to the Hokage. Tazuna, ignoring Kakashi, asked what Naruto needed. Naruto requested Tazuna and Tsunami to step forward. They complied, curious about what he had in mind. Naruto unsealed a scroll and handed it to Tazuna, explaining that it contained every single Ryo-Gato had from all his businesses, both legal and illegal. He warned Tazuna to take it to the bank before opening it, as it held a substantial amount of money, approximately 2.5 billion Ryo, which would help their country recover. Naruto then pulled out another scroll, revealing transfer papers for Gato's shipping company. He asked Tsunami to sign the papers before explaining further. Trusting him, she signed. Naruto explained that these were business transfer papers he had found during his raid on Gato's mansion. He had added his name to the documents, making Tsunami the new owner of the shipping company. He assured her that he had put an end to any illegal activities associated with it, confident she would manage the business well. Tsunami hugged him tightly, tears of gratitude in her eyes, which caused some of the men present to feel envious. She promised to take care of the business as best she could, and Naruto expressed his belief in her abilities. Before they departed, he wished Inari good luck with his girlfriend, leaving both kids blushing. As they journeyed back to Konoha, Naruto struggled to control his emotions, nearly revealing his Sharingan and casting a genjutsu on everyone except Kurinai, Shino, and Hinata. Kiba boasted about Zabuza's supposed failures, claiming he wouldn't have met the same fate. In response, Naruto threw the sword at Kiba's head in a manner reminiscent of Zabuza, narrowly missing him. Sasuke bragged about having his Sharingan before Naruto, who hinted at possessing his own by stating he didn't need it to prove his strength, a comment only caught by Kurinai and Shino. Sakura clung to Sasuke, asking him out on dates, while Kakashi scolded Naruto for his behavior and defended Zabuza's sword, receiving only a dismissive response from Naruto. Kurinai approached Naruto and whispered her intention to request a team transfer between him and Kiba when they returned. He nodded in agreement as she moved on. They reached Konoha in about 2 days, as they didn't have a civilian with them, and headed to the mission's office to submit their report. Kakashi attempted to downplay Naruto's contributions, but Kurinai, Shino, and Hinata stood up for him. After the report was finalized, the Hokage dismissed them, but Kurinai spoke up, requesting the team transfer between Kiba and Naruto. The Hokage considered the mission reports, noting the DSF and CTN within Team 7, where Sasuke and Sakura contributed little while Naruto did most of the work. He also recalled Kurinai's reports about Kiba's attempts to pursue Hinata, which had led to numerous confrontations with his mother and sister. Ultimately, he made his decision. He agreed to the transfer, instructing Kurinai to sign the papers, which she did, along with Kakashi, who was distracted. The Hokage declared the transfer official, surprising Kakashi, who protested that he was the only one capable of training them in the Sharingan. The Hokage countered that the team was a ticking time bomb and decided to replace Naruto with Kiba. With that, he dismissed everyone. Before leaving, Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and asked her to come with him. She nodded, and he used a shunshin to transport them away, leaving Kurenai hoping he wouldn't hurt her. They arrived atop the Hokage monument, where Naruto addressed Hinata. He acknowledged her conversation with Kurenai and assured her that it would never happen. When she opened her mouth to respond, he cut her off, explaining that he had never harbored romantic feelings for her. He clarified that while he had saved her from bullies, it was simply because he opposed bullying. He believed she had fallen for his actions rather than him as a person and viewed her as the sister he never had. He expressed a desire to maintain their friendship, encouraging her to find true happiness with someone else. Hinata, with tears in her eyes, accepted his words and inquired about who else might have feelings for her. Naruto replied that it wasn't his place to reveal that information, suggesting she would have to discover it on her own. He then asked if they were good, to which she affirmed they were. He pulled her into a comforting hug, which she accepted. Just then, the same boar-masked Umbu who had a disdain for Naruto arrived. He informed Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uchiha that they were wanted at the council for an immediate meeting. As he reached out to grab them, Naruto swiftly knocked his hand away, asserting that they could make their way there on their own. The Umbu gritted his teeth but ultimately left. Naruto turned to Hinata, asking if she was ready for a show. She nodded, and he proposed they arrive in style or simply walk. After a moment of thought, she decided they should go in style. In an instant, they vanished in a swirl of blue fire. In the council chambers, the atmosphere was tense. Hiruzen, the Hokage, questioned the whereabouts of the boy and Lady Hinata, noting that the Umbu had returned without them. Before he could elaborate, a swirl of blue fire erupted from the floor, accompanied by the sound of shouting. Hinata emerged from the flames, visibly flustered, with Naruto on the ground, nursing a bump on his head. As she looked up, she noticed everyone staring at her, prompting her to shyly poke her fingers together. The most surprised was her father, Hayashi, who had never seen her act this way before. Naruto stood up and greeted the council in his usual boisterous manner, addressing them with playful nicknames that left everyone bewildered. Shikaka questioned why everyone had a nickname except for Tsum and Inoichi. Naruto explained that Tsum wasn't fond of nicknames and he hadn't thought of one for Inoichi yet. Koha, a council member, demanded that Naruto show the council some respect, but he seemed oblivious to her presence. Naruto casually acknowledged her, along with another council member, eliciting a furious reaction from Koharu and a shocked response from Danzo, who slammed his hand on the table and vehemently denied any inappropriate behavior. Naruto countered, accusing Danzo of having inappropriate thoughts about him when he was younger. Meanwhile, Sakura continued to fawn over Sasuke, who remained indifferent, while Kiba attempted to get closer to Hinata, prompting her to move toward Shino instead. Kakashi waited impatiently for the meeting to conclude so he could train Sasuke, while Kurenai pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. The clan heads exchanged amused glances, with Tsum openly laughing, and even Shibi seemed to be smiling beneath his usual stoic demeanor. Hayashi, to Hinata's surprise, had a slight smile playing on his lips. Danzo urged Hiruzen to start the meeting, and the Hokage began by addressing a recent incident where Sasuke had boasted to the civilian council about the Wave Mission report. He noted that they had questions for Naruto, who nodded in acknowledgement. A councilman asked if it was true that Naruto had killed Gato and his mercenaries, taking control of his shipping business and stealing money from his mansion. Naruto confirmed that he had indeed killed Gato, but clarified that Zabuza had dealt with the mercenaries. He explained that he had taken over the business, but before he could finish, a different council member with pink hair interrupted, demanding that he hand over the business and money immediately. Naruto responded coolly, explaining that he had given the money to the people of Wave and signed the business over to Tazuna's daughter, as they needed it more than the council did. He asserted that they could not demand anything from him, emphasizing that he was a ninja and not someone to be manipulated. His words caused embarrassment and anger among the council members, particularly the Harunos. When it came to the Kubikura Bocho, Naruto stated that Sasuke could not have it, as it was only meant for those deemed worthy to wield it. He placed the sword on the ground, and when Sasuke attempted to lift it, he was met with an unexpected shock. Naruto then asked if there were any further questions. 2 hands were raised, belonging to Tsum and Shibi. Tsum was allowed to go first, inquiring about a medical seal Naruto had created for animals that could heal most injuries. Naruto explained that the seals relied on nature chakra and faded away after healing, though they could not mend broken bones. Tsum proposed a B-rank mission for Naruto to build 2 of those stations for the Inuzuka clan, which he agreed to, provided it went through the Hokage and was scheduled for a weekend. Shibi then spoke up, asking about a particular seal Naruto had developed. Though he couldn't explain its creation, Naruto offered to show him the blueprints. After reviewing the scroll, Shibi was impressed and expressed interest in purchasing 100 of the seals. Naruto nodded, agreeing to discuss the price later. Hayashi then asked Naruto about his progress in sealing techniques, to which Naruto replied that he had completed the 10 levels of Konoha seals and was at level 4 in the Uzumaki sealing levels, leaving both Hayashi and Danzo astonished. Danzo confronted Hiruzen, expressing his frustration over the lack of Uzumaki sealing scrolls. Hiruzen admitted to lying, explaining that the scrolls were left to Naruto by his godmother, making them not his to give away. Danzo remained silent, visibly irritated. Hiruzen warned Danzo not to send anyone to retrieve the scrolls, reminding him of his ability to uproot and destroy them completely. Danzo feigned ignorance, but internally he questioned how Hiruzen knew about the continued activity of Root. Hiruzen then turned to Hayashi, asking if there was anything else he needed. Hayashi requested a meeting later at the Hyuga compound, to which Hiruzen agreed. Before Hiruzen could conclude the meeting, Shikaku interrupted, asking Naruto if he could create a seal that would block noise both ways and render him invisible. Naruto informed Shikaku that he already had such a seal, which he had given to Shikamaru. Shikaku expressed his frustration at not having received it, and Naruto explained how the seal worked, leading to Shikaku's emotional reaction of joy at finally having a way to nap in peace. Hiruzen declared the meeting over and vanished. Naruto headed to Enko's apartment, only to find her and Irika on the couch. Respecting their privacy, he placed a silencing seal on the door and left a note advising them to use protection. He then visited Ichiraku's and chatted with Ayam for an hour before making his way to the Hyuga compound. Upon arrival, he greeted the guards and was escorted to Hayashi's office. Inside, Hayashi asked Naruto to activate his privacy barrier. He then revealed the caged bird seal worn by the Hyuga branch family and requested Naruto's help in removing it. Hayashi expressed his desire to make the Hyuga clan whole again, acknowledging that he did not expect immediate results. Naruto examined the seal and assured Hayashi that he could work on removing it, although it would take time due to his other commitments. He also mentioned creating a seal that would destroy the Byakugan upon death, which would be invisible and required for all Hyuga. After Hayashi nodded in agreement, Naruto deactivated the privacy seal but allowed Hayashi to keep it. As he opened the door, Hinata and a younger girl resembling her stumbled into the room. The younger girl introduced herself as Hanabi, Hayashi's second daughter, and expressed her disdain for Naruto. In response, Naruto playfully poked her in the ribs, causing her to giggle. He teased her about being ticklish, prompting her to run away in mock fear. Naruto caught up to her and playfully tickled her until she was in tears from laughter. After their fun, Hanabi had to leave for training with her guard. As Naruto exited the compound, he crossed paths with another Hyuga, who silently observed him. However, when the Hyuga activated his Byakugan, Naruto flared his chakra, causing the Hyuga to deactivate his eyes in surprise. After leaving the compound, Naruto headed to the Hokage's training ground for some practice. It had been 4 months since Naruto switched teams, and he was pleased with their teamwork, which had grown so strong that they often communicated without words. Training had its challenges, especially since Naruto was already capable of matching Kurinai, who had focused primarily on genjutsu rather than taijutsu or ninjutsu. Over the past months, Kurinai had worked on improving her taijutsu and ninjutsu skills. The team now wore resistance seals to enhance their speed. Hinata and Shino had reached the speed of high Chunin without the seals, while Kurinai's speed had improved to match Enko's level. Naruto, without his resistance seals, was at a low Sannin level in speed, but with them, he could match Lee's speed without weights. In terms of taijutsu, Shino had adopted a Wing Chun style for quick strikes and strong defense, while Hinata had to refine her Juken style, which had proven too rigid for her movements. Hinata, a water user, needed a technique that flowed smoothly to balance her offense and defense. She discovered that her mother had faced a similar challenge and had left behind a taijutsu style for Hinata to learn. She excelled at it, although only her teammates were aware of her skills. Kurenai sought a taijutsu style that emphasized speed and flexibility, so she combined the offensive hummingbird style, made famous by the yandame, with the flexibility of the snake style used by Anko. Kurenai's taijutsu was at a mid-jounin level. Hinata mastered water-style techniques, including water wall and water bullet jutsu. Shino, with affinities for earth and fire, learned fireball jutsu, dragon flame, and phoenix flower, along with earth-style techniques like mud wall, binding chains, and headhunter jutsu. Kurenai, possessing in release, learned several jutsus, including in style, chakra siphon, which she aimed to incorporate into her taijutsu. She also trained in lightning ninjutsu, which was challenging due to her in affinity. With Naruto's guidance, she mastered shadow clone jutsu, allowing her to enhance her lightning training. Her repertoire included lightning clone, lightning bullet, electromagnetic murder, and lightning palm. Naruto even began teaching her how to cast genjutsu with her eyes, enabling her to use taijutsu and ninjutsu more freely. Although she could only cast up to C-rank genjutsu, it was impressive for someone without a Sharingan. Naruto estimated that her potential could reach high B-rank to low A-rank genjutsu. When she cast genjutsu, her pupils constricted, sending a chakra pulse to her opponent's eyes, similar to the Sharingan, though Naruto warned her that this technique would not work on Sharingan users. Naruto focused heavily on ninjutsu, particularly enjoying his lightning and fire techniques. During training, his lightning turned red, but he embraced it. He learned his mother's lightning jutsu, which created a hammer made of lightning that could smash opponents or control natural lightning during rain. He developed Lightning Edge, a silent technique similar to Chidori, and Lightning Style, Raging Dragon, which formed a serpent-like dragon in his hand. He also mastered Lightning Javelin, a pure lightning attack that pierced and electrocuted opponents, and Twin Lightning Dragon Jutsu. For fire techniques, he secretly borrowed scrolls from his grandfather, mastering Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, Fire Breath Jutsu, and Misty Flames Dance Jutsu. Additionally, he learned wind-style techniques, including air blades, which he used with his Kubikure Bocho to create destructive wind blades. He could also unleash air slash, stronger when wielding the sword, along with Wind Dragon Jutsu and Wind Drill Jutsu, which involved throwing kunai infused with wind chakra to create a massive drill. He learned 2 water jutsus, Super Exploding Water Shockwave and Ripping Torrent, keeping them as a backup despite rarely using water. His taijutsu reached a high jounin level, comparable to Rock Lee, even though they had yet to meet. His genjutsu skills with the Sharingan rivaled Itachi's. Overall, he was at mid-jounin level due to his lack of experience, but with his Sharingan active, he could contend with a mid-level Umbu, and with his Manjikyu, he could face a low Sannin level ninja. Shino and Hinata were both mid-level overall and were pleased with their progress. Kurenai, already a jounin, had improved her skills to match Anko's mid-high jounin level. Naruto had also unlocked Susanoo, encased in a black ribcage and an arm, marking his current limit. The team had completed 7 more C-rank missions, with 2 upgraded to B-rank due to encounters with a missing ninja. Naruto accidentally completed an S-rank mission when he stumbled upon one of Orochimaru's old labs, filled with remnants of past experiments. They found little of value and decided to burn the place down. Now, Naruto and his team awaited Kurenai at the training ground. Shino and Hinata sat together, with Hinata on Shino's lap. They had started dating 2 weeks after the wave mission, and Naruto was happy for them. His thoughts were interrupted when Kurenai arrived. She informed them that she had decided to enter them in the upcoming Chunin exams. They noticed teams from various villages already present. Kurenai handed them forms to fill out and instructed them to head to the academy next week for the first part of the exam. She wished them luck and vanished. Naruto, after reading the form, expressed his belief that all 3 members needed to participate in the first 2 parts of the exam. He asked if they wanted to join or wait it out. Shino stated he would participate for the experience, and if recommended for a promotion, he would accept it. They turned to Hinata, who was deep in thought. She decided to join as well, echoing Shino's sentiment about gaining experience and accepting a promotion if offered. Excited, Naruto confirmed they would see each other in a week. Before leaving, he couldn't resist teasing them, reminding them to use protection as he vanished, narrowly avoiding a kunai thrown by a blushing Hinata. Returning to the training field, Naruto intended to work on reducing the hand seals for his lightning and fire jutsu, as his wind and water techniques required few or no hand signs. Just as he was about to begin, he sensed something lurking in the trees, something that had been following him for years. Activating Shirsue's technique, Dance of the Teleporter, he created solid afterimages and stealthily approached the creature that had been tracking him. He was taken aback when he discovered a creature with wings and the body of a lizard. It introduced itself as a dragon. The dragon revealed that it had been observing Naruto for about 5 to 6 years. Naruto acknowledged this, admitting he had not taken action until now. He inquired how the dragon had bypassed the barrier, which should have triggered an alarm. The dragon explained that the barrier did not affect summons and assumed the old monkey had informed Naruto of this. It then offered Naruto the Dragon Clan contract, requesting him to become their summoner. Naruto expressed his interest but mentioned he had already signed the Fox contract. The dragon acknowledged this but noted that Kurama had granted Naruto permission to sign another contract and suggested summoning Kurama to confirm its truth. Naruto bit his thumb and performed the hand signs for the summoning jutsu. Kurama appeared, slightly annoyed, and mentioned he had been preoccupied with his mate. He also conveyed that she wanted to meet Naruto but advised waiting a month before summoning her, as she was in a sensitive state. The dragon clarified that it had prompted Kurama's summoning, and Kurama confirmed that the dragon summoning contract was acceptable, provided Naruto avoided toads and snakes. With a puff of smoke, Kurama vanished, leaving Naruto to inquire about the contract. A scroll materialized before him, and he signed it. The dragon informed him that the hand signs for summoning would differ slightly, starting with the bird sign instead of the boar sign. It instructed Naruto to summon his familiar, which would require minimal chakra. Naruto performed the hand signs for the summoning jutsu again, and a small baby dragon appeared. Its pitch-black skin contrasted with its emerald green irises and oval-shaped black pupils. The dragon yawned, revealing a row of small, sharp teeth. The dragon noted that a baby dragon had never been chosen as a familiar before, and this one was named Shadow. It explained that Shadow could not do much at the moment and would require another summoning in about 6 months for training. Curious, Naruto asked if the dragon would always be this small. The dragon assured him it could grow much larger and transformed into a towering figure of about 500 feet. Proudly, it introduced itself as Bob. Naruto stifled a laugh at the name of such a massive dragon and greeted Bob warmly. Bob reminded Naruto that he could not summon the boss dragon or elder yet, as they would decide when to meet him before returning home. Naruto performed the hand signs for the summoning jutsu once more. Before he could rise, he was knocked over by a red blur. Scarlet, a familiar face, expressed her joy at seeing him again and lamented that he had never summoned her before. Although she couldn't train yet, she wished they could have played together. Naruto apologized, explaining he was busy but invited her to watch his training. Scarlet asked if he had any food, and Naruto unsealed 4 bentos, offering her a variety of meals. As she began to eat, he resumed his training, focusing on lightning and fire jutsus. After 5 hours, he noticed significant improvements. His lightning edge required no hand signs, and his twin lightning dragon needed only 5. His great dragon fire was down to 3 hand signs, and he could perform fire breath without any hand signs. He had been training alongside about 600 clones. Noticing Scarlet had fallen asleep, he sent her back home and returned to his own house for the night. The day before the exams, Naruto wandered through the village when he sensed 4 chakra signatures trailing him. Spotting a square rock, he tapped it, causing it to explode in a cloud of smoke. He recognized the familiar faces of Konohamaru, Udon, Moegi, and Hanabi, who had come to remind him of their promise to play ninja. Konohamaru eagerly stated that they had agreed to play together, and Naruto reflected on how much time he had spent with Team 8 over the past 4 months. He had grown close to Shino and Hinata and had helped Hanabi become more relaxed and friendly, even convincing her father to adopt a small white kitten he had found. Just as he was about to respond, Sakura approached and questioned what kind of ninja played ninja. Naruto defended their game, explaining it taught stealth and trap-making skills. Konohamaru then teased Naruto about Sakura, holding up his pinky finger to suggest a connection. Naruto quickly denied any romantic involvement, insisting that he would never date someone like her. Hanabi observed the girl and noted her size, commenting that they were quite similar, despite her own young age. Konohamaru agreed, pointing out the girl's prominent forehead. Suddenly he sensed danger and warned himself to run, spotting Sakura, who radiated an intimidating aura. He took off, with Sakura in pursuit. As Konohamaru dashed away, he collided with a boy dressed sharply in a black suit, who picked him up by the collar. Kankuro, the boy in the suit, was about to have some fun with him when Temari, a girl with blonde hair styled in pigtails and carrying a large fan, intervened, reminding him to avoid trouble, especially with the Umbu watching. Naruto appeared unexpectedly, advising Kankuro against his actions. He explained that harming the Hokage's grandson would draw the ire of the Umbu. As 2 Umbu agents materialized to protect Konohamaru, Naruto pointed out that Sasuke, who was hidden in a tree, seemed displeased. Sasuke was confused until a swirl of sand revealed Gaara, a red-haired boy with teal eyes and the kanji for love on his forehead. Gaara chastised Kankuro for his behavior, demanding to know Naruto's name. When Naruto introduced himself, Gaara ominously mentioned that his mother wanted Naruto's blood. Naruto, recognizing Gaara as the one-tailed Jinchuriki, calmly warned him about his own powerful mother, which startled Kankuro and Temari. Gaara, suddenly in pain, ordered his siblings to leave, stating they had to meet their sensei. Sakura questioned their presence in the village, pointing out that foreign ninjas needed a valid reason to be there. Temari explained they were in town for the Chunin exams, which Sakura should have known. The exchange left Sakura feeling embarrassed, while the Sand Genin departed, leaving Naruto alone with her. Naruto encouraged Sakura to train harder for the upcoming exams, suggesting they might not have much time left. He was unaware of the deeper implications of their situation. Sakura, seizing the moment, offered to show him something private at his house. He agreed, leading her there, oblivious to the 3 figures watching from a tree nearby. One of the figures, a girl with a Sound Village headband, remarked on Sasuke's appearance, while another, with gravity-defying hair, questioned what their master saw in him. The third, resembling a mummy, emphasized their mission to test Sasuke and hoped Kabuto would not jeopardize their plans. They vanished without noticing Naruto. Naruto, realizing there was a spy among them, decided he needed to inform the Hokage about this development. On the day of the Chunin exams, Naruto woke up and prepared himself. He donned his usual attire, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and set out, carrying the Kubikura Bocho on his back. As he walked to the academy, he felt a sense of pride, reminiscent of Shirsue's encouraging smile. People glanced at him, noting the serious expression that reminded them of the Yondaime. Upon arriving at the academy, he spotted Shino and Hinata waiting for him. They greeted him, and Naruto asked if they were ready for the day ahead, emphasizing the importance of supporting one another. He particularly encouraged Hinata, who sometimes doubted her abilities. Shino acknowledged Naruto's leadership but insisted that they should all contribute ideas. Naruto agreed, valuing their input as they submitted their registration forms and entered the academy. Inside, he noticed a group of older Konoha genin, including a familiar Hyuga boy and a boy in a green jumpsuit with a striking hairstyle. However, it was a girl with 2 buns in her hair that caught his attention, reminding him of a panda. Approaching them, he ignored the glaring Hyuga, who deactivated his Byakugan but still seemed hostile. He addressed the girl, calling her Panda-chan, which angered her. She retorted that only one person had the right to call her that, and he was no longer around, warning Naruto to watch his words. Naruto felt a mix of emotions as he reunited with his old friend from the orphanage. He couldn't help but smirk at her wide-eyed reaction when he mentioned their past together. She affectionately called him Fish Cake, a nickname that made his eye twitch, but he accepted it with a nod. She wrapped him in a warm hug, which he returned, feeling the comfort of their shared history. It had been years since he was adopted, and he noticed how much she had grown. She was no longer the little shrimp he remembered. As they caught up, he teased her about her height, noting that he had grown to be the tallest among the current genin at 5 feet 4 inches. She introduced him to her teammates, starting with Niji Hyuga, who was glaring at Hinata as she approached Naruto. The other teammate, Rock Lee, burst into the conversation with enthusiasm, shaking Naruto's hand vigorously and introducing himself as Konoha's most handsome blue beast. Naruto, however, was distracted by Lee's unusual attire, thinking it was quite bizarre. As the introductions continued, Naruto noticed Niji's intense gaze directed at Hinata. He warned Niji that glaring at her wouldn't win him any favors and made it clear that he would protect her if necessary. Niji walked away, followed by Lee, and Ten bid farewell, giving Naruto another hug before leaving. Determined to face Lee in the upcoming exam, Naruto expressed his eagerness to fight him, sensing that Lee was hiding something. He and his teammates, Shino and Hinata, made their way to the exam room. On the way, they passed a room on the second floor where a genjutsu was in effect, with many genin trying to enter but being blocked by chunin disguised as gate guards. Kurinai appeared before them, expressing her relief that they had all made it. She wished them luck and encouraged them to do their best before disappearing. As they entered the exam room, they were met with glares from the other participants. Hinata trembled slightly, and Shino showed a hint of nervousness, but Naruto remained unfazed, sitting against the wall and dozing off. He was abruptly awakened by Kiba's loud voice, announcing the presence of all the rookies. Shikamaru commented on Kiba attracting unwanted attention, and Naruto exchanged nods with him. Choji greeted him as well, while Naruto noticed Sasuke being pestered by Sakura and Ino, who were arguing over him. Seizing the moment, he decided to tease them, making a remark that left Ino flustered. As the atmosphere grew tense, Naruto sensed a powerful presence nearby. A silver-haired boy with spectacles, appearing older than them, caught his attention. The boy's chakra felt as strong as a Jounin's, raising Naruto's instincts. In the arena, Hei moved to the balcony with the Hokage, sensing that the upcoming fight would be intense. The spectators were captivated, feeling the respect between Naruto and Lee rather than hostility. They settled into their fighting stances, Naruto adopting his Kame style while Lee took on his Goken style. For a moment, neither moved, but then Lee lunged forward with a punch that Naruto easily blocked. Lee quickly repositioned himself, attempting a roundhouse kick, but Naruto ducked and countered with quick strikes to Lee's ribs, knocking him to the ground. Lee, however, recovered swiftly, performing a handstand to regain his footing. The genin in the arena were astonished by the display of skill, while the Jounin and Hokage understood that both fighters were merely testing each other. Guy, Lee's mentor, instructed him to remove his weights. Lee complied, tossing them aside and creating a cloud of dust, shocking the spectators with the revelation of how heavy they were. In an instant, Lee reappeared in front of Naruto, throwing another punch, which Naruto blocked. Lee vanished again, sweeping Naruto's legs out from under him and delivering a front kick that sent him rolling into the wall. As soon as Naruto collided with the wall, he quickly regained his footing and dashed in front of Lee, catching him off guard. Seizing the moment, Naruto delivered a knee to Lee's gut, causing him to bend forward, which allowed Naruto to strike him with a knee to the chin followed by 3 rapid punches. He then targeted Lee's ribs with 2 solid punches and finished with a straight jab to the face, staggering Lee before delivering a front kick that sent him crashing against the wall. After a brief pause, Lee emerged from the wall, his jumpsuit slightly torn and a cut on his lip. They exchanged determined glances before vanishing from sight. To the untrained eye, they were mere blurs, exchanging a flurry of kicks, punches, elbows, knees, and the occasional headbutt. Each strike connected with force, creating small shock waves as they reached a stalemate, with Lee gripping one of Naruto's fists while Naruto held onto Lee's. Lee retaliated with a knee to Naruto's gut and an upward kick to his chin, followed by a series of quick punches to Naruto's ribs, sending him flying backward. As soon as Naruto regained his footing, Lee launched himself at Naruto with a spinning kick. In a flash, Naruto barely managed to block the attack, crossing his arms in front of him. The impact sent him crashing into the wall. He remained there for a moment, his shirt torn, but he was undeterred. Quickly, he performed hand signs and unleashed a technique that surprised everyone. Using the Shunshin technique, Naruto moved at incredible speeds, creating afterimages that seemed to overwhelm Lee. The genin watching the fight were astonished as the afterimages rained down kicks and punches on Lee, who struggled to evade and block the relentless assault. Might Guy watched with concern as Lee began to show signs of wear. When the jutsu concluded, Lee stood, bruised and cut, but still determined. He began unwrapping the wrist tape he wore and circled around Naruto, gaining speed until he suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Naruto soaring into the air. Lee followed up with a series of strikes before wrapping Naruto in the wrist tape and executing a corkscrew motion, driving him headfirst toward the ground. With determination, Lee launched his attack, proclaiming the name of his technique. Naruto crashed into the ground, and Lee leaped away just in time. The spectators held their breath, waiting for the dust to settle to see Naruto's condition. When the dust cleared, Naruto stood, albeit with cuts adorning his body. Lee and Guy were astonished that he was still on his feet after such a blow. Lee, bewildered, questioned how Naruto was still standing. Naruto explained that he had enveloped his body in a layer of chakra, mitigating some of the damage. Although he hadn't had much time to prepare, he had managed to pull it off. Noticing Lee was in pain, Naruto rushed at him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Lee attempted to evade, but Naruto appeared right in front of him, continuing his assault. The relentless barrage almost compelled Guy to intervene, but he remained on the balcony, while the genin were left in awe, having never witnessed such an intense fight. Naruto landed a powerful punch to Lee's gut, lifting him off the ground, followed by a strong right hook that made Lee stumble. Naruto pressed the attack, delivering an uppercut and then a series of rapid punches that connected one after another. After a relentless 15 seconds, he paused to assess Lee, whose arms hung limply at his sides. Gathering chakra into his fist, Naruto delivered a straight jab that sent Lee crashing into the wall. Worried cries from Tenten and Guy echoed as they called out for Lee. After a moment, Lee emerged from the wall, bloodied and breathing heavily. He took a stance, crossing his arms in an X shape. Recognizing the significance of this move, Naruto released his resistance seals and activated his Sharingan, shocking the Jounin and genin alike. Asuma questioned Kurinai about what she had been teaching her students. Kurinai clarified that Naruto had already known Fuinjutsu when he joined her team and had given them all resistance seals. Guy, observing Lee's determination, explained that the leaf village lotus blooms twice, recalling Lee's words from the Forest of Death. Kakashi, realizing the implications, inquired if Lee could open the 8 inner gates and use the hidden lotus. Guy confirmed that Lee could indeed open 5 gates, explaining that the 8 inner gates functioned as chakra limiters that, when opened, allowed for the release of the hidden lotus. He elaborated that these gates were located at key points in the body, with each gate representing a different aspect of chakra control. The hidden lotus exerted tremendous pressure on these limiters, enabling a person's strength to increase dramatically. Kakashi, revealing his Sharingan, noted that the primary lotus only opened the first gate, releasing the brain's restraints on the muscles and allowing the user to unleash their full strength. Guy continued to explain the results of their training. Sakura inquired about the hidden lotus, curious about its implications. Guy detailed that at the second gate, the gate of rest, one's strength is further enhanced, and at the third gate, the gate of life, one can access the hidden lotus. Sakura expressed her concern, recalling how the primary lotus had nearly incapacitated Naruto. She questioned what would happen if he pushed himself further. Kakashi interjected, stating that opening all 8 gates could grant immense strength, but the ultimate cost would be death. This revelation shocked Sakura. Kakashi then cautioned Guy about letting personal feelings influence their training, implying that he had doubts about Guy's judgment. Guy, however, defended Naruto fiercely, asserting that the young ninja had something to prove and that he was committed to helping him achieve his goal, regardless of the risks involved. He reminded Kakashi of his own shortcomings in training Naruto, who had once been on his team. Lee then declared that he had something to prove as well, echoing Guy's sentiments. Naruto acknowledged Lee's determination, stating that it was time to end their conflict. Lee agreed, acknowledging the victories of Neji and Sasuke, and declared that he would not be the only one to lose that day. As his chakra surged, he called upon the third gate of life, his body glowing with energy. Kankuro watched in disbelief, while Kakashi noted that Lee was about to unleash an attack. Guy, however, suggested that Lee would hold back for now, leaving the spectators puzzled. Lee opened the fourth gate, and his speed increased dramatically, leaving the ground trembling beneath him. He launched a powerful kick at Naruto, creating a shockwave that nearly knocked everyone off their feet. Kakashi remarked on Lee's newfound speed, while Hinata expressed her concern for Naruto. Shikamaru pointed out their location, as Lee continued to strike Naruto with relentless kicks. Despite the pain, Naruto felt a familiar heat building within him, a sensation that resonated with Anko and Hiruzen, who exchanged knowing glances. Kurinai, confused, asked what was happening. Anko reassured her, hinting that something significant was about to occur for Naruto, something that could help him overcome Lee, even with the 8 inner gates activated. As Lee continued his assault, he noticed that Naruto was absorbing the blows with surprising resilience. Lee, pushing through his own pain, declared that he would open the 5th gate, the gate of closing, and launched a powerful punch that sent Naruto crashing to the ground. However, Naruto quickly replaced himself with a clone, avoiding defeat. As the battle intensified, Naruto charged at Lee with incredible speed, matching the power of the open gates. They exchanged blows, each strike creating shockwaves, and Naruto, utilizing his Sharingan, found an opening to land a hit on Lee. The arena was charged with energy, and Anko and Hiruzen sensed that Naruto was on the verge of unleashing something extraordinary. As Naruto dodged Lee's attacks with newfound agility, he began to add chakra to his strikes, causing Lee to visibly react to the pain. Observers were puzzled by the heat and pressure emanating from Naruto, which seemed to enhance his abilities. Asuma speculated about the source of this energy, while Anko suggested it was unique to Naruto, occurring only during intense battles. Guy, watching intently, was taken aback as he witnessed Naruto's Sharingan transform into a silver hue. With each passing moment, Naruto's reflexes sharpened, and he began to dominate the fight, evading Lee's strikes with grace. The crowd was captivated, and Guy's eyes filled with tears of pride. Hiruzen, seeking clarity, asked Guy to explain what was happening. Guy recounted a story from his father, who had encountered a scroll during a mission that contained a fighting technique thought to be impossible to master. His father had intended to bring it back, but a group from Kumo had pursued him, seeking the scroll for themselves. The tale hinted at the extraordinary potential within Naruto, suggesting that he was on the brink of achieving something remarkable. The Kumo team found him and attempted to seize the scroll, but he burned it just in time. Before the Kumo shinobi could launch an attack, his backup arrived. Guy explained that this fighting style was incredibly challenging, so much so that even the sage had claimed he couldn't master it. It was a technique that allowed the body to attack and dodge instinctively, but to achieve that, the mind had to be completely empty, allowing the body to take control of its movements. He noted that dodging might come more naturally to some, as their bodies could react automatically. However, he cautioned that attacking would be more difficult since most people think about their strikes and whether they would succeed. Witnessing Naruto utilize this technique, even without full awareness, was an honor for him, and he felt fortunate to witness it firsthand. The pressure and heat emanating from Naruto were palpable. He was truly in the heat of battle, and the power he radiated was immense. However, if one was not accustomed to this technique, the body would endure significant pain. The sage had mentioned in the scroll that he doubted the 8 inner gates could defeat someone who could fully harness this technique. Guy expressed that if Naruto ever mastered it, he would personally bow to him as his superior, which surprised everyone, as Guy was typically passionate only about his flames of youth. He added that although he cared for Lee like a son and wished him the best, he believed Lee would not win this fight. Anko inquired about the name of the technique, and Guy revealed it was called Ultra Instinct. As Lee and Naruto prepared for one final attack, Naruto gathered a large amount of wind chakra in his right hand, while Lee did the same with his chakra from the fifth gate. Hiruzen, recognizing the impending clash, took action and shouted for everyone to use the mud wall jutsu, urging them to expend as much chakra as possible. If the two attacks collided, the resulting force could bring the building down upon them. Every Jounin and Shino executed the jutsu, while Gaara summoned a massive wall of sand to shield the area. Naruto and Lee charged forward, unleashing their chakra attacks. Lee propelled his chakra forward, and Naruto unleashed his jutsu, wind-style, pressurized fist. Naruto moved his fist forward, sending air chakra shaped like a fist toward Lee, who countered with his own built-up chakra. The resulting explosion destroyed the mud walls and sand, sending everyone flying back from the shockwave, but the stadium remained intact. After 5 minutes, the smoke began to clear, revealing Naruto standing, barely conscious, with his Sharingan activated, while Lee was unconscious, trapped against a wall. The Hokage nodded to Hayate, declaring Naruto the winner. Just as Naruto barely lifted his gaze, his body locked up, and he fell face-first to the ground. Kurinai and Guy rushed to the arena to retrieve their students, both wearing proud smiles. They took them to the medic area for examination, but while Kurinai returned, Guy lingered behind, tears of joy streaming down his face as he watched the two young men. It was the best taijutsu fight he had ever witnessed. Anko called for everyone who had won their matches, along with Gaara, to come down to what remained of the fighting area to draw numbers for the finals. Everyone picked a number and showed it to Anko. Kakashi and Kurinai had to choose for Naruto and Sasuke. Anko explained that the matches would be based on the numbers drawn and instructed everyone to look at the board to see their names and opponents. The matchups were as follows. Match 1 Neji vs Naruto, Match 2 Sasuke vs Gaara, Match 3 Kankuro vs Shino, Match 4 Shikamaru vs Dosu, Match 5 Temari vs the winner of Match. Hiruzen informed them that they had 1 month to prepare. Sakura, from the balcony, questioned why they needed a month. Hiruzen explained that it was not feasible to hold the finals next week due to the stadium's condition after the last fight. Additionally, judges from various villages would be attending, including the Kazekage, the Fire Daimyo, and a council of shinobi from both Suna and the Leaf. Just then, Naruto limped into the area with a crutch, insisting he needed to speak with the Hokage and the Sand Genin and Jounin sensei. The Hokage nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of Naruto's tone. Hiruzen instructed everyone to train and prepare for their matches in a month, dismissing them while asking the Sand Ninja to follow him. The 3 Genin and their Jounin complied, but Shino discreetly placed a bet on the Hokage, only to retract it under Naruto's intense glare, his Sharingan active. Once in a separate room, Naruto set up a privacy barrier. Hiruzen asked Naruto what he needed, and Naruto simply stated, "Snake in the grass." The Hokage nodded for him to continue. Naruto revealed that Orochimaru was planning an invasion with the sand during the finals, which made the Jounin and 2 Genin nervous, while Gaara remained stoic. Hiruzen questioned how Naruto knew this, and Kankuro, Temari, and Baki nodded in agreement. Midnight, one of the spy foxes Naruto had summoned, emerged from the shadows. Hiruzen inquired about the fox's presence, and Naruto explained that Midnight was there to spy on Kabuto. Midnight confirmed that he had been observing Kabuto since the start of the Chunin exams and had witnessed him meeting with Orochimaru daily until the fight with Naruto. Midnight reported that they had discussed an invasion during the finals, with the sand aiding the sound. He added that the Kazekage was dead, and Orochimaru had been impersonating him for weeks, having killed him after a meeting with the Wind Daimyo due to the latter's refusal to attack the Leaf. Midnight concluded by stating that Gaara was the key to the invasion. He planned for the release of the One-Tails during the match. A sleeping genjutsu would be cast by Kabuto, starting the invasion, and he would be disguised as an Umbu. Midnight finished sharing this information. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Midnight, offering him a pile of meat that made Midnight drool. After sending him back home, Naruto turned his attention to the invasion and Suna's involvement. Hiruzen addressed the Sand Ninja, causing even Gaara to feel uneasy. Baki quickly explained that they had no idea it was Orochimaru, they were simply following orders. Temari and Kankuro agreed with him. Hiruzen reassured them that he would not place blame, but he wanted them to participate in the invasion. They were to act as if they were still attacking Konoha, but when the invasion began, they would turn their efforts against the Sound Ninja. Hiruzen intended to confront Orochimaru himself, determined to put an end to his former student. He inquired whether Orochimaru left Sound Ninja in the Sand Village, and Baki shook his head in response. Hiruzen instructed Baki to gather the council and all ninja once the Kazekage left for a diplomatic mission to inform them about Orochimaru and the plan. Temari raised concerns about two issues: the need for a Kazekage after the situation was resolved and the problem of Gaara, who could not fall asleep or the One-Tails would escape. Hiruzen explained that he could not predict who would become the next Kazekage, but Baki would likely serve as the temporary Kazekage, or the council would manage until a new leader was chosen. Regarding Gaara, Hiruzen mentioned that he could have his seal master fix Gaara's seal, which seemed to be the issue. Kankuro asked how long it would take for the seal master to address the problem, and Hiruzen suggested they ask Naruto, who had momentarily lost focus. When he returned to the conversation, Hiruzen inquired if he could fix Gaara's seal, to which Naruto revealed that he had already done so. He pointed to Gaara, who was snoring face down on the floor. Temari was surprised and asked when he had accomplished this. Naruto explained that it happened during their fight in the room at the Chunin exams, noting how calm Gaara had been in the past few days and wondering why he chose that moment to sleep. Hiruzen confirmed that everything was in order, receiving nods and a snore in response. He then informed them they had 1 month to prepare and wished them good luck. Afterward, Naruto and Hiruzen headed to his office. Naruto laid down on the couch to relax and allow his healing abilities to work. About 30 minutes into their conversation, Naruto sensed a presence outside the window. He called out, asking if the visitor was waiting for an invitation. An old man with long white spiky hair and red markings around his eyes entered, wearing a green kimono and a red haori with a headband that bore the kanji for oil. The man began to dance, but Naruto lost interest. Once the dance concluded, the man looked at Naruto, who was still distracted. Hiruzen introduced the man as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who had agreed to be Naruto's teacher for the next month. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto questioned why Jiraiya wanted to train him. Jiraiya explained that a group of S-rank criminals called the Akatsuki was hunting down Jinchuriki to extract the tailed beasts within them, and if the extraction was successful, the Jinchuriki would die. Naruto asked what Jiraiya would train him in, and Jiraiya proudly stated he would teach him how to control the Kyuubi's chakra and use it properly. When Naruto inquired if Jiraiya had ever trained a Jinchuriki to use tailed beast chakra, Jiraiya admitted he had not but believed it would be simple, just draw out as much chakra as possible and attempt to control it. Naruto expressed his frustration, pointing out the danger of having S-rank criminals after him and the fact that Jiraiya had never trained a Jinchuriki before. He decided to decline Jiraiya's offer, stating he would see Hiruzen later before vanishing. Naruto arrived at Anko's house and found her deep in thought on the couch. He placed a hand on her shoulder, startling her. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. Anko expressed her fears about the upcoming invasion and the possibility of losing Irika. Naruto informed her that he could help since she was on the S-rank mission file. He activated a barrier he had set up previously, which confused Anko. She asked when he had installed it, and he explained it was after he had walked in on her and Irika nearly having an NTMT moment. Anko clarified that they had only kissed and that Irika had not seen anyone else. She worried he might be like other guys who only wanted a fleeting relationship. Naruto reassured her that Irika was pure-hearted, just like her. He explained that Irika had been focused on his work at the academy since she went missing and had not pursued any romantic interests. He encouraged her to talk to him. Naruto then shared the details of the invasion plan and what was to come. Before leaving, he asked Anko if she had ever considered a different summoning contract. She expressed doubt that anyone would want her due to her association with snakes. Naruto revealed that in addition to his fox contract, he had the dragon contract, and they were willing to take her on as a summoner. However, she would need to cancel her snake contract, lose the snake pendant, and forget snake jutsus. However, they would allow her to keep the taijutsu style since it suited her perfectly. He confirmed this, and she expressed her disbelief. He explained that they would just need Inoichi to completely erase her knowledge of snake jutsus from her mind, and then she could cancel that contract. She began performing hand signs for the summoning jutsu, and a snake as tall as Naruto emerged. The snake inquired how it could assist her. Enko stated her desire to remove her name from the snake contract. The snake stared at her for a moment before the contract appeared and opened up. It spat venom on Enko's name, causing it to burn away, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Enko removed the snake pendant and incinerated it with a small fire jutsu. They needed to visit Inoichi next. Enko took him by the hand, and they disappeared to the Tandai apartment, heading straight to Inoichi's office. Without asking any questions, Inoichi completed the task in 10 minutes. Naruto then took them to the training ground and summoned a massive dragon towering at 500 feet. Naruto confirmed that this was the one, and the summoning contract appeared. He instructed Enko to sign it, and she complied, following his guidance on the hand signs to summon her familiar. As she performed the jutsu, a small dragon appeared, featuring 4 wings that formed an X shape when spread out, along with 2 horns resembling eyebrows and fins on either side of its head. The dragon looked up at Enko with yellow irises and black oval-shaped pupils, tilting its head in confusion. Enko found the dragon adorable and picked it up, cuddling it against her face. Bob, the dragon summoner, noted that this dragon would become a wind user as it matured. However, she needed to name it to complete their bond, and she would not be able to summon it again until it was ready for training in about 6 months. Bob then vanished along with Enko's new familiar. Enko realized she had forgotten to ask for the dragon's name. Bob returned when she summoned him again, and she expressed her need to name her familiar and learn Bob's name. He promptly brought the familiar back to her. Enko decided to name her Dragon Rose, who responded by flapping her wings, creating a gentle gust of wind. Bob commented that Rose would indeed be a wind type as she grew and began her training. He explained that Enko could summon any other dragon besides the boss and elder, who would determine when she was ready. Bob proudly introduced himself as the mighty dragon wielder of green flames and the strongest battle dragon outside of the boss dragon and elder. Enko exchanged a glance with Naruto, who nodded in confirmation, and though she wanted to laugh at Bob's pride in his name, she refrained. 2 days after the funeral for the fallen shinobi and Hokage, all the ninja were diligently working to repair the village. Fortunately, there were no civilian casualties, but the Leaf Village had lost 100 shinobi, including Chunin, Jonin, and Umbu. The village faced a pressing issue: they needed a new Hokage. While no one knew who would take on the role, it was clear that someone was needed. On top of the Hokage tower, Jiraiya, a certain pervert, was observing the women's side of a bathhouse through binoculars. A voice from behind him interrupted his moment of distraction. It was his teacher's old teammates, Koharu and Hamura. Jiraiya greeted them, and they informed him that a council meeting had concluded with the decision to appoint one of the Sannin as Hokage. Since he was the only one left in the village, he had been chosen. Jiraiya declined the offer, stating that being Hokage did not suit him. He preferred freedom and movement over being confined to a desk. However, he suggested Tsunade as a better candidate for the position. Koharu and Hamura expressed their doubts, noting that Tsunade had not been seen in years. Jiraiya reassured them that he could find her, as he was skilled in tracking. After some deliberation, Hamura granted Jiraiya a month to locate Tsunade and bring her back. He also mentioned sending 3 Umbu Black Ops with him, but Jiraiya insisted he already had a companion in mind, Naruto. He believed Naruto could persuade Tsunade to return as Hokage. Koharu was skeptical, but Hamura supported the decision, wishing Jiraiya luck on his mission. Meanwhile, Naruto was at Ichiraku's, chatting with Ayame. He expressed his concern for her well-being, and she reassured him that she was fine. The nurses at the hospital mentioned that Enko did a good job, and he would only feel slight discomfort for the next few days. Fortunately, the shinobi had missed his target, or else he might not have been able to have children in the future. Naruto was aware of Ayame's dream of expanding their family restaurant and having at least 3 kids. He acknowledged her dream and asked when he would meet her boyfriend. As he cracked his knuckles, Ayam playfully hit him on the head with her ladle, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. He wondered where she kept that thing while rubbing the lump on his head. She insisted that he would not intimidate her boyfriend, but informed him that he should arrive any moment now. Just then, the flap opened, and someone walked in. The newcomer greeted Ayam, and Naruto immediately sensed something was off. He couldn't feel the man's emotions. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the man wore shorts and a regular t-shirt, but the fake smile on his face raised alarms. It indicated that Ayam's boyfriend was likely a spy from Root, sent to get close to her and, ultimately, to him. Naruto warned Ayam to move away from him, keeping his eyes closed. She protested, but when she turned to look at him, she met his Sharingan gaze. He repeated his command, and she nodded, retreating to the back. Naruto discreetly sent 3 clones with her for safety. He confronted the Root member, questioning why Danzo had sent him to get close to Ayam. The man replied that he was not at liberty to say, which only frustrated Naruto. Before the Root member could respond further, Naruto swiftly ended his life and sealed the body in a scroll. Hearing Ayam scream, he rushed to the back, where he found another Root Umbu attempting to take Ayam away. His clones stealthily dispatched the threat, leaving Ayam in shock. Naruto knelt beside her, reassuring her that it was him and asking if she was okay. She didn't respond verbally but lunged at him, holding on tightly. He embraced her, rubbing her back and promising that everything would be all right. After a moment of silence, she expressed her desire to stay at the shop, as her father might be retiring soon. Naruto proposed placing a security seal on her shoulder, which would shock anyone who tried to touch her against her will. She agreed, and he applied the seal. He explained that she could use it whenever she needed. Then he asked if she had been NTMT with the spy, which earned him another hit with her ladle. She insisted that it was none of his business, and he couldn't help but wonder where she kept that ladle. Ayam explained that it seemed to summon itself whenever she needed it, likely due to all the times she had used it. Naruto thanked her for the insight and rushed off, only to bump into Jiraiya. Jiraiya scolded him for not watching where he was going and informed him about an S-ranked mission they needed to prepare for, leaving in an hour with a month to complete it. 3 weeks had passed since Tsunade became Hokage, and things were improving. She had taken some power away from the civilian council after discovering they were forging her signature to pass laws. Tsunade ensured that all decisions went through her. She even replaced the head doctor at the hospital, who had been mismanaging funds meant for medical supplies. The new head doctor, Mina, turned out to be skilled in medical ninjutsu. She learned about Naruto's efforts to care for stray animals and decided to build an animal shelter in Konoha, making it accessible for everyone. Naruto provided instructions for a medical shelter he had designed, ensuring that every animal had access to proper care. Shizune continued to see Izumo, and their relationship blossomed as she encouraged him to resume training, even if he preferred to remain a chunin. Ayam began dating Kotetsu, who also returned to training after she defeated him in a spar, turning him into the village's laughingstock. Anko and Irika contemplated moving in together, though they were unsure of where to go. Meanwhile, Naruto had a visit from a noble and his daughter after they received his response to their inquiry. The meeting ended with Anko playfully tormenting the daughter while Naruto held the Kubikura Bocho against his neck. He also undertook solo C and B rank missions to deal with rogue ninjas and bandits. Now, he was walking through the hospital, checking on patients after Tsunade had been hit with a water balloon he had set up in her office. He approached the last patient of the day, knocked on the door, and heard a grunt from within. Entering, he found Lee on the floor doing push-ups. He asked Lee if he needed anything before he left to train. Naruto wondered what he could do to help. Lee expressed his determination to maintain his youthful spirit, stating that if he couldn't perform 500 push-ups on his hands, he would do 1,000 on his fingers, and if that was still not possible, he would run 1,000 laps on his hands with a boulder on his feet. He was resolute that his flames of youth would not be diminished and aimed to inspire the children in the village. Naruto felt compelled to advise Lee against his extreme plans, reminding him that if he didn't take it easy, the surgery Tsunade was preparing for him would be in vain. He warned that if Lee continued to push himself, he risked extinguishing his flames forever. He encouraged Lee to relax until the surgery was complete and he was fully recovered, assuring him that Guy-sensei would have a youthful workout planned to help him regain his strength. As Naruto left, he missed the happy tears on Lee's face, as no one had ever spoken to him with such concern. Upon arriving at Tsunade's office, Naruto heard familiar sounds that prompted him to slide a privacy barrier under the door before heading to Shizen's office to submit his work. He asked Shizen if she could deliver his papers since he had encountered a situation in Tsunade's office. Shizen questioned why he couldn't just take them himself, but after hearing about the privacy barrier, she agreed to help him, mentioning she had a date to prepare for. Curious about her plans, Naruto inquired about her date with Izumo, and she speculated it might be a double date with Ayame and Kotetsu. After handing in his papers, Naruto excused himself to train. At the Hokage training ground, Naruto increased his resistance seals and began running laps. After completing 200 laps, he decided to work on his Susanoo. Activating his Manjikyu, he successfully formed the rib cage and an arm. Pushing his chakra further, he managed to create another arm and the head, adorned with horns and golden eyes. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he continued, forming muscles and skin around the skeletal structure. When he finished, he noticed the Susanoo had large teeth and an open rib cage displaying a golden tomo. The horns had shifted, and smaller flaming horns adorned its head. After releasing the Susanoo, he fell to his knees, his eyes burning but his vision intact. He practiced condensing his jutsus into single hand signs, making significant progress with his lightning and fire techniques, while his wind jutsus required minimal hand signs. He decided to focus on his water ninjutsu later and headed home, where he found Kurenai waiting for him. Kurenai informed Naruto that Lady Tsunade had assigned them one last mission together as Team 8, which would be a joint mission with Team. They were to meet the client the next morning at 9 in the Hokage's office. Naruto agreed to be there, and Kurenai smiled, giving him a gentle kiss on the forehead before departing. The reason for Team 7's involvement was due to a mix-up with Sasuke's punishment paperwork, which had been altered to a week-long suspension. Tsunade had discovered it was someone from the civilian council but was unsure who. Sasuke, now free, had been persistently demanding Naruto to share his jutsus, but Naruto ignored him. Sakura had shown little progress, focusing mainly on her chakra control, while Kiba had been absent, rumored to have faced a tough time after the Chunin promotions. Clearing his mind, Naruto took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Naruto woke up at 8 a.m. and got ready for the day. He donned his usual outfit, opting not to wear his Jonin vest until he officially earned the title. After breakfast, he left the house at 8:45 and made his way to the Hokage's office, arriving in a swirl of fire. Tsunade began explaining the mission to both teams, emphasizing the importance of escorting Shibuki, the village leader, back to the waterfall village. Kurenai was designated as the leader, with Kakashi as her second-in-command, and Naruto would take charge if anything happened to them. Kurenai asked Shibuki about the time frame for their journey, and he explained that it would take about a week to reach the village, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Kurenai instructed everyone to pack for a 2-week trip, and while Shino and Hinata complied, Team 7 scoffed and turned away. Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, while Naruto, having already prepared his supplies and scrolls, stayed behind with Tsunade as Kurenai and Shibuki left to gather their belongings. Naruto then curiously asked Tsunade if she and Jiraiya were officially together. He mentioned that he had to place a privacy barrier under the door the previous day. She replied that she didn't really know what to think about Naruto, they were both just going with the flow for now. He hadn't proposed to her again since their early days as a team, which made her smile at the memory of those moments. He asked her if she would accept if he did propose again, recalling how she had expressed her feelings for him even more than for that Dan guy. He believed that if he made her happy, she should be with him. She reminded him that she was older and questioned why he was giving her advice. Then, she asked him to look after Kakashi on their mission, noting that he didn't seem too pleased about Kurenai being in charge. He acknowledged that he felt the same way and had a hunch that the mission might escalate to an A rank, though he could be mistaken. She instructed him to get Shibuki alone and inform him about the Akatsuki and their intentions. She had heard rumors that they had isolated their Jinchuriki from the village but didn't know what the Jinchuriki looked like. She also mentioned that she had spoken to the fire daimyo, who said that Jiraiya could train him for a year and a half but wanted him in the Guardian 12 for the next year. She had already discussed this with Jiraiya, who agreed. After the year, Jiraiya would meet up with him and bring him back to the village. He asked if he still had to leave in 6 months, and she confirmed that he did. She planned to send him on as many missions as possible before his departure and intended to release his heritage to the village, confident that he would return stronger than his father. He agreed and glanced at the clock, realizing he had to be at the gate in 5 minutes. He promised to see her when he returned and vanished from her office to the village gate. After 5 minutes of waiting, Team 7 and Team 8 arrived with Shibuki, but Kakashi was missing. After 20 minutes of waiting, they decided to leave without him. 5 hours into the journey, Kakashi appeared, having caught up with them after they had to stop due to Sakura's lack of stamina. Kakashi expressed his frustration, reminding Kurinai that she was supposed to wait for him and that he could report her for leaving. Kurinai firmly stated that she did not tolerate tardiness and urged him to focus. With that, Team 8 and Shibuki leapt into the trees to continue the mission. They finally reached the hidden waterfall village but were 2 days late, primarily due to Sakura needing frequent breaks, Kakashi's training sessions with Sasuke, and Kiba's frequent bathroom claims. Shibuki's jumpiness at every little noise added to the delays, leaving Team 8 wondering how someone like him could lead an entire village. Shibuki extended an invitation to the village but mentioned that the 4 of them would need to cover their eyes. Kakashi agreed immediately, raising suspicion among the group. He attempted to discreetly create a shadow clone to follow them, but Naruto sensed the chakra spike and created his own clone, which promptly destroyed Kakashi's. Kakashi expressed his displeasure at Naruto's actions, while Naruto pointed out that Kakashi's attempt could have endangered the group and the relationship between Taki and Konoha. Kurinai inquired about what had happened, and Naruto explained the situation, emphasizing that he could detect even the slightest pulse of chakra. Before Kurinai could respond, a messenger hawk landed on Kakashi, which startled Shibuki. Kurinai asked what was going on, and Kakashi informed them that he was needed back in the village for something. He instructed Team 7 to stay with Kurinai and finish the mission before leaving, but he made another clone that Naruto destroyed again. Kurinai asked Naruto if Kakashi was telling the truth, to which he confirmed that Kakashi seemed uncertain about something but that they needed to focus on their mission. Just then, 2 children ran up to Shibuki, holding bags that appeared to be filled with something. Shibuki, in a mock scolding tone, told them he couldn't play right now and asked them to show respect for their village leader. The small boy explained that they had just finished picking up trash by the shore, as their mother had instructed them. Suddenly, a woman stumbled out of the trees, calling for her children. She approached Shibuki, visibly shaken, and informed him that there had been an attack without warning. As she collapsed, they noticed a kunai lodged in her back. Kurinai checked her over and assessed that it didn't seem too severe. She asked Naruto for a medical seal, which he provided, and she carefully removed the kunai and applied the seal. The little boy insisted they needed to go to the village, but Kurinai instructed them to stay outside with their mother. She asked Naruto to create clones to guard them, and he summoned 10 clones to keep watch. Shibuki expressed disbelief that anyone could find the village, given its hidden entrance. Naruto speculated that it must be someone familiar with the village or a rogue ninja who had grown up there. He then knocked out Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura, tying their headbands over their eyes. Grateful, Kurinai urged Shibuki to prepare to save his village. Just then, 4 ninjas leaped out from the waterfall, and Naruto swiftly took down 3 of them before the last one managed to escape. They left for the secret entrance, and Naruto received the memories of 2 clones. One had been destroyed, but the other had eliminated the ninja that attacked it and set up a barrier for protection. As they entered the village, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba dashed off after Sasuke gave his team their orders. Naruto pursued Sasuke and caught up just as Sasuke was ambushed by a kunoichi and another ninja. Naruto dropped down and swiftly took them out before they even realized what was happening. Sasuke, frustrated at being shown up again, attempted to attack Naruto but was knocked out in the process. Returning to the scene, Naruto saw Kurinai, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Sakura, and Shibuki badly beaten by a ninja named Suein. He noticed Suein drinking a strange liquid and sensed a significant chakra boost emanating from him. Confused, Naruto wondered aloud what the liquid was. A mint-haired girl with an orange clip in her hair, wearing a white midriff shirt that showcased her toned stomach, fishnet armor, and a taki headband, approached him. He could feel the tailed beast chakra within her. She introduced herself as Fu and explained that the liquid was called hero water, produced every 100 years from a giant tree in the village. Drinking it temporarily increased a person's chakra tenfold and allowed them to create a protective shield against kunai attacks, but it also shortened their lifespan based on the amount consumed. Naruto suggested they rely on ninjutsu and taijutsu to confront Suein, who had already taken out Shibuki's friends, leaving only him to face. Fu expressed her uncertainty about working together, as people usually avoided her. Naruto reassured her, revealing that he, too, was a Jinchuriki. They agreed to charge at Suein on the count of 3. As they rushed forward, Suein blocked Naruto's punch but was caught off guard when Fu kicked him in the face. After recovering, Suein performed hand signs, summoning a large water dragon that surged toward them. Naruto unsheathed the Kubikura-bocho, positioning Fu behind him and coated the sword with wind chakra. He swung the sword in a vertical arc, slicing the dragon in half. Fu seized the moment and used her jutsu, instructing Naruto to close his eyes. She exhaled a sparkling powder that blinded Suein, allowing her to engage him in taijutsu. However, her punches and kicks barely affected him due to the hero water's effects. Suein retaliated, sending her crashing into a tree. Suddenly, he had to dodge a fist made of bugs, which created a shockwave that nearly knocked him off balance. Sensing Fu's chakra signature moving away, Naruto took a risk and opened his eyes, noticing that her jutsu had worn off. He leaped onto the water, standing before Suein with his Sharingan activated. Suein, intrigued by facing an Uchiha, boasted about taking Naruto's eyes after defeating him. However, he was interrupted by a sharp pain in his back as Naruto stabbed him with a kunai. When Suein turned to confront him, Naruto dissolved into mist, catching him off guard. Realizing he was caught in a genjutsu, Suein was shocked. Naruto explained the danger of looking an Uchiha in the eye. As Suein regained his composure and jumped away, Naruto managed to land a punch enhanced with wind chakra, cutting Suein's face. Suein began to worry, realizing that the punch had hurt more than it should have. Naruto pointed out that Suein's dosage of hero water was wearing off, revealing that all his borrowed power was temporary. In defiance, Suein drank the remainder of the hero water, his chakra visibly surging. Naruto unleashed his chakra to match Suein's, causing everyone around to awaken in shock at the display of power. As they both charged at each other, their fists collided, creating a shockwave that sent water flying everywhere. The surrounding ninjas struggled to maintain their footing. Kurinai created clones to hold down the tied-up civilians. Sasuke attempted to activate his Sharingan but found the overwhelming chakra painful to his eyes. Naruto and Suein exchanged rapid punches, the impact felt by everyone nearby. Eventually, Suein was sent flying into a tree. Fu, who had been knocked out earlier, watched in awe as Naruto unleashed a lightning jutsu. He threw the lightning javelin at Suein, piercing through his chakra and striking him in the stomach. Suein coughed up blood, struggling to stand as the effects of the hero water wore off, having been depleted from the intense battle against Naruto. Naruto lifted Suein by his shirt, a determined look in his eyes. He asked if Suein had any last words. Suein smirked, claiming victory, stating that he had already defeated Suein and that the village was without a leader. He mentioned his former student, asserting that Taki would fall by his hands. Naruto corrected him, revealing that Shibuki was just fine. Suein's expression shifted as he turned to see Kurinai using her limited medical ninjutsu to heal Shibuki. Desperation filled Suein's voice as he insisted that he was supposed to win and vowed to destroy Taki before he died. However, the effects of the hero water took hold, and Suein collapsed. Naruto dropped his body and used a fire jutsu to incinerate it. Sasuke approached him, demanding that Naruto hand over his jutsus and sword to defeat Itachi. Sakura chimed in, agreeing with Sasuke, suggesting that Naruto didn't need the jutsus. Kiba added that since Sasuke was now the leader of the Uchiha clan, Naruto should obey him. Naruto firmly stated that he was not part of the Uchiha clan and never would be. He reminded them that Itachi was the true heir and that unless he was defeated, Sasuke would not inherit that title anytime soon. He warned Sasuke not to make demands again, hinting at the consequences of such actions. Naruto then turned away to help the villagers, leaving Sasuke and Sakura behind. 3 days later, Naruto walked through the village toward Shibuki's office. Upon knocking, he was invited in and found Fu sitting there. Shibuki expressed surprise at Naruto's visit and asked Fu to excuse them, but Naruto insisted she stay. Shibuki inquired about the urgency of the meeting. Naruto explained the threat of a group known as the Akatsuki, composed of S-class shinobi from various villages, who were after the tailed beasts. He warned Shibuki that if they extracted the tailed beast from him, it would be fatal. Noticing Shibuki's lack of jutsus, Naruto emphasized the need for him to train his own skills instead of relying solely on the tailed beast chakra. He offered to teach Shibuki the shadow clone jutsu to accelerate his training. Naruto cautioned Shibuki that they had a limited time before the Akatsuki would begin their attempts to capture them. He urged Shibuki to ensure that his ninjas and civilians were prepared, as he had seen how they looked at Fu, suggesting they would betray her rather than protect her. He insisted that this information remain confidential and that all ninjas should intensify their training to prevent another infiltration like Suian's. Shibuki contemplated Naruto's words and agreed to keep the matter between them. He instructed Fu to train hard, as she had nearly 3 years to prepare for potential confrontations with S-rank shinobi. Naruto then asked Shibuki if there were any rogue ninjas from the village who might join the Akatsuki. Shibuki mentioned a name from the bingo books, Kazu of the 5 Hearts, who was wanted for stealing a forbidden jutsu. He described Kazu as nearly immortal, held together by black threads, and capable of using multiple chakra natures. Naruto realized that Kakuzu could be a threat to Fu and emphasized the need for heightened security at the village entrance. He then invited Fu to begin her training with the jutsu he would teach her. Fu stood, bowed to Shibuki, and left with Naruto. The next day, they traveled back to Konoha at a quicker pace. Naruto created a clone to carry Sakura, avoiding frequent stops, and placed a seal on Kiba and Sasuke to keep them close. Although they complained, Naruto silenced them. Shino and Hinata were lost in their own world, which brought a smile to Kurenai's face. A week later, they arrived at the gate, where Kakashi awaited them with his usual cheerful demeanor. He informed them that the Hokage had been expecting them and instructed them to head straight to her office. Kurenai dismissed the rest of the team, and Naruto removed the seals from Team 7 as they departed. Arriving at Tsunade's office, they knocked, and after some shuffling, Tsunade called for them to enter. They entered, and Naruto gave her a knowing smile, which she met with a look that hinted at trouble. Kurenai mentioned that they had been told Tsunade wanted to see them. Tsunade, now the Hokage, asserted that being new to the role did not excuse them from following her orders. Confusion crossed their faces as Naruto pointed out that they had just returned from the mission she had assigned them. Tsunade clarified that she was referring to the Jounin meeting she had called. They exchanged puzzled glances, both Kurenai and Naruto asking what meeting she meant. Tsunade explained that she had sent a messenger hawk with the notice and that Kakashi had informed her they had read the message but chose not to attend. Naruto, frustrated, defended their actions, stating that Kakashi had been late for an escort mission involving a village leader. He recounted how Kakashi had taken Sasuke away for training while Kiba wandered off, and although Sakura was fine, they had to stop frequently for her. He expressed that Kakashi's negligence nearly jeopardized a potential alliance with Taki and that he had failed to inform them about the Jounin meeting. Naruto concluded by saying that they should be thanked for not attending the meeting, as it would have been Tsunade explaining how she lost 3 clan heirs, an arrogant teammate, and a girl who might not continue as a ninja. With that, he left, slamming the office door behind him, leaving Kurenai to provide a more detailed explanation of the mission. A few hours later, a knock on his door roused Naruto from his sleep. He opened it to find a cat waiting. The cat relayed that Hokage Tsunade wanted to see him. Naruto nodded and used a quick technique to arrive in her office. He asked if she wanted to see him, noticing Jiraiya sitting on the couch. Tsunade apologized, admitting she should have gathered the full story from the mission. She informed him that Kakashi had been suspended for 5 months and his team disbanded. Naruto accepted her apology but noted he had been in the middle of sleeping. Tsunade then inquired about his private meeting with Shibuki. Naruto recalled that he had information about a potential Akatsuki member named Kaizu, who was known for his unique abilities. Tsunade expressed disbelief, mentioning that Kakuzu had fought her grandfather. Jiraiya added that Kakuzu must be nearly a century old by now. Naruto explained that Shibuki had mentioned Kakuzu's technique, which allowed him to control threads using 5 hearts to sustain his life, making him nearly immortal. He warned that if Kakuzu was still alive, he would likely target Taki's Jinchuriki. Naruto had advised her to train, as she relied too much on the tailed beast chakra and lacked her own ninjutsu skills. He taught her the shadow clone technique and encouraged her to learn elemental ninjutsu. Jiraiya agreed to add Kakuzu to their list and instructed his spy network to keep an eye out for him. He mentioned he would return in 5 months to take Naruto to the daimyo palace for him to join the guardian. After giving Tsunade a kiss, Jiraiya left through the window. Naruto teased Tsunade about her relationship with Jiraiya, but she playfully told him to be quiet. She then informed him that for the next 5 months, she would send him on solo missions to prepare him to become a full-fledged jounin before his trip. She granted him the rest of the week off but warned that next week would be intense. Naruto promised not to let her down and embraced her, receiving a warm response before he jumped out the window. 5 months later, the now 14-year-old Naruto returned from a B-rank mission where he had dealt with bandits causing trouble in one of the smaller towns in the Land of Fire. As he walked through the village gates, he noticed the security was unusually tight. He headed straight to the Hokage's office and entered without knocking. He asked Tsunade what was happening. She informed him that Sasuke Uchiha had left the village the previous night. Sakura Haruno had been found unconscious on a bench that morning by Izumo and Kotetsu. She reported that Sasuke had left on his own and claimed he was under the influence of the curse mark. Tsunade, knowing he had just returned, instructed Naruto to assist the team, as Sasuke had been picked up by 4 sound shinobi. His mission was to eliminate them, except for the girl, who was to be brought back to the village. Shikamaru had already been sent out with his own team. Without hesitation, Naruto ran full speed to catch up with the group. He arrived to see Shikamaru and Temari engaged in battle with a red-haired girl who had transformed into a beast with horns. Naruto called out to them, urging them to stop fighting her. Temari questioned why they should not engage, while Shikamaru echoed her sentiment. Ignoring their protests, Naruto approached the girl, who pulled out her flute, and asked if she remembered him from the invasion. She nodded but remained silent. He asked if she remembered what she had silently asked him, and she nodded again. He inquired about her name, to which she replied, Tayuya of the North Gate. Meanwhile, Temari and Shikamaru watched in confusion. He pressed further, asking for her real name, and she froze, a worried expression crossing her face. Noticing her reaction, he revealed the Uzumaki tracker seal and asked if it was on her body. She dropped the power of the cursed seal and nodded again. He instructed her to go to the Leaf Village, shocking everyone present. Temari questioned Naruto's decision, expressing concern about bringing an enemy into the village. Shikamaru echoed her sentiment, stating that it was a risky move. Naruto explained that she was supposed to be in the village anyway, but Orochimaru had somehow gotten to her. He then created a clone, stating that it would take her to the Hokage, who shared a connection with her, just as he did. Tayuya expressed her gratitude, hugging Naruto before leaving with his clone. Naruto announced that he would go ahead and instructed Temari and Shikamaru to assist anyone else on the mission, sending a clone with each of them. They nodded, filled with unanswered questions. Temari asked why he had made such a decision, to which Naruto simply replied that it was an S-ranked mission before taking off after Sasuke. Shikamaru and Temari knew better than to press further and set off to help the other members of the retrieval team. As Naruto traveled, he entered a clearing where he encountered an albino man with white hair, green eyes, and red markings around his eyelids, along with 2 red dots on his head. He introduced himself as Kimimaro of the Sound Five, the leader of the group and second strongest to Lord Orochimaru in the Sound Village. Naruto requested the barrel, stating he needed it. Kimimaro refused, explaining that his mission was to ensure Sasuke returned to Orochimaru without issues. Suddenly, the barrel opened, and Sasuke emerged, his hair longer and a grayish-purple hue, his skin also taking on a gray tone. Naruto, unimpressed, urged Sasuke to return to the Leaf Village, but Sasuke declared he was done with the village that held him back, insisting that Orochimaru was the only one who could grant him power. Naruto snickered at this, pointing out that Sasuke was seeking strength from someone weaker than Itachi, advising him to turn around and head back, asserting that he was not in the mood to fight. Kimimaro reminded Sasuke that Orochimaru was waiting for him in the Sound Village and insisted that he needed to leave. Sasuke nodded and took off toward the Valley of the End. Frustrated, Naruto expressed his reluctance to fight, questioning why Kimimaro couldn't simply let him take Sasuke back. Kimimaro reiterated that his mission was to ensure Sasuke reached Orochimaru, explaining that he was meant to be Orochimaru's next vessel, but due to a terminal illness, he would serve Orochimaru until his last breath. Reluctantly, Naruto agreed to confront Kimimaro, leaning to the left as a bone fragment flew past him. He remarked on Kimimaro's use of bones as weapons, suggesting they could play fetch afterward. Kimimaro rushed at him, producing bone swords, but Naruto skillfully dodged his attacks, impressed by Kimimaro's speed. However, Naruto, even with resistance seals, was faster than an Umbu-level shinobi. Growing tired of the back and forth, Naruto broke through Kimimaro's guard, landing lightning-enhanced punches that made Kimimaro flinch. He finished his assault with a dropkick infused with lightning chakra, sending Kimimaro flying through several trees. Moments later, Naruto sensed a surge of chakra as Kimimaro activated his curse seal, charging forward with lines across his body and bones protruding from his arms and ribcage. He burst from the tree line, but Naruto blocked his punch and activated his Sharingan to evade the bone strikes. Before Kimimaro could make his next move, Naruto unleashed his jutsu, the Hammer of the Thunder God. He created a hammer of red lightning and swung it at Kimimaro, who was sent back but managed to maintain his balance. Before Kimimaro could recover, Naruto hurled the hammer, which crashed into the ground, exploding in a burst of lightning that shocked Kimimaro. Determined not to be defeated, Kimimaro summoned another wave of chakra and entered his level 2 curse mark stage. Naruto sighed, wishing for an easier confrontation. As Kimimaro transformed, resembling a dinosaur with a tail and brown skin, he charged at Naruto. Noticing a decrease in Kimimaro's speed, Naruto prepared to block a punch, but it sent him flying back into a tree. Getting back on his feet, Naruto realized he was running out of time to catch Sasuke. He activated his lightning edge and charged at Kimimaro, who formed a drill-like weapon from his bones. As Kimimaro approached, Naruto activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and began to use Kamui, but it took a moment to activate. When Kimimaro got close, his weapon passed through Naruto, shocking him. Before Kimimaro could react, Naruto pierced his chest with his jutsu, destroying his heart. After waiting 10 seconds to see if Kimimaro would move, Naruto left the scene. Moments later, a squad of 20 blank-masked Umbu arrived. The leader instructed the group, reminding them of their mission to capture Sasuke Uchiha for Orochimaru. He emphasized that they needed to eliminate anyone who could interfere with Lord Danzo's plans. The other Umbu nodded in agreement, and they swiftly made their way toward the Valley of the End. Naruto arrived to find Sasuke waiting. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Naruto appeared in front of him and struck him in the face. Sasuke quickly recovered and activated his Sharingan, which still only had 2 tomo in each eye. However, Naruto's speed was too much for him to track. He was soon punched in the gut and kicked off the statue of Madara Uchiha, landing in the water below. Climbing out, he glared at Naruto and activated his curse mark, moving at speeds that Naruto guessed were inspired by Lee, though it was still slower than Naruto without his weights. Sasuke launched a series of punches and kicks, which Naruto either blocked or dodged. The dark chakra from Sasuke's curse mark left burns on Naruto's arms. Sasuke jumped back and performed hand signs, unleashing fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He sent out miniature fireballs toward Naruto, who leaped aside, aware that the fireballs contained shuriken. Sasuke then threw kunai at Naruto, who dodged them but noticed the ninja wire attached. Deciding to turn the tables, Naruto created a clone and substituted with it. The clone got caught in the ninja wire, and Sasuke ignited the wires, causing the clone to vanish in a puff of smoke. Sasuke taunted Naruto, claiming superiority, but a voice from behind him caught him off guard. He turned just in time to be kicked into a rock. The Naruto he thought was trapped in the wires dissipated into smoke. Rising to his feet, Sasuke activated the second level of his cursed seal. His skin turned dark gray, his hair lengthened and darkened to blue, and his eyes transformed, his Sharingan still active. Wings resembling hands sprouted from his back, and a dark star appeared across the bridge of his nose. Determined to end the fight, Sasuke formed hand signs, channeling lightning chakra into his hand. Seeing this, Naruto decided to finish things as well. Sasuke charged at him, empowered by the second level of his curse mark, and unleashed Chidori. In response, Naruto formed a Rasengan in an instant and pushed it against Sasuke's Chidori, overpowering it. Sasuke was sent crashing into the wall of the Valley of the End, unconscious, and his curse mark receded. As Naruto moved to pick him up, he was suddenly surrounded by 20 blank-masked Umbu. They charged at him without a word. Activating his Sharingan, Naruto drew the Kubikurabocho and began to defend himself against the onslaught. After cutting down several Umbu, he caught a glimpse of Orochimaru taking Sasuke away. Frustrated, Naruto activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, summoning his Susanoo in its second stage. He swiftly cut down the remaining Umbu, attempting to escape to inform Danzo. The Susanoo shot black senbons, striking vital points on the fleeing ninja. Once the Umbu were defeated, Naruto deactivated his Manjikyu, feeling irritation in his eyes but still retaining over 80% of his vision. He left, determined to confront a certain elder. Sprinting back to Konoha, he headed straight to Tsunade's office, only to find it empty. Assuming she was at the hospital, he took a nap on her couch. About 4 hours later, Tsunade and Shizen entered and found him sleeping. They exchanged smiles and left him undisturbed. After another hour, Naruto woke to see Tsunade watching him. She asked how the mission had gone, and he sighed, stating it had failed. Before he could explain, Jiraiya burst through the window just as Danzo walked in the door. Without hesitation, Naruto charged at Danzo, punching him in the face and attempting to choke him. Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed to pull Naruto off, but his grip was reinforced with chakra, prompting Tsunade to call for her personal Umbu and Shizen to help. After a struggle, he finally released Danzo. Danzo demanded Naruto be arrested, but Tsunade interjected, asking why he had attacked Danzo. Naruto explained that Danzo was responsible for the mission's failure, having sent 20 of his root soldiers after him. Once he had Sasuke, they attacked, allowing Orochimaru to take him. He expressed his anger, warning Danzo that he had crossed the wrong person and that he would show him why he should fear more than just Itachi and Shisui. Tsunade ordered Danzo to leave, but when he didn't move, Naruto delivered a chakra-empowered kick, sending him crashing through the wall. Everyone looked at Tsunade, surprised, as this was a move she typically executed. She defended herself, claiming she hadn't taught him that, suggesting he must have learned it from their spars. Jiraiya asked if Naruto was sure it was Root that had attacked him. Naruto confirmed, mentioning the northeast symbol on the masks. He then called out for Boar, insisting he was present. Tsunade denied it, but Naruto vanished and punched the corner of the ceiling near her desk, causing the boar-masked Umbu to fall out, unconscious. Tsunade ordered Kat to take him to torture and interrogation, instructing that no limits be placed on the questioning. As Kat took Boar away, Tsunade reminded Naruto that while Danzo had messed up the mission, he couldn't attack him like that. He was an elder of the village, and he had the authority to approach the daimyo and request Naruto's removal from the village. Tsunade informed him of this. Naruto questioned whether this was the same daimyo he was about to meet, one who did not even favor Danzo. Tsunade confirmed it and then asked him to remove the curse seal from Tayuya, who was currently in a holding cell at the torture and interrogation department. Naruto explained that he could not remove the seal just yet. When Jiraiya asked why, Naruto elaborated that the reason was the same as when he had been unable to remove Sasuke's seal at the old man's request. Doing so would be fatal for Tayuya. Her body was still developing, and the pain from the removal would cause her organs to shut down much faster than Anko's had. He could not place the medical seal on her while removing the curse mark, so their only option was to seal it away for now. Tsunade agreed, and they all used the Shunshin technique to reach the holding center. After instructing the ANBU to open Tayuya's cell, she rushed out and tackled Naruto to the ground, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. She then asked if they were there to remove the seal, expressing her disdain for it. Naruto reiterated that he could not remove it yet due to the risk to her health, but suggested that in about 2 years, she should be able to handle it. He then inquired if she was the only Uzumaki that Orochimaru had. Tayuya mentioned another girl named Karen, whose whereabouts were unknown, but she was certain that Karen did not have the curse mark. She recounted how Orochimaru had killed her mother and forced her to work with him by placing the cursed seal on her. During Naruto's match at the Chunin exams, she had seen him remove the caged bird seal and had hoped he could help her, which was why she had made direct eye contact with him. She also revealed that Orochimaru had used her friend Kin as a sacrifice for his reanimation jutsu. She asked if she could stay in the Leaf Village, noting that the Uzumaki clan had been allied with the Hidden Leaf through marriage. Tsunade confirmed that she could stay and instructed Jiraiya to seal off her curse mark, after which she would be free to go. Tayuya then expressed her concern about where she would live, as she was accustomed to sleeping on the streets due to poor conditions in the Sound Village. Naruto offered her an extra room in his apartment. Tayuya agreed but made it clear that she did not want any unwanted advances, having dealt with enough of that in the Sound Village. She recounted her experiences with Kabuto, who had attempted to pursue her but had ultimately failed. Jiraiya confirmed that Kabuto was dead, having been killed by Naruto when they had gone to retrieve Tsunade to become Hokage. Tayuya jokingly asked Tsunade for her secret to her figure, to which Tsunade replied that she would share it if Tayuya called her by her name instead of using nicknames. They struck a deal. Tsunade then asked what type of ninja Tayuya was. Tayuya explained that she used genjutsu, but only because it had been forced upon her. She had always wanted to become a medic like Tsunade, but Orochimaru had prevented her from learning medical ninjutsu. Tsunade informed her that she was starting a medical program for kunoichi interested in learning, and Tayuya was welcome to join. Curious about the strongest ninja in the village, Tayuya asked for the rankings. Tsunade listed herself as the strongest kunoichi, followed by one of her ANBU guards, Anko, and then Kurinai. Jiraiya added that the strongest men included Danzo, Naruto, Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma. Tayuya remarked on her suspicions about Danzo, suggesting he had inappropriate interests. Naruto chimed in, expressing his frustration that no one had believed him about Danzo. Jiraiya, eager to move on, suggested they proceed with sealing Tayuya's curse mark, as he had important business to attend to. Naruto muttered a joke about Jiraiya's plans for the day, which Tsunade and Jiraiya overheard. Tsunade playfully reprimanded him, leading to a light-hearted moment. After the sealing was complete, Naruto took Tayuya to his apartment and laid her down on the bed, as she was still asleep from the procedure. Jiraiya had mentioned she wouldn't wake until morning, so Naruto settled down to meditate, a routine he followed before bed. He made a quick visit to Ichiraku's to chat with Ayame and Kotetsu, who were still together, before returning home to pack for his upcoming trip. 2 weeks later, Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Anko, and Kurinai gathered at the village gates. Anko and Kurinai were holding back tears while Tsunade ensured Naruto had everything he needed. Naruto confirmed that he had everything and asked if he could leave. Tsunade reminded him to say goodbye to Kurinai and Anko first. He approached them, and they both embraced him tightly, showering him with affection, which he found overwhelming. Anko urged him to promise that he would be okay and to send messages whenever he could. He assured them he would. Kurinai then asked if he was sure he didn't want Shino and Hinata to know about his departure, suggesting they would likely ask about him. Naruto replied that he preferred not to make a big deal out of it. He also asked them to keep an eye on Tayuya, hoping her temper wouldn't lead her into trouble and suggesting they help her find a boyfriend, as he believed she needed companionship. Enko agreed to watch out for her, noting it was the least they could do. Enko promised, giving one last hug. Jiraiya interrupted, reminding them that they needed to leave as the sun was about to rise and people would start to notice them. Kurinai warned Jiraiya to keep his behavior in check, threatening him if he was caught peeping on women. Jiraiya defended himself, stating that he hadn't been peeping for the past 6 months and that more women were reading his books thanks to his new perspective. He wrapped Tsunade in a hug, which she returned. Naruto, uncomfortable with the topic of his grandparents' romantic life, urged them to leave. Tsunade instructed the others to let them go, and after a few more hugs and goodbyes, Naruto and Jiraiya departed from the Leaf Village, one not to return for nearly 3 years, while the other would be back in less than 2 years. Tsunade remarked that Naruto would be stronger than them upon his return. Enko agreed, noting that he was already stronger than her and Jiraiya, while Kurinai expressed her belief that he had always been stronger. Tsunade countered, explaining that Naruto had never forced Jiraiya to use Sage Mode, nor had she needed to activate her seal. Enko acknowledged that the next 3 years would be different, and the 3 women stood together for a moment, watching the sunrise before going about their day. Nearly 3 years had passed since Naruto left, and much had changed. Tsunade had initiated a medical program for Kunoichi, which proved to be a success. The death rates on high-ranking missions significantly decreased when a trained medic was part of the team. Tayuya had joined the program, but she found herself in classes with Sakura, whom she did not like. Despite Sakura being a competent medic, Tayuya viewed her as a spoiled fangirl who sought attention from returning ninjas. Tayuya's behavior had led to her being removed from classes by Shizune on several occasions to prevent her from confronting Sakura. Tayuya's skills impressed Tsunade, who offered her the honor of becoming her apprentice, teaching her advanced medical techniques and how to channel chakra into her punches, along with granting her the slug contract. Over the past 2.5 years, Tayuya had grown significantly, now standing at 5 feet 6 inches, just an inch shorter than Tsunade. With a healthier diet and lifestyle, her hair had returned to its bright red hue, characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. She wore the same style of clothing Tsunade had in her youth, a white V-neck half-shirt, mesh underneath that reached her thighs, and a red skirt with spandex beneath it, complemented by Tsunade's signature shoes. Initially, people assumed her outfit was for Naruto, but to everyone's surprise, she had been dating Lee for about a year. Despite his incessant talk about the flames of youth, she claimed to enjoy his enthusiasm. Sakura had not changed much. She stood at 5 feet 4 inches, and her figure had developed modestly. She wore a red half-top that could be unzipped, with mesh armor underneath, black gloves, and shorts that were barely concealed by a gray apron skirt. Tayuya's dislike for Sakura stemmed from the latter's attempt to stalk Naruto after Tsunade revealed his lineage. Tayuya knew Sakura would struggle to win Naruto's heart, especially after hearing about Samui and Naruto's bond before she had to leave. Tayuya made her way to Tsunade's office to deliver the daily reports. Upon knocking, she was told to enter. Inside, she found Sakura but chose to ignore her. Tsunade greeted her with a smile, which piqued Tayuya's curiosity. Tayuya presented the daily reports and inquired about Tsunade's cheerful demeanor. Tsunade revealed that it was the day Naruto and Jiraiya would return. Tayuya's excitement mirrored Tsunade's, while Sakura expressed indifference towards Jiraiya but admitted she missed Naruto. Tsunade confirmed that Jiraiya had promised to send a message when they were on their way. Just then, a messenger toad appeared, delivering a letter to Tsunade before vanishing. Without hesitation, Tsunade jumped from her chair and rushed to the village gates, leaving the civilians puzzled but uninterested in the commotion. Tayuya and Sakura hurried after her, finally catching up when Tsunade stopped at the gate. Tayuya questioned Tsunade's sudden departure, while Sakura struggled to catch her breath. Tsunade explained that Jiraiya had informed her they would arrive in an hour, and she intended to wait for them. Tayuya expressed her frustration at not being informed before Tsunade took off. They glanced at Sakura, who was nervously fixing her hair and clothes, muttering about a future husband. After an hour and 15 minutes of waiting, Jiraiya and Naruto had yet to arrive. Frustrated, Tsunade exclaimed that Jiraiya had promised to return in an hour and playfully threatened him with a punishment. Just then, Jiraiya appeared, smiling. Tsunade rushed to him, embracing him warmly, which made Tayuya smile while Sakura looked on in disgust. Tayuya teased Sakura, calling her Spitter, a nickname that had become a running joke after hearing about her past actions. Tsunade had previously mentioned that Naruto had also called her that. Tayuya then turned her attention back to Jiraiya, playfully asking where Naruto was, wondering why he wasn't with him. Jiraiya expressed his confusion about being left behind 5 hours ago. Sakura replied that they hadn't seen the person he was referring to. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching the village gates, and a tall man entered, capturing the attention of the three girls. His waist-length hair, with shoulder-length bangs framing his face and covering most of his right eye, added to his striking appearance. He wore a blue, high-collared, long-sleeve mantle that split down the lower half, paired with a simple, light brown obi and a belt. It was Naruto returning to the village, engrossed in a book and unaware of the people in front of him. A throat clearing broke his concentration, and he looked up to see a frustrated Tsunade, Tayuya tapping her foot, and Sakura gazing at him with longing. Naruto greeted them casually, but Tayuya's irritation boiled over as she scolded him for making them wait all day, giving him a light slap on the head. Tsunade demanded to know why he was late, reminding him that Jiraiya had said he left 5 hours ago and should have arrived at least 3 hours prior. Naruto, however, pointed out the state of his eyes, which Tsunade quickly understood. Curious, she asked if it was time yet, leaving Sakura puzzled and asking what she meant. Tayuya dismissed Sakura's inquiry, knowing about Naruto's eyes from their secret exchanges through Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto then teased Sakura, claiming he had already found someone to admire, which only fueled her determination. He acknowledged her skills, mentioning he had heard about her exploits from other ninjas. He reassured Tsunade that he was still working on his techniques, explaining he was at about 50% of his capacity. Tsunade instructed him to let her know when he was ready, and they decided to head to the office to submit a report. After a brief wait, Naruto suddenly transformed and vanished, reappearing behind Tayuya, who was startled and scolded him for the scare. Tsunade inquired about Naruto's strength, and Jiraiya revealed that he was stronger than himself, possibly even stronger than Tsunade's grandfather in his prime, which shocked everyone in the room. Tsunade was incredulous, recalling that only Madara Uchiha could match her grandfather, and Jiraiya confirmed Naruto's mastery of 2 of his father's jutsus and his work on enhancing the Rasengan with his chakra nature. Tsunade then offered Naruto a choice between taking a genin team or serving as a regular jonin. He opted for the latter, expressing his disinterest in babysitting, and asked about the ranks of others. Tsunade informed him that Sakura was still a genin, having failed the Chunin exams multiple times, while Shino and Hinata were Chunin and might be promoted after their next mission. Ino preferred working in her parents' shop and at the Tandai department, while Tenten had turned down an Umbu invitation. Choji was also a Chunin but was taking a break to learn about clan responsibilities, and Kiba faced challenges finding teammates. Lee, Shikamaru, Niji, and Tayuya were all Jonin, with Tayuya being Tsunade's apprentice. Tsunade also mentioned that Shikamaru had a girlfriend. Naruto acknowledged knowing about Shikamaru from his time in Suna during the Chunin exams and asked if anything had happened with Danzo while he was away. Tsunade confirmed that Danzo had been quiet, which led Naruto to suspect he was planning something. When Sakura inquired about their conversation, Tayuya dismissed her, reminding her to stay out of adult matters. Tsunade then asked Naruto if he had mastered the technique he used during the Chunin exams. He admitted that attacking was difficult but that he had successfully mastered dodging. Just then, Shikamaru and Temari entered the room, prompting Shikamaru to ask when Naruto had returned. Naruto caught up with them, inquiring about their relationship, but Temari interrupted, insisting he be quiet. Shikamaru explained that Temari was the official liaison between the sand and the leaf, here for her usual meeting before departing next week. Naruto decided to leave them to their business and mentioned he wanted to reconnect with some familiar faces before heading home. Naruto inquired about a compound his father had left for him. His grandmother confirmed that it was completed just before his father's passing. He had added furniture and security seals to ensure that only he, blood relatives, and those authorized could enter. She handed him some keys and explained that the compound was vast, located near the Hokage monument. She had transferred all of his parents' belongings into the house, which, while not much, was significant to them as they were not materialistic. There were additional houses without owners that would only open to someone with good intentions. Excited, Naruto suggested they visit the new compound, and Tayuya agreed. After a short walk, they arrived at the enormous compound, which was far larger than he had imagined. His father had built enough houses for 12 families, each with multiple rooms. Naruto thought about how his father had not been materialistic despite the size of the houses. He encouraged Tayuya to explore, even offering her the chance to start a family in her own house. Surprised, she expressed her disbelief, and he assured her he was serious. She hugged him and rushed to a house, only to find it locked. Naruto suggested she add chakra to the seal on the door, which she did, revealing 2 keys. Overjoyed, she embraced him again before heading into her new home. Entering his own house, Naruto was amazed by the spacious kitchen, which could accommodate many people, and a living room with a large couch. The bedrooms were equally impressive, each featuring a queen-sized bed, with one room containing a crib and baby toys, presumably intended for him. The master bedroom boasted a king-sized bed and a walk-in closet large enough to hold plenty of belongings. Next to the closet was a luxurious bathroom with double sinks and a separate shower. Stepping outside, he discovered a personal hot spring and a training area equipped with absorption seals to protect against jutsu damage. The backyard was surrounded by privacy barriers, ensuring no one could intrude or hear anything from within. Reflecting on the precautions, Naruto chuckled to himself, attributing them to his mentor's notorious habits. He decided to visit everyone and left the house, spotting Tayuya in a hurry. She mentioned bringing Lee over to celebrate their new home, which made Naruto slightly uncomfortable, so he headed to Ichiraku's instead. Navigating the rooftops to avoid the villagers, he arrived at the large restaurant that could seat hundreds. He stealthily made his way to the kitchen, where he found Ayam tasting food before entering an office. When he startled her, she quickly assumed a defensive stance, demanding to know who he was. He feigned hurt at her lack of recognition, and upon revealing his identity, she slapped him in surprise. After a brief exchange, Ayam expressed her frustration at not being informed about his departure. She shared the sad news of her father's passing the previous year, explaining how the village had come together for his funeral. Despite her grief, she thanked him for his past generosity, which had helped them establish the restaurant. Naruto was taken aback by the news of Tuchi's death but offered to pay his respects later. He reassured Ayam that he didn't expect repayment for his support and mentioned that he had taken over his father's compound, offering her the chance to choose a house for herself and Kotetsu. The compound had privacy and security seals, ensuring that only authorized individuals could enter. If a foreign chakra signature was detected, intruders would be unable to access the house. Naruto proposed this to Kurinai, who was surprised to learn that Tayuya already had her own house. Kurinai decided to take the offer but needed to inform Kotetsu about her new place. She inquired about the rent, to which Naruto replied that there was no charge, the entire compound and its houses were already paid for. This revelation shocked her, and they continued their conversation for another hour before he departed. Naruto then made his way to Anko's house, where she was likely with Kurinai. He sensed their chakra signatures and used a teleportation technique to arrive at her door. Upon entering, he greeted them cheerfully. Kurinai, confused, asked who he was. Naruto was taken aback when they both slapped him on the face, leaving him in tears. He wondered what he had done to deserve such treatment. Kurinai expressed her disappointment, questioning why he hadn't sent them a letter. Anko chimed in, reminding him that they shared a summoning contract, implying he could have sent a messenger dragon. Naruto defended himself, stating that he had been busy training and had no time to write letters. He pointed out that Anko could have sent a message too, which led to another round of playful slaps from both women. After the initial confrontation, Anko asked how he had been, and Kurinai inquired about his strength. Despite his swollen face, Naruto confidently claimed he was the strongest in the village, even surpassing his mentor in Sage mode. Anko and Kurinai, now at a low Sannin level, expressed their disbelief at his strength. Naruto shifted the conversation to their relationships, asking if they were still with Asuma and Irika. They nodded, and he proposed that they start a family. He explained that he had taken over his father's compound, which had several houses available. Each house was equipped with privacy and security seals, ensuring safety from intruders. Tayuya and Ayam had already moved in, and the utilities were all included in one bill, meaning they only needed to worry about food. Anko was excited about the prospect of moving into a house and asked when she could get the keys. Naruto explained that each house had a seal that would dissolve upon selection, revealing 2 keys. Anko immediately began packing her belongings, while Kurinai mentioned she needed to discuss it with Asuma first. Naruto provided them with directions to the compound, and they spent a few more hours together before he left. He then met up with Ino and Hinata, who also expressed their surprise at his sudden departure. After catching up, he moved on to meet Shino, who was typically quiet. He encountered Kiba, quickly understanding why others hesitated to work with him. Choji, Tenten and Niji were out on a mission, so he returned to his old house, sealing away his and Tayuya's belongings in separate scrolls before heading back to his compound. He left Tayuya's scroll on her front porch and went to his own house, where he ate, showered, and went to sleep. After a week off, Naruto was on his way to the Hokage Tower for a mission. Arriving at 6 in the morning, he climbed through the window into Tsunade's office. He greeted her, and she sighed, questioning why he couldn't use the door. Noticing Kakashi and Sakura in the room, he acknowledged Sakura, who attempted to flirt with him. He politely distanced himself, reminding her that he was interested in someone else. Kakashi addressed him, and Tsunade prepared to assign a mission. However, a Chunin burst in with urgent news. The Kazekage had been abducted. Tsunade quickly ordered Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura to head to Suna to search for him, promising backup from Team Guy. Naruto insisted that backup wouldn't be necessary, claiming he could handle the situation alone. Kakashi cautioned him about the danger, reminding him that the Akatsuki consisted of S-rank shinobi. Naruto countered, asserting that he was stronger than his mentor in Sage mode. Tsunade intervened, warning Naruto that if he returned with even a scratch, she would make him regret it. With a firm command, she sent them off. They immediately left the village, making their way to Suna. After about 30 minutes of travel, Naruto spotted Temari below and informed her of Gaara's kidnapping. Without hesitation, she took off toward the trees, determined to reach Suna as quickly as possible. After a while, they slowed down a bit to conserve energy. Sakura expressed her concern, noting that they couldn't all keep up with the pace. Naruto insisted they were only moving at a low jonin speed and urged her to keep up, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. Kakashi intervened, suggesting they could afford a brief stop, but Naruto countered that they couldn't waste time, especially with his brother, the Kazekage, kidnapped. He expressed his frustration with Sakura's pace and declared he would go ahead alone if necessary. Temari agreed with Naruto's urgency, and they prepared to continue. As they traveled for another 20 minutes, Naruto called for Temari to stop. She was frustrated, questioning why they were pausing when her brother was in danger. Naruto assured her that instead of taking days to reach Suna, they could arrive in just a couple of hours. He then performed a summoning jutsu, bringing Niji to their side. Niji expressed his dislike for the desert but agreed to help when he learned of Gaara's kidnapping. After a swift journey, they landed at the gates of Suna, where a guard informed them of the situation. Gaara had been incapacitated while protecting the village from an attack by the Akatsuki, and Kankuro was injured in the battle. Naruto quickly decided they needed to go to the hospital to help Kankuro, believing he could remove the poison affecting him. Upon entering Kankuro's room, they found him in pain and pale. Temari broke down at the sight of her brother. Naruto reassured Kankuro that he would help him, explaining he needed to make a small cut to remove the poison. After a brief moment of pain, Naruto used his water manipulation to extract the poison from Kankuro's body. After several tense minutes, the poison was removed, and Kankuro began to breathe normally again. Naruto placed a medical seal on him for recovery, knowing it would take some time. Kankuro urged them to leave immediately to catch up with Gaara, sharing that he had seen the attackers head toward the river country. Naruto informed him that his team had chosen to rest instead of pursuing Gaara, so he and Temari had come quickly with Niji's help. Kankuro then handed Naruto a piece of Sasori's cloak for tracking. Temari insisted on joining Naruto, determined to confront those who attacked her village. Just then, Elder Chiyo approached, expressing her desire to join them as well. Despite concerns about her age, she playfully bantered with Naruto, who had formed a friendly rivalry with her during his previous visit to Suna. With everyone ready, they made their way to the gates, where Naruto performed another summoning jutsu. An orange fox with black paws and a black-tipped tail appeared, greeting Naruto. He asked the fox, Kinto, to track the scent of Sasori's cloak and determine how long it would take to find them. He took a moment to sense his surroundings, quickly identifying a strong scent leading east. Kinto explained that it smelled like water in that direction. Given that it was still early, he deduced that the group must have stopped for rest the previous night. If they could maintain a Jonin-level speed, they would be able to catch up in about 6 to 7 hours. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Kinto and unsealed a stack of fish for him before he departed. He then asked if his companions could travel at that speed for the required duration, and they both nodded in agreement. With that, they set off, a cloud of dust rising behind them. As they traveled, Chiyo inquired about how Naruto had managed to extract the poison from Kankuro without an antidote. Naruto explained that he struggled with medical ninjutsu due to his dense chakra. Instead, he made a small incision on Kankuro's chest, used his water manipulation to gather and heat the water with fire chakra, and forced the poison out before sealing the wound. He reflected on the challenges of being a Jinchuriki. Chiyo remarked that the method Naruto used was reminiscent of techniques from her youth, which were painful and time-consuming due to the lack of heated water. Temari wondered why they hadn't learned such techniques at the Suna Academy. Chiyo explained that, similar to the Leaf Village, the civilian council influenced the academy's curriculum, leaving out crucial information. However, she noted that the graduation tests were more rigorous than those in Konoha. With Tsunade as Hokage, changes were likely made. Temari asked Naruto about the graduation test in the Leaf Village. He shared that when he graduated, the civilian council had set the bar low, requiring only knowledge of basic jutsus. This led to a high casualty rate on missions, as many civilian students were ill-prepared for the realities of being a ninja. After Tsunade took charge, she revamped the academy, requiring students to master the basics and additional jutsus, as well as demonstrating proficiency with weapons. This reform reduced the number of unqualified graduates and mandated that every team include a medic, significantly lowering mission fatalities. Chiyo was curious about how the civilian council had gained so much power. Naruto explained that they had enacted numerous laws following the death of the fourth Hokage, including one that exempted civilians from taxes. When Tsunade discovered this, she confronted them, giving them the choice to pay back taxes or face severe consequences. Their attempts to remove her as Hokage were met with resistance from the daimyo. Chiyo questioned why the third Hokage hadn't intervened. Naruto speculated that the third was too old and overwhelmed by stress. He had intended to strip the council of their power, but the invasion had forced him to prioritize other matters, ultimately sacrificing his life to stop Orochimaru. Chiyo noted Naruto's closeness to the third Hokage, to which Naruto responded that he had been like a grandfather to him, providing support when he was cast out of the orphanage. He vowed to protect the king, though he could not reveal the king's identity. As they continued their journey in silence for 6 hours, they eventually spotted their target, Gaara's body being carried in a clay creature. Temari asked how they would proceed, and Chiyo suggested they needed to extract Gaara and deal with the two enemies. Naruto volunteered to handle Deidara, while Chiyo and Temari would confront Sasori. Temari questioned why Naruto would take on Deidara, to which he explained that Deidara's clay bombs were earth-based jutsus, requiring lightning to counter them, while both she and Chiyo had wind affinities. He then revealed a tri-pronged kunai, causing Chiyo to gasp in recognition. Naruto explained that it was a jutsu left to him by his father. Chiyo elaborated that it was the Hiraishin jutsu, originally created by Tobirama Senju and improved by Minato Namikaze. Naruto threw the kunai in front of Sasori and Deidara, halting their advance. Deidara expressed fear, whispering that Naruto was supposed to be dead. Sasori questioned Deidara's fear, and Deidara explained that the kunai belonged to the legendary Yellow Flash, who had defeated 1,000 IWA shinobi during the Third Great Ninja War. Sasori was surprised to learn that Naruto was alive, just as a flash of movement appeared before them. Deidara acknowledged Naruto as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, while Sasori noted that their plans had been disrupted. Naruto laid out his strategy. He would push Sasori away and have others deal with him, while he focused on securing Gaara and then confronting Deidara. With determination, Naruto prepared for the battle ahead. Deidara proclaimed that he would demonstrate why his clay explosions were the finest form of art. Sasori countered, asserting that his puppets were superior, but he was interrupted when Naruto kicked him away. With Sasori out of the way, Naruto turned his attention to Deidara, expressing his eagerness to show what true art was. However, Deidara was soon kicked away as well. Naruto reflected on how he had clearly communicated his intentions, yet his opponents had failed to prepare. He approached the clay creature that held Gaara, cut it open, and extracted Gaara, activating his Manjikyu to pull Gaara into his Kamui dimension. As he looked up, he saw an enraged Deidara returning, furious that his art had been ruined. Deidara shouted that he would eliminate Naruto, disregarding his status as a Jinchuriki. He tore off his damaged cloak and began channeling chakra into his hands, forming two massive dragon-like creatures that Naruto recognized would create a significant explosion. The creatures flew toward him and detonated just as they reached him. When the smoke cleared, Deidara was shocked to see Naruto still standing unharmed. Deidara questioned how Naruto had survived, his frustration growing. Naruto cryptically replied that it was for him to know and not for Deidara to find out. He then charged at Deidara, employing taijutsu enhanced with lightning and wind chakra, rendering Deidara unable to create small clay bombs as they were continually disrupted. After a fierce exchange, Naruto delivered a powerful kick that sent Deidara crashing into a tree, causing him to cough. Deidara, feeling cornered, declared that he was part of the Akatsuki, the strongest ninjas alive, and would not be defeated by a leaf ninja. He then transformed into a gigantic version of himself, announcing his C4 explosion technique and claiming it was true art. However, Naruto sensed that this was merely a clone, realizing that the real Deidara had buried himself underground. As the clone exploded, Naruto swiftly activated his Kamui and entered his pocket dimension to avoid the blast. After a few minutes, he reappeared, concealing his chakra presence and waiting for Deidara to reveal himself. When Deidara finally emerged, he boasted about his explosive clay being true art, unaware that Naruto was right behind him, ready to strike. Before Deidara could take a step, Naruto's hand, imbued with red lightning, pierced his heart. Deidara, shocked and coughing up blood, questioned how this had happened. Naruto explained that he had been aware of his surroundings and had acted as if he would stop the clone's explosion, allowing him to escape and conceal his chakra. He revealed that his lightning technique was perfect for stealthy assassinations. With Deidara defeated, Naruto took his ring, believing it to be significant since all members wore them. Feeling a chakra signature approaching rapidly, Naruto vanished in a flash to the mark he had secretly placed on Chiyo. Moments later, a Venus trap emerged from the ground, and a vortex appeared. The Venus trap expressed concern over Deidara's death and the missing ring, while a masked figure, Tobi, remarked on the strength of whoever had killed Deidara. Tobi instructed Zetsu to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived at the battlefield where Chiyo and Temari had been fighting Sasori. He found puppets scattered around, destroyed. Temari was exhausted and sitting beside Chiyo, who lay on the ground with a blade through her heart. Temari was in tears over Chiyo's lifeless body. Naruto approached and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. She looked up, embraced him, and wept for a couple of minutes before wiping her tears. Naruto inquired about Sasori, and Temari pointed to a human-like puppet with a kunai embedded in what appeared to be Sasori's heart. He walked over and took the ring from the puppet's finger. Temari explained that Chiyo had sacrificed herself to protect her, pushing her out of the way and using a kunai enhanced with wind chakra to strike Sasori's heart just as his blade had pierced hers. She expressed her understanding of Chiyo's sacrifice, recognizing that the king referred to the next generation of shinobi destined to lead their village. Naruto smiled in response, affirming her words. When she asked about Gaara, he assured her that he was safe. Activating his Kamui, he brought Gaara into view, who briefly woke before drifting back to sleep. Temari called out to Gaara, urging him to wake up, but he did not respond. Naruto then playfully slapped Gaara to rouse him, leading to a light-hearted exchange between them. Temari, sensing the conversation's direction, decided to intervene. She suggested they head back to Suna, and when Gaara asked about waiting for the rest of the team, Naruto reminded him that they were the team, him, Temari, and the late Chiyo. He explained the reason it was only the three of them and shared their experiences from the battles they had faced. Gaara stated that they would hold a funeral for Chiyo once they returned to Suna. Suddenly, they heard Naruto call out, and Neji appeared. Neji remarked that it was the second time Naruto had summoned him that day and acknowledged Gaara's presence. He guessed that Naruto wanted a ride to Suna, to which Naruto nodded sheepishly. Neji informed them that he would only take them halfway through the desert, as he disliked the heat. Noticing Temari's sad expression, he inferred that someone had died. Temari confirmed this and pointed to Chiyo's body, explaining that Chiyo had sacrificed her life to protect her. Neji expressed his condolences and instructed them to hop on, mentioning he had been in the middle of eating. They carefully placed Chiyo's body in a bag and climbed on as Neji took off towards Suna. After traveling halfway through the desert, Neji let them off and returned home. They walked for another hour until the gates of Suna came into view, and a guard announced Gaara's return. A large crowd of ninjas and civilians emerged from the gates, cheering for Gaara's safe return. However, they soon noticed a cloud of sand kicked up as a girl with brown hair rushed toward them. Recognizing her, Temari and Naruto stepped aside just in time for her to tackle Gaara to the ground. The girl expressed her worry for Gaara, asking if he was hurt or needed anything, showering him with affection that embarrassed him while amusing Naruto and Temari. They knew he preferred to avoid public displays of affection, but his girlfriend was undeterred. Matsuri, with her chin-length brown hair and distinctive outfit, greeted Naruto and Temari with a hug, thanking them for their help. Naruto reassured her that it was all right and suggested that now that Gaara was back, perhaps they could use the privacy seal he had given them. Before he could finish, a giant fist made of sand struck him down. Gaara, while acknowledging the joy of being back, emphasized the need to hold a moment of silence for Elder Chiyo, who had sacrificed her life in battle. He urged everyone to bow their heads and pray for her. As he spoke, his sand brought forward the body bag containing Chiyo. After a moment of silence, Gaara announced that her funeral would be held in a few hours, and she would be laid to rest alongside past Kazekage. With that, they entered the village, Gaara accompanied by Naruto, Temari, and Matsuri, who clung to him. After the funeral, Naruto prepared to leave for Konoha with Gaara and Temari. Temari thanked Naruto again for saving her brother, expressing that they wouldn't have made it in time if they had stayed with the others. Gaara also expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he had felt certain he would not survive, and extended his hand to Naruto, who reciprocated the gesture. Naruto assured them he would do it again if necessary. He playfully commented to Temari about her closeness to him during their ride with Neji, suggesting she should save such moments for Shikamaru, who would appreciate them more. Instead of retaliating, Temari struck him with the steel part of her fan, sending him flying, though laughter echoed as he soared away. Gaara teased Temari about her relationship with Shikamaru, which made her blush. In turn, she reminded Gaara of an incident from the previous week when he had forgotten to put up the privacy barrier, causing him to blush as well, though his sand armor concealed it. They exchanged playful banter before turning back to head into the village. Meanwhile, Naruto landed in the sand a few miles from Suna, unharmed. He bit his thumb and summoned his ride home. Out of the smoke emerged Shadow, who, despite his size, looked just as he always did. Shadow asked if Naruto needed a lift or if it was another training session. Naruto requested a ride home and asked Shadow to inform the other two members of his team that the mission was over. Shadow nodded, and Naruto climbed on as they took off directly to the Hokage Tower. Upon their arrival, an entire squad of Umbu and Tsunade appeared, unsure of what was happening. Naruto greeted Tsunade as he jumped off Shadow, who returned home. Tsunade dismissed the Umbu, telling them to return to their duties, and led Naruto into her office for his report. Tsunade inquired about the mission, expressing concern that he hadn't failed or that they had extracted the one-tailed beast. Naruto clarified that they had stopped the enemy before they could reach their hideout, which was located somewhere in the river country, though he didn't know the exact location. He recounted his fight with Deidara and the battles involving Chiyo, Temari, and Sasori. Tsunade noted that they had taken down 2 members of the Akatsuki, which was a good start, and asked if there was anything else. Naruto mentioned that Temari had said Sasori was supposed to meet with a spy working for Orochimaru in 3 weeks at the Tenchi Bridge. Tsunade speculated that the spy might be Bor, who had previously aided Orochimaru in infiltrating the village and had been passing information to an Akatsuki member about their defenses, likely Sasori. However, he escaped before he could be executed, Tsunade noted. She then asked where Kakashi and Sakura were. The response explained that on their way to Suna, they had encountered Temari, which caused them to pick up the pace. However, Sakura struggled to keep up with the low Jonin speeds, leading to a decision to slow down for energy conservation. While Temari and the speaker continued, they summoned Niji to reach Suna in a few hours, leaving Sakura and Kakashi behind to relax, despite the urgency of the situation with the Kazekage subduction. On the way back, the speaker found them riding Shadow and informed them that the mission was over. They should have returned by now. At that moment, Shizune entered the room, announcing that Sakura and Kakashi were there to see Tsunade about the mission. Tsunade instructed Shizune to let them in but requested that they not mention Naruto's presence or the mission report he had already given. Naruto nodded and concealed his presence outside as Sakura and Kakashi entered the office. Sakura reported their return from the mission, prompting Tsunade to ask Kakashi what had happened. Kakashi explained that they had made it to Suna as quickly as possible, meeting Temari and Kankuro just before they left to search for Gaara. They tracked the Akatsuki members to their hideout near the border of Amigakure, but by the time they arrived, Gaara was already gone, and the 2 members had escaped. Tsunade inquired about the appearance of the Akatsuki members, but Kakashi revealed that they wore masks, making it impossible to identify them. She then asked about the Kazekage's body, to which Kakashi replied that Temari and Kankuro had requested him to burn it. Tsunade expressed disbelief that they had traveled from Suna to Aim and back in less than a day, while also confirming that Gaara had been killed and his body burned. Kakashi justified their actions by stating that they had pushed themselves to complete the mission quickly and felt burning the body was a necessary gesture for their tardiness. Tsunade thanked them for the report but had one more question. Sakura, distractedly picking at her nails, asked what it was. Tsunade revealed that she already knew what had transpired during the mission, as Naruto had provided her with a detailed report. Just then, Naruto re-entered the office, presenting the actual mission report. He pointed out that Kakashi and Sakura had not even made it to Suna, having taken an extended break during the mission. He explained that they couldn't have met Temari in Suna because she had left that morning, just before the urgent message arrived. Naruto and Temari had reached Suna quickly due to his summons, while Kankuro had been injured fighting the Akatsuki the previous night. Naruto had to use his water manipulation to extract poison from Kankuro and apply a medical seal to heal him. Ultimately, Temari, Elder Chiyo, and Naruto confronted the Akatsuki members, defeating them and saving Gaara before they could reach their hideout in River Country, not Amigakure. The 2 members were identified as Deidara and Sasori, with Chiyo sacrificing herself to protect Temari while defeating Sasori. Feeling nervous, Kakashi and Sakura listened as Tsunade explained the situation. Sakura questioned how Naruto could accomplish all of this in such a short time while they could not. Tsunade clarified that Naruto had ridden on his summons, significantly reducing his travel time. Kakashi mockingly asked what summons Naruto had, to which Naruto responded that he primarily used dragons for transportation. Kakashi dismissed the existence of a fox contract, but Naruto reminded him of the dragon he had been riding when he informed them that the mission was over. He then performed hand signs and summoned Kinto, a fox, to prove the existence of the contract. Kinto appeared, commenting on the unpleasant scents emanating from Kakashi and Sakura before returning home. Naruto asserted that the fox contract was real and announced his intention to go home and rest. Tsunade then addressed Kakashi, suspending him for 3 months, while Sakura, as a medic, was assigned to work the graveyard shift at the hospital for 3 weeks with a pay cut. She dismissed them and they left, leaving Tsunade to sigh in frustration. Just then, Jiraiya entered through the window, having spoken with Naruto outside. Tsunade expressed her disinterest in discussing the matter further and stood up, approaching Jiraiya and sharing a passionate kiss. Shizen walked in, noticed the scene, and quietly exited while activating the privacy seal. She announced her early lunch, leaving a note on Tsunade's desk indicating that they would be gone for 2 hours.